See you later for Pad 1 operations.
Well, yeah, see you later, Pad 1, but still, we've got this launch under 8 hours away from Flight 11. I'm going to be taking the reins, as I said before, here hosting, but as we also said before, we'll be joining by EJ. EJ, how is it going? Like, are you excited for today's launch?
Oh yeah, good morning everybody. How are you? I'm very excited for today's Project Kuiper launch. The booster flying today is 1091 on its second this is the Stakeout stream. Oh. Yeah, no, I'm happy to be here, man. I'm very happy to be here. How about you guys? I'm ready to go, dude.
I'm fired up already. But
Cool.
yeah, I mean, Ryan, we were seeing. Let's reminisce for a little bit, I guess, because I chose for us to show this now, because we've been here for a while, right? We all three have been following Starship for quite a long time. Making that video, because I was the one right in the words that Jack was talking about. You remember things like the claw and like firing at bare concrete. Like you remember all of those weird decisions that we had at the time, and we were like, "That's not going to be fully reusable. That's not going to be, you know." And then it turned out we were right. But at least we have Pad 2 there already getting prepared as well for the debut flight of version 3. So yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Maybe EJ, let's reminisce here for a little bit. Like
Mhm.
what's the thing that in the development and history of this pad you think was probably the either the jankiest or your most favorite thing that maybe they have dropped out? Because I don't know. I have a few options, but you go first.
Uh, Alex, I'd say there's a tie here. The first and foremost, the thing that pops into my mind with Pad A or Pad 1, I mean, I call it this pad, Pad 2 is that pad. With this pad, Flight 1, shooting the concrete rocks out, hitting the danger van, that was
Oh
awesome.
yeah.
That's probably at the top of my list, and then probably the Flight 5 catch.
Oh
Like
yeah.
those two. And then, I guess if I'm gonna say a third, Flight 7, the Flight 7 catch, which would have been the second catch. Like that's not really that big of a deal, but that's the one that was my first Starship launch. So
Are we
that
looking at the helicopter?
yeah, that one for me is pretty high up there. We got the helo there. That's a good sign.
Helos,
Yeah.
I guess.
Oh, plural.
Yeah.
Twins, Basil, twins.
But yeah.
They're doing an insertion. What? They're cut the two Blackhawks coming in. I don't know. I don't know what models they are, but yeah.
That there was an attempt.
Yeah. In terms of this pad, the jankiest thing I had ever saw was that tank farm. Through and through. They
yeah.
made a bespoke, like one-time use, like one-time design tank farm and systems for this pad. Like it is hilarious because they went and made their own tanks, they did all that. They put the whole thing together, and then they realized, and then they were, or at least told and realized that, oh, the vertical methane tanks don't follow any of the fire regulations. So they couldn't use them, and so they then had to bring in horizontal tanks. It's, that happened.
They damaged tanks as well.
Yeah,
On
they
Flight 1 and
damaged the
2.
tanks. They the original pressure design, the back pressure design for the tank farm was not adequate for the pumps, so they kept cavitating and burning pumps left, right, and center. Remember all the times we saw them replace pumps is because the back pressure system they had wasn't good enough until they got the horizontal tanks and more pressurization systems in. So
Hmm.
the whole tank farm system is one of the jankiest things I've ever seen. It works now, but it definitely it earned the name for me, and for those who have been in the Discord for a while know the my me saying stage 0 will never work kind of thing. And
Yeah,
yeah,
that's been a thing from you.
it
But
worked to
yeah.
this point. Like got it eventually to work, but boy, did they have their problems to start.
Yeah, and look, this is the way that they sometimes work, right? Right? Even when they do things the wrong way, let's put it that way, a bit more general audience uh, words there, but yeah, when they obviously did not do things great, right? They realized that, and then they fixed it, and that's sort of the way that they're going now with Pad 2, where it's got so many systems that are a whole lot better, and there might be a version 3 of the pad or something like that. Like later down the line, once they start flying from Pad 2, they'll probably realize that some things are still not great. And so we're going to see more changes. And we'll cover those, of course, as well when we get there. But yeah, those helicopters are probably heading to the usual place at the highway site, near our highway site. So they usually land there and get refueling and everything before heading out, because these are part of their own private range, if you will. These are, I think this is what they are for, and what SpaceX uses them for. I don't think they're EJ, do you know if these are like Coast Guard or something like that? I don't think so, right? These are private.
No, these are private helicopters. They're watching the perimeter. They're two
Yeah.
Sikorsky S-76s. If anybody wants to know that information.
Yeah. So there is one thing that we always get asked, and especially today, because a lot of people are not just talking about Flight 11, but they also have in their minds that after this we have version 3. And so after version 3, during version 3, we hope we'll also see things like ship transfer fueling and things like that. So Sam Erg is asking, what is your best guess on what number will be the first tanker ship? And I'll leave it there. I'm gonna throw it to EJ.
The first tanker.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Ooh.
Okay. All right. All right. You know what? The messed up part is I queued that question when Chris was on. Man, I just played myself, dude. No, I
Yep.
actually have to think about it. I mean, well, we saw Ship 39 roll out early this morning for us, hardcore tank watchers. We saw it roll out, and it has that refueling paraphernalia on it.
Well,
I mean,
docking hardware, but yeah.
yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a good point. It has docking hardware on it, so clearly it's on SpaceX's mind that they want to really prove propellant transfer out. So I think it's reasonable to think that that's going to happen relatively soon. Tankers are what's needed. A tanker up there that can loiter around in low Earth orbit, that they can constantly refuel and then launch, HLS or a Starship bound somewhere else, other destinations, is something that they need to prove out to really make sure that Starship's architecture is working. It's a fundamental part of Starship systems engineering. That's part of their stakeholder expectations. It has to do that. I mean, otherwise, you just made a really, really nice 100-ton DeLeo space shuttle. I mean, that's pretty good in its own regard. I mean, as a shuttle fan, I'm not going to say that that's bad, but if SpaceX has goals with Starship. It's not just supposed to be a space shuttle. It's supposed to be pretty much everything that the space shuttle was trying to do, all in one, and fully reusable on top of that. So this is something that's probably pretty high on their priorities list. Now, in terms of tanker, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 ships down the line, maybe. It's kind of nuts to me that we say it like that. Oh yeah, 2 or 3 more ships. That'll be the tanker one. It's like, what? Really?
It'll probably be. I bet the Target and Chaser will be the first tankers,
Right?
and I mean, and tankers in this case, I think people don't expect like something to be wildly different. Basically, expect there's going to be no Pez door and there's going to be no Pez, and all that's
Aw.
going to happen is the common dome will probably move up and the forward dome will move up. That's it. That's all they'll do. Like that's all you need to do, because you're not going to add more tanks. You're not going to add a separate tank structure in the nose cone. That's a gigantic waste of mass. All you need is to be able to put more propellant into the vehicle, and whatever is left over once it rendezvous with the depot is that's your payload mass, which is in this case is 150 tons of propellant. So to refill a full Block 3 is 15 flights. Yeah, I mean that's kind of where they're at this rate, at least from what the numbers we're getting. But that's kind of what I expect for tankers. They're just going to move the domes a little bit and be able to put more prop on board, and that's it. It's a pretty easy solution, honestly.
Are we having our SPL operators track the helicopter as a practice run? 'Cause I'm seeing we're still tracking the helicopters.
I'm okay with this. You guys okay with
fine.
this? As a
Helicopters
plane
are cool.
watcher as well, as a tank watcher, I'm fine with this.
I'm completely fine with it. Yeah, I mean, and if it gets some training on the camera folks, I'm fine with that. I'm sure the rocket at some points it's gonna be moving a lot faster than this helicopter. Yeah, right. But anyways, so on these same lines, because we were talking, of course, it's all about. We have a bunch of questions here, all about version 3 and whatnot. But version 3 is going to fly with Raptor 3, and Sinister Cow is saying, how sure are we that Raptor 3 development is actually finished? Are there any flight-ready Raptor 3s at all yet? Because I haven't seen that either. And I'm going to give my own answer here, which is we've seen Raptor 3s at McGregor, left, right, and center. Like we see them pretty much every single day rolling by and heading out to the test sites and things like that. They've done a lot of testing, especially like relight testing, getting those timings, really good. I know EJ will like that sort of stuff as well to explain a little bit better, because he's mentioned that sort of stuff before, so that's why I'm saying it. But
You picking on me?
yeah. 'Cause I know, relighting an engine, starting an engine as complicated as Raptor is really not easy, right? And we've seen them doing like firing an engine for like a minute or two, then relighting it again and relighting it again, sometimes like 10 times in the same day. And by now we think that all of these Raptors are Raptor 3s at McGregor, because we don't see any more Raptor 2s around there. Or at least we haven't seen them for at least a month or two. So that's my answer to this, is that it's probably still in development, and frankly, even when we're gonna have flight ready Raptor 3s and whatever, we'll still probably see Raptor 3 development engines, because they're still gonna be trying to improve the engine, but they really need Raptor 3 yes or yes, right? Like Block 3, both the booster and the ship are already built to have Raptor 3 powering them. So it's not like, because we have already even seen the aft section of Booster 18. So it's not like something that you can essentially just, try and modify and in a janky way try to fit Raptor 2s to that vehicle. It's already manufactured. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. My hope is that, they've nailed it down already enough that they can start, producing those flight vehicles, but flight hardware and get that installed. EJ, you want to say something?
Yeah, Alex. I mean, yeah, I was waiting. I'm like, okay, is he done? Is he done or something? I'm cue the mic.
I'm done.
No. It's all good, man. It's all good. I love long Alex explanations, chat. It's the best. All right. So Alex, do you remember a couple of years ago when that internal memo from SpaceX came out that said that was Elon like saying we're going to go bankrupt if we don't produce more engines?
Yeah.
Well, it sounded kind of crazy at the time, but that is true. I think he was 100% spot on there. I mean, he would know more than us, right? But engines are what's called a long lead item. Your entire rocket is built around the engines. Like, look at the space shuttle, for instance. Everything is built around the space shuttle main engines. That they are the most important parts. You are not going anywhere without them, right? Without Raptor 3s, Starship is a really nice grain silo.
That's true.
Right? So, we haven't seen Raptor 3s, but I don't think development is finished. I don't think it's not going to be finished for some time, because SpaceX does iterate on their rockets, but Raptor 3 is the long lead item. I think if SpaceX is iterating on anything right now, it's scale. They're trying to scale up Raptor 3 production. Just because we haven't seen them doesn't mean they're not doing that. But yeah, either way, I mean, you're going to need to produce a lot of these things. And when, it's not like It's not like the space shuttle main engines where you're making, I don't know, 1 or 2 a year. Even if we go like with SLS, it's like, oh, you only need to produce 4 a year, 5 a year, something like that. We have some old shuttle engines that we could. No, 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 no. Flight 12 is going to need, let's see, 33. It needs 39 Raptors, 39 Raptor 3s, and then, 3 vacuum Raptor 3s. That's, totaling 39. That's a lot. That's a lot of engines to make. That's a lot of engines to make for anybody. Even SpaceX, their development is always going on, and they're working on ways to probably try to make these things faster. Ramping up a rocket assembly line is no joke. It's going to take some time, but development's always going on.
Yeah, and I will add another data point here for people that might not be aware. We do, or at least we try to do on every Starbase update. So we have this weekly thing going on, right? Every Monday, hopefully every Monday, unless there's some meetups and whatnot that we release a few days late. But every Monday we have Starbase update, and one thing that we've been trying to do for the last few months is include a little bit of that development of Raptor 3 via McGregor. So we have our McGregor live stream, right, 24/7, and we see all of the testing with Falcon, the Merlin engine, but we also see Raptor engines, and we can see patterns, right, in the testing that they do. And sometimes we can actually see the engines rolling out to the stands and then being installed on the stands. And for example, the latest Starbase update, which was released this Wednesday, we covered that there's this specific Raptor 3 vacuum engine, serial number 8, that they've tested like 3 or 4 times, and we have not seen any other Raptor 3 vacuum engine. And my guess is that, for example, they're taking that one, testing it, making tweaks to it, and then testing it again and see if it works. And once they go through all of that, then they'll start mass producing the Raptor vacuum engines, right? Because it makes sense that you wouldn't be starting that production until you are actually sure that it is 100% ready to go and that you can start mass producing. Otherwise, you will have like a bunch of, just unused Raptors that cannot even be fired or are completely useless, right? So,
those are test mule engines. That's what they're called. It's just an engine that you just sit there, make tweaks to, beat the snot out of, and see where it ends. And sometimes they're used in destructive testing. Push it to the limit. I mean, we've on McGregor Live, Alex, we've seen them blow up engines before.
Oh yeah.
Whether it was on purpose or not, remains to be seen. But those developmental engines are absolutely a thing that they're really, okay. Fellas, they're really easy to spot. Right? Developmental engines are always kind of easy to see because they look like a Christmas tree. There's all this extra instrumentation on them. And, they have redundant sensors, not just to, get extra data, but the redundant sensors are there. The developmental flight instrumentation sensors are there to make sure that their operational sensors are working. So, developmental engines are usually easy to spot. They look like Christmas trees. In fact, SpaceX made a joke about that one time a couple of years ago where they posted a developmental Raptor engine with Christmas lights on it.
Yeah, that was super super fancy, super funny because it was also, I think it was also around Christmas, because I think that was the first Raptor one, like proper, after they came out of the subscale Raptors and everything, and they actually tried to fire up the first Raptor. It was a Christmas tree, and it was around Christmas, so that was very fitting. I'm gonna run through some support, and then we'll get back to questions. But some of the support actually has some of the questions from people, so we'll also do that as well. For example, Turtle Frankenberry Sanctuary. That's funny.
Nice.
I'll be driving through Oklahoma around the time of launch. If I face south while watching the stream, I might see the rocket on this channel? I mean, you're gonna see the rocket on this channel either way, whether you're facing south, north, east, west. I mean, as long as you're facing a screen that has our channel playing on it, then you're gonna see the rocket. As to whether you're gonna see it from Oklahoma, I don't think you're gonna see it from Oklahoma. But I don't know. We'll see. Maybe try. And then we've got a $25 tip from Paul J. Molnar. Thanks, Mary. Thank you as well for your support, Paul. So yeah, that's always nice. Tips.nasspaceflight.com. That's another way for you guys to support us. And then we've got Ron Smith with a super chat saying, "Congratulations on getting a meteorologist for this flight."
I get it because Eric Berger's coming on. Yeah,
Yep,
all right,
he's
I
on.
get it.
He's on. Yep. We may do the bid, right? The weather stuff.
Please ask him for a weather report, just to see. I would personally like to see Eric Berger go weatherman. Eric, if you're watching this, please do it. That'd be awesome. It would make my
Okay,
day.
I'm gonna leak a little bit because during the panel we have planned like a status report because it's gonna be like T-2 hours in the middle, sort of like the second half of the panel. So I already have that plan in our schedule. I may do that bit and ask Eric.
Do it.
Well,
You
we'll
won't.
see. We'll see. Anyways, let's go through some support. Rick Baum becoming a PARAD member. Thank you for that. Then we got Chris Rogers with a super chat. How soon do you think till we see starships with actual cargo doors? And that's a really big question. May I
Ooh,
say, a loaded question.
that's loaded.
Sawyer is not here, but I can do puns
Alex,
too.
why? He's not even here yet.
Anyway, who wants to answer that one?
um,
Take it away.
the biggest question, I don't know, to be honest. It really depends on when SpaceX is ready for the first customer flight. Um, do they have a design for one? Yeah, probably. Do they currently have the opportunity and time to actually put that into a payload bay and nose cone? Not really. They are trying to make all these Starlink and possibly tanker ships right now because that's where they need to go. They need to do that first, but more before anything else. Because once those are down, they can start launching Starlinks. They can start getting more money from Starlinks. They can start the tanker flights, and then once the tanker is solved, then they can go to start doing cargo stuff and HLS and everything like that. So
Like this.
yeah, they probably have a design like that, but they don't have a prototype yet. We'll see when that prototype comes out. Um, I couldn't even guess at when they would have a first Pathfinder, but eventually we'll see one. Well, they'll have to make up a test article and probably put it inside the cage and test it alongside the nose cone. So they might even have to make a specific test cage in order to test the thing. So we'll see.
Yeah, one of the things this is like what we were talking about before of like will Raptor be around for version 3 and things like that. And it's like, well, it's gotta be, right? Like
Yeah.
this is the same. At some point we're gonna see this, whether it's gonna look like this render here, right? Or whether it's gonna be something different, we don't know. But this is an official render by SpaceX on their website, so maybe it's something like this. Maybe this is the idea that they have. Maybe it's another version, right? Maybe different payloads have different requirements for a payload bay door, right? Like this is also one of the versatility points of Starship, that it's a bunch of steel rings, and then the way that you cut out things on the steel rings, it doesn't matter sometimes because it's like, well, if it needs to be this shape for this payload, then we'll just cut that out that shape into a payload door, right? Like that sort of thing might be some of the flexibility that we might see. We see that with Falcon 9 as well. Like there's some weird payload that they need to fit on the payload on the fairing and everything, and they do these weird contraptions to be able to fit all of it together and things like that. We see that with Falcon 9. I would expect the same with Starship as well. I'm really looking forward to these missions though, the ones that go to the surface of the moon, the surface of Mars, because they're gonna need cranes integrated on Starship.
Oh, I love cranes.
You like cranes?
Oh
I,
yeah.
I
I
I think that
mean,
design, it's like an A-frame, right? It's sort of like what they use on Dragon ships to be able to lift them on the boat.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, an A-frame is very simple mechanically. Very, 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 very simple. Very simple design. You can keep it light. And those payload bay doors, the shuttle style payload bay doors are fire. I'm sorry. Sorry. I had to mention it.
yeah, right. I mean, since we're talking about cranes. I mean, I assume you saw those awesome pictures of the 13,000 there, EJ. That thing is over
It's
at
huge.
39A.
Chunky. It's a monster, guys. We're talking about the Liebherr 13,000 crane that showed up at Pad 39A. SpaceX and the crane operators are going to do a one crane lift of the OLM onto the other pad at the 39A, the Starship pad. They're going to lift the OLM with one crane. They did it with two on the second pad at Boca Chica. They used two Liebherr 11,000s. This time, one crane doing the entire lift. It's going to be awesome. The Liebherr 13,000 is gigantic. It is like a Jawa sand crawler. If it was a crane, it's amazing.
We got a tweet from Gage here. There we go. Field team is ready to go. That's an amazing picture. By the way, this is how close you can get to the rocket. A lot of people don't realize. Like I legit have to explain my work to my family every time, right? Because they get confused. Like, you cover rockets? Yes, we cover rockets. And some of these rockets, like Starship, you can get this close to them, and they don't believe me. Like, they think we work with space. I mean, we do work with SpaceX for some media stuff, and we have access and everything because journalists and whatever. But this is public. You can get there. Of course, don't trespass though. But you can get this close without trespassing or anything like that. This is legit public legal stuff. Just don't be there at liftoff though. I wouldn't recommend that.
Yeah, the trespassing sign is probably the least of your concern if you're there during that,
Yeah.
Just maybe. Maybe.
Maybe.
Probably might get a
They
little
like-
uncomfortable.
Like, in order to survive that, you would probably need a suit of Mjolnir armor or something along those lines.
Hopefully your energy shields are up.
Yeah,
Titanium.
with energy shields on, you'd probably need something along those lines to survive standing right there.
Nuts.
Anywho.
Seriously,
Halo.
guys, like you can Halo, baby. You can go right up next to this thing, but and that's great. The whole launch pad's on a public road that's mostly accessible. Just be cognizant if you go out there of where you can and can't go. There's signs all over the place. It's pretty straightforward stuff. Don't be that guy. This is an extraordinary thing that, I mean, that we have here where we can get up close to this thing. Like, yes, on a public highway, but there's still parts of the dunes that you can walk out into and get like right up next to this thing. Just make sure you adhere to the signs. Like, it is a privilege being this close to this thing, and it's pretty cool. And we don't want to lose something like that. It's pretty awesome.
Yep. And we are now looking at our sites because one of the things that we do have is those different places where we can see and where we can put cameras. So we got our riverside there, sort of at the Richardson Avenue intersection with Highway 4. There's the Starbase production site, and then we have here our highway lot at the highway site there after the village. We go to the launch site. Of course, that's where we have the right-hand side camera. That's on SpaceX media lot. And then, of course, north side on our North Beach cameras and things like that. It would be cool if, Ryan, were also like switching the camera on the right so we can see the view of the rocket while we switch. But there you can see the south side. So we've got sites like north, south, and west. You might see a lack of a site to the east. That's mainly because of the Gulf. And because that's the way that the rocket goes. If we could, we'd have that. But unfortunately, that's not possible. In any case, let's get through some questions here. Because one of the things that I'm seeing here as well is, especially about because we were talking about the pad 1 and everything. There's also pad 2 being built, but then they already have removed stuff from the chopsticks on pad 1. Like, what is going on with that? And Hiram Haddocks was the one asking about this. Why is the SpaceX removing catch hardware from Tower 1? Sure, it's non-essential now, but won't it be needed for future ship catches? Surely the tower isn't ready by then? Ryan, I know you probably have a great explanation for this.
So, well, they're removing hardware now because they want to preserve it. They're gonna have to either modify or completely redo the sticks on that tower right there, those sticks. And and they want to save what they can before they do either one of those. They'll probably just take off the landing rails and then slice the end off of those sticks, and then do whatever other modifications they need to do to them. I want them to be redone, but it's just me. So to do that, they need to take all the landing rail dampeners off before they remove the landing rails, because then they'll have to kind of cut those and then reinstall them, because the system isn't really designed to just slice the landing rail off along with the truss section. They kind of have to redesign the landing rail and do some other stuff with it. So there's a few things they're doing that, and that's why they're doing it with that. So it'll take a bit before those sticks are ready for catching other stuff, especially if they're going to start modifying them that way right away, which means the Pad 2 tower is going to have to take over for that. So they'll catch boosters and probably catch ships as well. They'll just have to get the booster off in time in order to do it, and I think they can. They've gotten pretty. They got pretty quick with booster 14 and 15 getting them off the pad. And block 3 is more refined, so let's see if they can do it. So I think pad 1 will turn into a catch tower at some point while they're modifying the pad, and then it'll be turned into a launch tower, or it'll be a catch tower and they'll make a whole new launch pad somewhere else. Because just to say, the Army Corps of Engineers proposal is not 100% final. Never is. But it's the proposal, just to say for now.
But to be
Subject
fair,
to change.
they've also they proposed at one point having the second pad, or as EJ says, that pad.
I'm gonna make it stick, dude.
So they proposed that pad to go south of the current one, and they did not do that. They just took over the suborbital pad, and that's where pad 2 is right now, or that pad. and so we could see changes. We could see them changing their mind and be like, well, you know what? Let's do something different. But it is true that on their post yesterday, I think it was, they said this is the last flight from Pad 1 in its current configuration. So they already acknowledge the fact that at some point it's going to change configuration. So at some point in the future, we will no longer see that donut shaped launch mount, and we'll see probably something like what we see at Pad 2. That's on the plans. But again, as we were mentioning, it could change.
Donuts.
It's really tasty, right? Because it gets
Yeah.
roasted on every flight. Anywho, let's move over, to some rocket stuff and not donuts. But yeah, on that same note, with the chopsticks, Gable was asking, how do the chopsticks track the boosters so precisely? What kind of computer hardware do they need, and what kind of complex programming do they need to land it? And I'm gonna throw this to EJ because I've seen you
Hello.
trying to do some of this stuff in Kerbal. So yeah.
Okay. So we're getting into what's called control loops here. What type of software do they need? The right way to say it would be a software that's basically looking for the tower and constantly getting basically real-time info about where the booster's position is relative to the tower. You could go on a deep rabbit hole here, Carl, if we really want to. Long story short, the booster has inertial navigation on it, and what that means is that the acceleration of the booster going up and then the acceleration of it boosting back and landing is all being kind of logged by the computer. And the computer's saying, oh, I'm accelerating in this direction for this long, so this is my position, right? So the booster basically... Yeah, exactly. Airplanes use this as well. It's called inertial navigation, or an INS, like Ryan was saying. Like 737s have that, and if you don't configure it correctly, your when you take off, Ryan, your map is not going to be accurate. That's probably need that for when you're trying to land.
Maybe.
And just like an airplane, the booster needs to have that information. Now, the booster knows where it is, and because it took off from the pad, it kind of also knows where the pad is as well. But that doesn't mean that we don't have some type of interfacing system. Ryan, I do believe the antenna that's on top of the tower is one of those mechanisms that it uses to kind of figure out the relationship between the booster and the tower, right?
It's got the sticks have GPS antennas on them.
Yep.
So basically the sticks know where the booster is and isn't, because everything's communicating. And as you're saying, there is inertial navigation with the booster plus, and I would also assume there is a radio altimeter on the booster as well, so it knows how close to the ground it is. The computer also has its knowledge of what the flight plan is and knows the speeds it's supposed to be at and the angle it's supposed to go at. So it has, it has GPS, radio altimeters, inertial navigation, as well as the flight plan that's already installed. So it's got a ton of different systems that tells it where it is, where it isn't, where it's going, and it also is communicating that with the tower. So it's all kind of communicating with each other.
Yeah, exactly. And in terms of what kind of computer hardware they use, I mean, I don't know exactly off the top of my head. SpaceX does, on Falcon 9, they use something off the shelf, but usually like computer avionics hardware for, defense applications, spaceship applications are a chipset that's really designed for high bandwidth. Telemetry is not like a processing intensive thing. Like it's just crunching a lot of numbers all at once. So chipsets for rockets and stuff tend to be something that can handle a lot of calculations, albeit simple calculations, but a lot of calculations all at once. Now I say simple calculations. I mean, it's doing like calculus on the fly, right?
Yeah.
But it's simple for a computer, not for us. But Ryan is talking, and we were talking about all these different things that it's doing. It's looking at the ground. It's looking where the tower is. It's looking at where it is relative to the tower. It's looking at that relationship, commanding the engines to move in the right direction to get this thing sub-centimeter precision back onto the chopsticks. That requires a lot of numbers being crunched by the flight computer all at once. So, rocket hardware in general is generally designed for high bandwidth. It's not like it's not like they have like a RTX 5080 like attached to the side of this thing. It's like, okay, that's going to crunch our numbers. But high bandwidth and then a lot of data streams to get that thing back. It seems, like when we explain it, it seems like something that, that doesn't sound that bad. That is way harder to do than you might think. It's complicated. Even, it's like I'm sure there's a software engineer out there. It's like, oh yeah, no, we could do that. We could figure that out. Well, you know what, guys? Nobody else has figured this out. Starship is the only other orbital launch. I mean, put an asterisk next to orbital, right? Because Starship hasn't gone orbital, but it's the only other orbital launch vehicle to come back and land or get caught. I'm not starting that argument, but the only other one is Falcon 9, the first one to do it. I mean, and if you really want to, you can throw New Shepard in there too. Blue has done it with a suborbital booster, I think that's completely fair. This stuff's not easy to do. We can sit here and be like, oh, it's just this, and this. Oh, if it was that easy, everybody would be doing it.
Yeah. It's a really complicated problem. I know Lars Blackmore from SpaceX. He's the one that started the whole thing of like trying to get the booster back, right, and being able to land and everything. It's not an easy problem. Just even hitting a random target, like not even precision landing, but just trying to slow down enough that you hit zero velocity at zero altitude. That kind of problem is still quite a complicated one, right? And that's why you do hops, you do that sort of stuff, right, to nail down the algorithms and everything to be able to do all of that. And of course, then there's the guidance as well, because you need to get to a very precise point and things like that. It's really complicated, and he's got a few papers out there about that sort of problem. So yeah, I've read some of those, and it's filled with lots of different mathematical jargon that even I don't understand. But in any case, I'm seeing Max already posting stuff in the back channel from the field. Yeah, our team out there, they're setting up all the cameras and everything. It's really great because that allows us to then get some amazing footage to you guys. I'm gonna run through some support because that's what allows us to do what we do, is we always say, and that field work, as I was mentioning. Daniel Hogbin, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Greg F is asking via tips that NASASpaceflight.com. saying single sea level Raptor deorbit is done from headers. How do we anticipate larger in-space burns happening? Main tanks and all 6 engines, when are they testing this? EJ, I want you to hit this one because I think this is a really important one.
Okay, so in-flight restart of engines is a complicated thing to do anyway. So why is it complicated? Well, it's propellant management. That's the technical way of saying it. The really plain English way of saying it is that you need the engines have pipes that come from the tanks, come from the fuel and oxidizer tanks that go to the engine, and there are pickups in the tanks. They're usually at the bottom, and by usually I mean they're at the bottom. In space, there's no way to keep, if you're free floating in microgravity, there's no way to keep the propellant near the bottom without some type of mechanism to settle your propellants. That's propellant management. If you asphyxiate an engine by having it intake something that's not your propellants, yeah, bad stuff happens. We've seen the fruits of that labor during, what is it, SN8 and SN9, when they went in to try and land and they shot out green instead of that wasn't great. So yeah. Okay. So what happens, if you ingest ullage propellants? Well, if you ingest gaseous methane instead of liquid methane, for instance, the engine will get into a bad mixture ratio. So you're going to run way more oxygen than you would fuel. And oxygen, because it's not really good at absorbing heat, if the oxygen doesn't absorb the heat, the engine will. And that's what Ryan was saying. The copper lining decided that heat's got to go somewhere, right? Mm-hmm. And usually it goes through with the fuel, right? If your fuel goes down, you go lean, the engine melts itself. Simultaneously, if you go fuel rich, you do something similar to what happened with Booster 7 when it backfired on the donut a little while back. That seems like it was ages ago.
The spin boom.
Yeah, the spin boom. It's not great.
That was not a spin prime. That was a spin sigma. Anyways.
Oh, jeez. Don't.
That was July 11th, 2022 is the spin boom.
Okay. Yeah.
That was a long time ago.
Crazy, man. So how do we anticipate larger in-space burns? It really is about propellant settling. So SpaceX is going to refuel. They want to refill on orbit. We've seen that, right? We talked about that a little bit earlier. So presumably they're going to use their main tanks. So there's a bunch of different ways you could do to put an acceleration on a vehicle. Now, let's talk like Saturn V, for instance. Saturn V, the S4B, which is the third stage on the Saturn V, that used what's called ullage motors. So, I mean, it's not exactly this, but basically they just put little tiny rockets on the side of the stage and they fired them to settle the propellants to put the vehicle under a slight acceleration, and then they ignited the J2. You could only do that so many times, right? With the S4B, because you only had so many ullage rockets. Like, okay, to speak in Kerbal terms, they put separatrons on the side of the rocket to get it to accelerate, and then they fired the engines. All right, there's your Kerbal terms. Okay, now there are other stages that can do plenty in-flight restarts. So, like a Centaur, like ULA's Centaur 5 can do it. Falcon 9 second stage can do it. How do they do that? Well, the Centaur uses Aerozine 50. It has little tiny RCS on the back that can shoot backwards and accelerate it to settle the propellants, right? And then Falcon 9 second stage can do the same thing. But Falcon 9 isn't using Aerozine 50. Falcon 9 uses compressed nitrogen. It's this very similar system to the first stage. First stage has those thrusters that turn the first stage around when it's up on orbit, not on orbit, when it's coasting back for a boost back, right? So there are many ways to do it. It's it basically revolves. The entire thing revolves around propellant management. Now with Starship, you could do it with the engine bleed. That thing that we saw blow up on Flight 10, like on the back of the ship, that basically blew a chunk of it off. Like you could use the bleed. You could use the vent lines to do that.
I don't think that is enough thrust.
I'm saying you could. I'm not saying they will. You could do that. Or Ryan, go for it, dude.
Well, they'll probably have separate ullage hot gas thrusters, would be my guess, is what they'll have. Because as it already looks like, they are adding more RCS to 39. It's got it looks like it has new roll thrusters on it, which is kind of nice. Because The RCS that Starship currently has is certainly not enough for docking. Like, it's like very minimal what it has right now. At least the one we're looking at right now. 38 doesn't have a ton of RCS on it. It's got what it needs to do the mission that it is, and the mission that it is coast and keep a stable coast to reentry during its suborbital flight. 39 and up. I mean, 39 is probably is going to do a suborbital flight, but Block 3 and up is going to need more RCS because they're going to be in orbit. They're going to deploy SATs. They're going to do TLI burns, go to Mars, and you need more CRCS for that. So I expect them to have specific ullage thrusters or something along those lines to settle the propellant in the main tanks in order to then fire all 6 engines and eventually all 9 engines once they add 3 more RVACs.
Yep. So just in case anybody was wondering, we keep throwing around ullage. It's a fun word to say. So for the people that don't know, tank ullage is the residual gases not residual, not necessarily. They are gases inside of your fuel and oxidizer tanks that displace the liquid fuel that gets burned from the stage. So when a rocket fires, obviously when it leaves the pad, like what we're going to see here in 7 hours, give or take, when it leaves the pad, the tanks are full. You don't necessarily have to worry about it, but the tanks do drain over time. Rockets, Starship included, use tank pressurization for structural integrity. The tank walls on Starship, guys, are about 4 millimeter thick. It's not very thick, like maybe a coin, maybe. That's not a lot. So just like if you have a soda can, right, that's full, you can stand on it, but if you depressurize it, you can crush it. Now, what happens when you're flying? When the tanks are full, when it lifts off, you're good to go, right? That's no problem. But you're going to drain fuel over time. You need to replace that fuel, that an oxidizer that gets drained out of these tanks. That's what tank ullage is. It's a pneumatic system. Now, there are many ways to do this pneumatic system, but it basically replaces the liquid fuel and oxidizer that drains out of these tanks with gases. Now, Starship utilizes something called autogenous pressurization, which means that the oxidizer tank gets filled with gaseous oxygen and the methane tanks gets filled with gaseous methane. That's because the Raptor engines have it's not called a tap off, but basically is a tap off. They take some of the methane gas and some of the oxygen from the motors when they're firing and pump them back up into the tanks to keep the tanks pressurized. That's what tank ullage is. You have to substitute it because you have to keep your pressure the same throughout the entire ascent. Very important to understand that. And that is super important for on-orbit refiring of engines. Understanding tank ullage is very, 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 very important to going to Mars, to going to the moon.
It's whenever you are moving a fluid out of a tank to another location, whether it's through an engine, whether it's out of a storage tank into a Starship or anything, you need gas to backfill it. Because as you move that fluid out, the pressure is going to drop in that tank, and if you let it drop too much, well, not only are you going to have issues with the pumps, but you're also, especially in space, you might have issues with actually keeping the fuel where you needed to keep it sometimes. And not only that, if you pull too much, you might pull a vacuum, and you really don't want to pull a vacuum on a tank. That's no bueno. You don't want to do that. Yeah. So the vapor, as for example, for ground storage tanks, you see all those towers. Those are vaporizers. They basically take LN2, they take LOX, they take CH4, or LCH4. They take the liquid version of that and they turn it into a gas, kind of like what the Raptor engine does, more or less. And then they pump it back in. They take that as backfill gas. So while they pull propellant out of the storage tanks, or the Raptors pull propellant out of the main tanks, you keep, the tank at a constant pressure and with a constant backfill gas. It's kind of the same concept all over the place. So,
Yeah. So we just rolled over from 11 a.m. Central, right? And so we're gonna have a quick status update because where are we? I know that there's a road closure in less than an hour. They moved the road closure actually a little bit later this time around for this flight. So we've got no cars there as expected. The road is still open, the beaches is still open, but I'm sure they're starting to get ready for that. See, that's the other place of the other road closure location. Cars passing by, nothing there. That's as expected. It's not for another hour. And meanwhile, we're still looking at Starship there on the pad, on pad 1, getting ready for Starship Flight 11. And so we're going to have a little bit of a change here in commentary because I'm going to be heading out and we're going to have Gene coming in as well. And we're going to be doing a special thing on this coverage that we didn't do on the previous flight. So you probably have seen us making this sort of video explaining stuff around, the flight and whatnot. We've played the one about, pad 1 history and all that, but I thought it will be interesting because you guys always asked us things like, oh, what do you think will happen on flight 11, when do you think version 3 will debut? And I thought, why not ask this to everybody in our team, or at least as many people as we can? And so we did a little thing, and please, Ryan, if we can roll it out, that would be nice. Maybe.
I don't know. This picture of the towers is pretty nice.
Yeah.
I thought he had it already prepared. But anyways, okay. I had stalled even for that. But hi, Gene. Thank you for coming here, by the way.
EJ wasn't there, and if EJ's there, I'm there. So you know how that works, right, EJ?
Hey, we're a
But,
package deal, dude. It happens.
That's right. That's right. But we do have some great special guests coming up during the stream, and we're gonna talk about rockets. And it's good to hear Ryan's voice. Ryan, you and I haven't been on a stream in a while.
Yeah, it's definitely been a bit, Gene. But yeah, here we are. We're like 7 hours 2 minutes from the opening of the window for launch of the last Block 2 flight of Starship, the last flight out of this pad, at least in this configuration. It's kind of a bittersweet thing, but it's also
Mhm.
kind of it's it's the end of an era for this program, but there's so many exciting things coming with new Block 3, with the new pad, with LC-39, LC-37, everything at Florida. I mean, there's a lot of really important stuff that's going on with the Starship program, and the pad did its job. Let's be honest. This pad did its job. It did what it needed to do. It got the program to this point. As janky as it is, as janky as it was, the program would not be where it is without this pad. So, at least it's got that going for it. We'll go with that.
Yeah, they have to take stuff off, put stuff on, and Joaquin jumped in with a support chat and asked about, and at the very bottom, what point in replacing pad 1 hardware does it become a different pad? Well, they're talking about the pad of Theseus. And for those of you that don't know, the ship of Theseus is, if you have the ship and you replace every part of it, when does it not be the original ship? So, it's a great question. It's a great question. So we do know the future of this because we're looking at it on the right-hand side. We're looking at it down in Florida. So, they're going to be doing some work, and we know there's a delay between this flight and flight 12. And as Alex said earlier, we've got something special coming up here at T-7 hours, because people always ask us offline, hey, what do you think's going to happen? What do you think's going to happen? And to be honest, we don't know. I mean, EJ, how many times have you been asked, what do you think the outcome of this flight's going to be? What do you think?
Something's going to blow up. But the thing is, we want it to blow up in one direction. That's the difference between,
Wonder.
Yeah.
If it's exploding in one direction out the bottom, then we're good. Out the sides, not so much.
I mean, the booster's going to explode out in many different sides when it hits the water.
But that's the
anyway.
intention, though, so it's
Yes,
different.
yes,
the
but
Ryan
it
I
won't be
know and
one
love.
direction though.
There he is. Well, anyway, guys, as Alex said, we've got I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it. Coming up here, we are at net 7 hours before SpaceX launches Flight 11 there from Starbase. What a beautiful camera view we have there. So let's see what happens when you actually ask the guys from NSF, what do you think is going to happen on this flight, Ryan?
What do I think will be the outcome of Flight 11?
Honestly, great success. I think Booster 15-2 is going to do everything that it is supposed to and accurately.
I think it's going to be a good outcome. I really, really want to see that this is a repeatability of Flight 10. It's one thing if you do it once. It's another thing if you can repeat it over and over again, which is what they need to do as we increase the launch cadence going forward.
They learned a lot from the last flight. They're doing basically the same profile. Yes, there's a few changes, but I think that this is going to be a great success.
I actually thought that Flight 10 was going to go out in another blaze of glory. I actually honestly had no confidence in it whatsoever, but I was proven wrong.
My expectation, or at least my hope for Flight 11, is to build on the success of Flight 10. I want to see an uneventful re-entry. I don't want to see any energetic events in the aft. I don't want to see any disintegrating flaps. And I really want to see a smooth and steady flip and burn on the ship so that they can get moving with a catch.
This time, I actually think it's going to go great. I think it's going to be really smooth. It's going to achieve all of its stretch goals and A+.
Hopefully, I expect this flight to go well, and we'll look back on Block 2 as sort of a mixed legacy, but it ended strong. I was going to say ended with a bang. Please don't end with a bang.
Considering what we saw with the success of Ship 37 and on Flight 10, I think Ship 38 is going to make it all the way through peak heating. Because it isn't running as many tile experiments or TPS experiments, I think it's going to do well. I think it's going to be interesting to see how Ship is actually going to react when they actually initiate the flaps to try and steer and reorient the ship once it's in full belly flop mode.
The ship will be under control after stage separation. It'll go through its paces while it's in flight, and then it will get an accurate landing out in the Indian Ocean.
Yes, they will be doing some things differently than last time, but I think that if we see Ship and Booster make it to re-entry and through re-entry, we'll see it successfully all the way through.
I think Flight 11 will be incredible. I'm a little nervous about Booster 15 and all the reused engines. I think Ship 38 will be flawless from beginning to end.
They've been doing some pretty good things in the last little while and have learned quite a bit. I think Flight 11 will reach all the milestones.
Well, I hope it does go as well as Flight 10 without the, explosion thing on the skirt that we saw at T plus 47 minutes. I'm at the point where I think they have already discarded every single potential failure point of version 2. So here's crossing my fingers, and I cannot do my toes, but I would. So, good luck and everything for Flight 11.
I'm sure the teams want to get these vehicles out of here and get ready for Block 3, which is on Pad 2, not too far over there. But I really do think today's going to be successful. The last launch was very successful when it comes to the heat shield. SpaceX has that data that they finally need, and they can finally take that data and learn from their mistakes or learn from what they did from Flight 10 on Flight 11.
One, I'm very excited for this flight. This is my first time seeing Starship in person. I think we're going to see smooth flight, smooth reentry, stable reentry. We're going to see everything go really good. That's my hope, and I'm fingers crossed. That's what I'm thinking.
Although now that I said that, it probably just jinxed it, so sorry.
Okay, how much fun was that? Seriously, seeing everybody at NSF giving their predictions of what Flight 11 is going to be. And that just shows you all the people in the background, not all of them, because there's a whole lot that didn't do it, but a lot of the people in the background here at NSF that just love rockets and are great friends and have a good time doing this. EJ, I'm going to ask you first. Let's keep that momentum going. What are your predictions for Flight 11 today?
I think we're going to see exactly what SpaceX is intending to do with this vehicle. So, quote unquote, soft splashdown of the booster downrange. And then I think she's going to make it. She's going to make it all the way through reentry. There are tile experiments on this, but there's nothing like the last one that was orange. They do have some tiles blanked off of the ship, but I think we're going to see, as close to 100% mission success today as SpaceX intends. Ryan, what about you?
Yeah. Ryan?
I think it'll be a repeat of 10. Although I think 38 will survive it. Probably won't have the same burn through areas, hopefully. I'd be curious to see, how well the ship holds up with the patches of tiles missing, as it does seem like SpaceX is really testing this thing to see if they can get it to fail. But we'll see. I think it'll make it, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'm with you guys. I watched Flight 10 go all the way through, energetic event in the skirt and all, and I'm just impressed with how robust the ship is. The booster, I'm so looking forward to Block 3 boosters, and of course, this will be an exciting launch with 15-2. But I want to see the ship make it through reentry. Earlier on, there was a question, EJ, you were talking about the ullage gases, and one of the questions that came up was about ice. And, we saw on Flight 10 the energetic event in the skirt. Do we know, have we confirmed that was like an ice blockage and just a pressure buildup? Do we have any information on that?
I'm not so sure that we have much information on that. Ryan, I don't think they ever said anything, did they?
They never talked about it.
Yeah.
My expectation is it was the leftovers of engine chill from the in-space burn, and you basically had CH4 and oxygen mixing along with the start of reentry and pop with maybe some ice blockage in with that, or something along those lines, because it was right where the engine chill lines were. So my expectation this time around, they did not change where those purge lines go through. They're the exact same, at least from what we can tell. My guess is any changes to prevent such a thing from happening again will be software to try to. They might try to pulse them a little bit or pulse alternate them to make sure you don't get methane and oxygen mixing during reentry when there's hot plasma. That's not really the greatest of combinations. So it's not really the greatest. So my expectation is that it won't happen again. But I think it was just kind of one of those fluke things that they didn't really think of until it happened. But then again, don't mix CH4 and oxygen so close together. That's a pro tip.
We want that happening in the engines, not outside of them.
Yes.
Yep. Yep. And there's a shot of the soft roadblock. I think they're still clearing, folks. They haven't actually set it up yet. That's LBJ Boulevard. They're at Starbase, and we're going to keep monitoring that because here in about 40 minutes, we should see most of the vehicles, as you see there, leaving the beach. And then them establishing that soft roadblock once they clear the beaches. And you guys talked earlier about all the locations of our cameras, and there's still there's a significant number of vehicles down there. All of those have to go. So we'll be watching that over the next 40 minutes. But I want to take a minute. I want to thank some people because the support has just been crazy this morning. And, as Chris B likes to say, when you go out to the store and, you pick up the patch, it's like you get something back for that support. And when we say thank you on stream, that's exactly the same thing. We do this because you guys are here with us and you're rocket nerds and we love it. So, when you join NSF and you become a member, there's perks as you stay with us and watch streams, etc. So let me thank Ultra Geek, who upgraded their membership. Thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Magnum also becoming a Capcom member. Jim Slim, thank you for that very generous super chat. We appreciate it. With Howdy from the Roundabout at Ground Zero. Thanks to NSF for all the great coverage and fueling the fire in all space nerds and creating new young ones. First time here, first time to see in-person launch. I remember my first time. EJ, Ryan, have you been down there? That's a special moment. And one of the things that I love is getting out on the dunes with all the parents and their kids because they're just instilling the love of rockets and the love of engineering and science in those children. EJ, do you remember your first launch?
Yeah. I mean, you were standing right next to me, Gene, when we saw it. And, Gene, we get paid to talk here. That's what we do. We talk to you guys about rockets. We talk to everybody and talking to everybody's family. When that thing launched, I had no words. I'm just like, wow, that's okay, all right. And then before I understood before my mind could kind of process what was going on, the booster is back down and caught. I'm like, that's pretty neat. That's a pretty neat thing. I like that.
Yeah. I'm always reminded of Walter Cronkite when they land on the moon and the guy's paid to speak on camera and he's speechless. I always equate those scenes because I was the same way for my first rocket launch. I was like, am I seeing this? Am I seeing this live? Like, is this happening? And you could see on the right hand side and basically down at the bottom of the picture there, you could see some of the folks are still out on the dunes. So we've got a ways to go before we clear this thing out. Ryan, do you remember your first launch? Was it Hopper?
I have not been to any. We'll go with that. At all. So
that's not okay.
Yeah, I know.
You do live a pretty good clip away. I'll give you that.
Yeah, if I wanted to drive, it'd be like almost a day's drive. If I wanted to drive all the way down to Starbase. I want to do it for the first Block 3 flight out of that new pad. So I keep saying next flight. I do keep saying that for anyone who's seen me and stuff. But I really want to try to make it for that first Block 3 flight, whenever that's going to be at this point. So that's the hope. I'm gonna hopefully to make it to that one.
Well, look, if we never get to Starbase again, we have the live camera views from, there's the shot from the Margaritaville where EJ and I are normally hanging out. Doss is up there, probably Gage up there with him, setting up all the cameras, getting things squared away. But you have NSF, and that's really I'm a supporter just as much as I'm a host and commentator, because I was watching NSF during the test flights. Hopper was, we've all been there. So joining NSF is kind of a big deal. And becoming a Capcom member is a big deal, like Matt Gooch just did. Thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Josh, thank you for that tip. We appreciate it. Tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Do you see a future where reentry heating is solved by ionizing the hull or raising shields over the ceramic tiles? Now, Ryan, you laughed, so I'm going to give that one to you. Should we raise the shields?
I wish we could. Are we talking? Polarize the hull plating. We talking NX-01 Starship here, or we talking? Raise the shields like Voyager for atmospheric entry and stuff like that. Or BC-304 raise the shields. I mean, I could just keep going, but there's at some point we're gonna get that kind of technology as the human race. I don't know when, but at some point we will.
As a giant sci-fi nerd, I too want to sit in the capture chair and say, raise the shields, put the Klingon on the screen. Like, that is my dream. Red alert. Yeah. Lock phasers, Mr. Weber, right? Let's do it. Tim, thank you so much for that support.
Where's EJ going to be? Where's EJ going to be? Is EJ going to be in the other seat, or is he your first EJ science officer?
You're the science officer.
I'll be the science officer.
Make him the captain. Make him the captain. I don't know.
That is not logical.
Bob, thank you so much. Gifting 10 Red Team memberships. By the way, if you get those, of course, say thank you in the chat, because that is a big deal. And then some other folks. Let's see, Snot Garden, thank you so much. Gifting 5 Red Team memberships. You guys are going so fast, I can't keep up. So I'm going to pause right there. We're going to talk about the ship again. We are at 6 hours and 46 minutes, no earlier than time. And they are targeting the beginning of this window. We haven't heard anything slipping. We did see some rain over at Margaritaville, but that was earlier today. That's going to be moving out. Looks from our internal weather folks, weather's going to be favorable for this launch, right, EJ?
Yeah, weather's looking 80% favorable from SpaceX actual last time we checked. Now, we haven't had an update since yesterday, but I don't see a cloud in the sky. Ryan, you were talking about the METAR a little bit earlier. It seems pretty clear out there. No, you know what? I'm not even going to speculate on the stuff that we saw for the last flight. I'm not even going to say it. It's got clear skies, right? Right? Am I right?
Yeah. Visibility 10 miles, so that's your standard full-on visibility. Clear. I mean, there might be some lower clouds, but the cloud coverage is what it sounds like is going to be like 9%, give or take. There's a chance. I think there's a chance of some clouds coming in over the Gulf, but that's just about it. Otherwise, it's a should be a picture perfect launch for Flight 11. Which, I will say, even with the weather abort and scrub for Flight 10, and the kind of fogginess we got on Flight 3, we have been pretty blessed with weather when it comes to Starship launches. Like, truly. I mean, there have been times where there have been clouds here and there, but for the most part, we've gotten clear skies and beautiful, weather for launches out of Starbase. Eventually we're gonna get the ones where you're gonna have clouds and Starship will be flying through clouds, which will just be one of those crazy things because you're just going to be sitting there waiting, and all of a sudden you'll see this shockwave through the cloud as the booster comes back through to be caught on the tower. So those are going to be some insane shots when that starts to happening. But we've been pretty lucky so far.
Well, looking at the weather in the back channels, it does look good, as we were talking about. And we are about 6 hours, 44 minutes from launching this thing, or they start fueling here in a little bit. You can still see some of the cars, people out in the dunes. They got about a half hour before they start setting up that soft roadblock. Some great questions coming in, and there's no way we are able to get to all of them. So keep the questions going in, but I am being blasted in chat because EJ should be the engineer on our Starship. 100% agree. I deserve that.
I can change the laws of physics, Captain, I guess.
Can you?
I'm not. No. Can't change the laws of physics, chat. Sorry.
Hey, real quick, Supersonic Retro, thank you for being here, man. We appreciate you being here. And a great question, because we were talking about earlier when I was watching the stream, you guys were having fun with the Saturn V or the Saturn I first stage, and Ryan was doing some magic under that. Now, I'm going to kind of take that question and I'm going to move it to Mars. Does the ship, or could the ship, this is the question, could the ship reach orbit from Mars' surface by itself, or would there need to be boosters on Mars as well? Ryan, I'm going to send that to you first.
The ship should be able to. Mars is a third the gravity of Earth. A ship should be able to, especially a Block 3 ship. A Block 2 couldn't do it because it doesn't really have the thrust weight ratio to do it. But a Block 3 ship, or even a Block 4 for that matter, once you get even more upgrades and everything, they should be able to SSTO off of Mars. Which will be cool. And then, of course, they'll have to get into Mars orbit, and I don't know how much propellant they would have left, on a... I don't know how much propellant they would have left. They might have to then be able to come back. That'd be kind of interesting. Would they have to, refuel in a depot in Mars orbit and then come back again?
So they would basically take the SLS model from the surface of Mars, and there would be a dedicated ship that simply transfers cargo and people, or weight, kilograms, from the surface to a waiting transfer vehicle that would then come back to Earth. Basically, what they're doing with what they're doing with the HLS. Sorry, I said SLS. HLS for the moon.
Yeah, I think the best scenario for round trips between Mars and Earth is you basically have vehicles in space, actual vehicles that were built in space using Starship's payload capacity, orbital construction and everything. And you have these vehicles that can travel between Earth and Mars, basically back and forth and whatnot. And Starship is used to carry supplies to these vehicles, is used to carry cruise these vehicles to and from the Martian surface or Earth surface into space. And basically you dock with it and then it returns back to Mars, or you docks with it and returns back to Earth. I think that is the best case scenario in my view. Starship will still be good to go to and from Earth and Mars, but once you really get something established, having a transfer vehicle that you just dock to and then return back to that planet, I think it would be far more efficient. Something that's nuclear powered. I know EJ's probably waiting to button and say absolutely yes, but that's what I want.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, hey.
Right?
Was it EJ? He just absolutely yes.
Yes.
No, I agree with the transfer vehicle, and then you've got starships leaving Earth with a booster, leaving Mars without one, and then they transfer crew and cargo. Yeah. I mean, if you look at the last Elon presentation with the red lines and the blue lines, that's our future. Basically, that's right. Pop Trepica says exactly right. An orbiting airport kind of scenario, where all you do is get up there and then transfer to the ship that's going to take you to Earth or back.
Like, you have the Starship Enterprise, and the starships are the shuttlecraft for it, into a shuttle bay. Hey, see? Yeah, that's where I'm going.
You were sandbagging that one, weren't you? You couldn't wait to jump in there with it. All right, let me get back to some thanking some folks. TWA, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. We appreciate it greatly. And then DJ Pawn 3 gifting 10 Red Team memberships. And again, as Chris B always says, thank you. We do this, and we love having you guys join us when we do this. So we're very, very grateful when you guys gift Red Team memberships and bring people into the fold to watch more rocket launches. Let's kind of switch gears and let's talk about I know we keep repeating the same stuff, so we keep asking the same questions because as people join, as new people join the chat and the stream, we have to kind of keep answering the same questions. So I want to turn to Flight 12 and the gaps between them, because we know they're testing Block 3 booster hardware, and they've got a substantial number of nose cones.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan, okay, you made a noise. I'm coming to you first. You know the rules.
All right.
You know the rules.
Get a word in here.
They have a lot of nose cones. What about this flight are they waiting for, do you think?
As in...
before we see a Block 3 ship?
They're still waiting on data for the aft section. Like, they need to make an aft section test tank, basically, for Block 3, because it's gonna, based off the Pathfinder we've seen, it seems like the aft section is gonna get redesigned, or as I like to call it, the drive section. I'm gonna keep throwing sci-fi and Star Trek terms in
I
here.
love it.
Absolutely am. Because it works, but it's going to be a little bit before I think they really finish off the Ship 39 and everything, and then once they got that design down, once they got the construction down, oh boy, are they just going to start making stuff. They're just going to start pumping out starships, and then they're going to run into a problem of where they put all their ships, because they'll start catching them, and then they're going to have to refly them and then expend them, because they just won't have a place to put them. That's going to be probably the biggest downside, is a lot of the original ones that get caught will get reused or scrapped, because they just won't have the space to put them. Even with Gigabay, it's only going to be 18 workstations along with probably 6 turntables. Eventually you're going to run out of room. So
that's a great point. EJ, do you think what more gigabays?
Yeah, more gigabays. I'm told. What I think they'll do is, once the launch pad construction is finished, like basically once they've reconfigured the pad we're looking at right there to the new design over on the right.
Love this shot.
Yeah, it's a really, really cool shot. It's the original versus the future, or the history versus the future, basically, on this shot. Once they reconfigure it and all the launch pad work is done, I honestly think they should make it's not really a gigabay, but something even bigger than a gigabay over in Sanchez. You don't need workstations for it. You don't need workstations and turntables. Just a place to park ships and boosters inside of a hangar. Just make a massive hangar to park them in. And they're going to need, I think they should do that over in Roberts Road as well. Just a massive hangar to park them in. You can, if you need to do something with it, you just roll in a lift to work on it or something like that. But something to keep them inside like they do with Falcon 9. That's what I think they should do.
Ryan, I got a crazy question. You know Hangar X with Falcon 9, right? That's the big hangar at the Cape for people that don't know. Hangar X is on Roberts Road. It's where SpaceX does their turnarounds for Falcon 9s, but it's all done horizontally at Hangar X. Do you think they'd build a vertical hangar for these things, or do you think they'd utilize that breakover device we've been hearing so much about?
Vertical. I think they would store them all vertically. They would basically put embeds inside to where they can roll the stand onto and then kind of lock it down a little bit inside of a hangar. Basically, you basically just need to make this hangar. Make it 100 meters tall, or make it even 90 to 100 meters tall. You don't need it really anything on the roof. You don't need any bridge cranes, so you don't have to design the structure to be very, very load bearing with bridge cranes and other things like that, because you don't need to lift the vehicles. All you need is a place to store them. So just build a massive hangar with little cubbies to park the vehicles in with transfer aisles, so you can go in, grab it, and go out. That's what I think they should make eventually.
But dare I say Terabay or Petabay?
It might be that. They might call it a Terabay. I mean, it's
Terabay. I mean, what are you writing? Hangar.
Here you go. Ryan
X.
Art.
Yeah. How dare you deface Julia's beautiful photo? Hangar X2. No, they need to make a Terabay, and then they're going to make a Petabay. They're going to make all kinds of bigger and better and bigger. But so if this is going to be an interesting shot, because someday we're going to be able to get this picture with the VAB back there, basically just hidden behind the Gigabay. You'll see maybe the top right corner of it.
You're going to have the Gigabay that's going to go up, and then over onto the side, you're going to have a massive Star Factory, and then you'll probably have another expansion to the Gigabay, and maybe even another expansion to the Gigabay. So they have 72 workstations, and then maybe a whole hangar which they can store stuff in. That's what I think.
Ryan, don't you have work to do, Ryan? You just I mean,
I love it.
Seriously?
Yeah.
That's good stuff. You can see the cars on the right-hand side of Ryan's beautiful Gigabay artwork there. They're moving them out. You saw earlier they took probably a group photo, but the sheriffs are out there like, let's go, gotta move. But they'll set the roadblocks up. This is our shot from. This is the new Danger Lot shot? Is that what this one is?
Yep,
I believe so.
That's the trailer at Danger Lot. It's right by Starhopper.
Seeing the giant concrete building in the way. That was
the mega bunker.
I've been watching the updates.
It's got a very Soviet style design to it. That Eastern European Soviet style, just raw, bulky, hard lines structure to it is what that bunker basically is.
Brutalist.
Yeah, brutalist.
I would say it's structurally sound. It might be ugly, but it's structurally sound.
I do not like the way it looks one way or the other at all. Anyways, the one thing I'm really curious about, because we have this view from Danger Lot, is where is the cameras going to be for the next flight? Because from this shot, you're looking straight at the tower for Pad B. Maybe you'll be able to see the vehicle a little bit and whatnot, but most of it's going to be the tower. So it'll be interesting to see, where they have us put our cameras. It might still be at the Danger Lot, because you might be able to actually peer in and see, seeing that exhaust that close from that pad.
I was going to bring up that that's a lot closer. Those cameras, if they let us put cameras there, you're right. You're looking at the tower, but you'll see a little bit off to the left-hand side there. But yeah, those cameras are going to get, well, then again, the deluge, the flame buckets are going 90 degrees perpendicular from it. That's going to be an amazing thing to see.
Once it clears the pad, Then you get more shockwaves.
I guess we're going to find out. Doss will be building a ruggedized camera housing, which I think we already have one. Look at that beauty. They've almost got
looks
the
like a
cladding on.
battleship. Like, really.
Looks like a launch pad, doesn't it, EJ?
Yeah.
I think so, but I definitely see some Zumwalt cruiser in here. To be honest with you,
I was thinking, like, because those panels are about an inch to 3/4 an inch thick. I was literally thinking at that angle, if you stuck like 14 to 16-inch steel plates on them, it could probably tank a Yamato round. Probably.
I mean, thinking about what comes out of the bottom of the booster, yeah, I would hope so.
It's going to need to. And there's some great questions regarding the OLM. So let's get back to some rocket talk instead of. By the way, is it Yamato or Yamato? Are you a true Star Blazers fan? That's the question.
I say Yamato.
Lewis wants to know for Pad 2, which we just had a great shot of, and you can see it off to the right hand side there. Which direction will the vehicle initially pitch over? For Pad 1, we obviously know it goes east. Where's it gonna go? Because there's kind of they're going to delay the pitch, tower avoidance maneuver. Is it going to go south then east? What do you guys think? EJ, I'll come to you first on this one.
I think she's going to launch due east, and the vehicle will do a roll program that has Starship's flaps kind of perpendicular to the ground. An avoidance maneuver is an avoidance maneuver. I mean, you can go in 3 directions away from the tower. You know, you can go south, you can go east. I don't think they would go west. But I'm just going to say the vehicle will, pitch a little bit, basically in the direction that the diverter is going, and then execute the roll program.
Ryan, do you concur?
Yeah, it'll just go due east. It'll be fine. It'll just kind of go over the current tower, but by the time it's actually over the the Pad 1 tower, it'll already be pretty high in altitude, so it really won't matter that much. So
when you say due east, isn't there a chopstick in the way? I mean, it's got to clear. Right?
The sticks will be out of the way. The stick will be entirely out of the way. There won't be sticks in the way. It'll be fine.
Okay. Cool. That was a really, really good question. Let me thank some folks real quick. You know what? Let me ask one more question, and then we'll get back. You guys have been sending in some amazing, amazing questions. So I want to ask. Let's see, EJ. This one comes in from John. As I recall, the renders have them leaving the booster on the stand while catching the ship and stacking it again. Did someone decide that was a bad idea? So obviously, we're talking about when we see a booster catch and a ship catch. Are we turning Tower 1 into a catch tower, EJ?
I think so. Yeah, absolutely. I think that it will serve tentatively as a catch tower after they get rid of the donut and everything. And guys, that's a little bit of my opinion, but consider this. Like, if they were serious about retooling Pad A or Pad 1 or this pad or the first pad at Boca Chica, if they were serious about retooling it, don't you think we would see an OLM sitting at Sanchez being worked on? We would see another big OLM being made if they were considering turning this pad around quickly to, a Block 3, to accept Block 3 Starship. I think it will be used for catches. Why? Why wouldn't you, right? I think the booster will probably get caught on the pad that it launches from, but, for ship catches, hey, there you go, free spin, let's do this.
Actually, wouldn't it make more sense to catch the booster on Tower 1 since it faces more east and the booster's coming from that direction and the ship coming in? I mean, if you look at the orientations of the towers is what I'm talking about. So the ship doesn't have to do some crazy maneuver.
Well,
Ryan, I think that's better for ship, right? That's what you're going to say?
The one, it doesn't matter which tower they get. If both get caught on Tower 1, I mean, they're not going to have to do a crazy maneuver. It doesn't matter which one gets caught on the second tower. They're going to have to do a maneuver anyways. because ship will have to like turn bank and back in. On this tower, basically ship will have to come in and just back in. The booster is going to have to do a like a dog leg on the landing burn for pad 2. And same thing as ship, basically, because of the way the sticks are oriented compared to the flight path. So it'll be interesting to see how they do it. If they re-enter ship a certain way, then it should just be able to back into the tower. But booster, on the other end, is going to have to do like a dog leg to line back up. And honestly, this tower isn't ready for any catching of any of that kind, and it won't be for a bit until they modify it. And not only that, I don't know if you're going to want to start catching stuff while you're in the middle of digging into the ground on it. So they'll probably have to do both on that second tower until this one's ready to go again.
Yeah, that makes sense. See, this is why we have you guys here to answer all these amazing questions from the folks in chat, and thank you for sending those in at NSF or at NASA Spaceflight. You can send in those questions, and we'll get to them. Chuck, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. You are awesome. And Greg, underutilized crew resources. EJ is obviously a chief engineer. See, they're still blasting me on the whole science thing.
Yeah,
that's okay. He is 100% the chief engineer. Reved, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships to folks and bringing stuff in. And Ethereal Swordsman, I can't say enough about you, my friend. Thank you for a very, very generous chat. As Chris said earlier in the stream, like, we start to know your names and start to know your guys, know your handles and what you guys do and what you guys like. And we love that you're here. Ethereal Swordsman, you got this. By the way, he wants to know, this is a standard Florida question. What are the 4 towers for? Wrong answers only. Very quickly, Ryan, go.
I gotta think here.
Really? That's an easy one.
Sorry. What was... I was answering Alex in the back. I was answering Alex on something. What was the question?
I was making a joke for Ethereal Swordsman. The 4 towers in Florida are for catching birds, just in case they don't fly over the pad, right? I mean, that's obviously what they're there for. EJ, what do you think? Wrong answers only.
It's the zip line for a camera to get away from the rocket for birds or something.
There you go, Swordsman. Thank you very much for that. Very, very generous chat.
The Tesla towers to make sure people don't get too close to the pad.
I like that one too.
Consumes electricity and powers the cyber trucks that are over on Roberts Road. CJ, thank you. Keep him in space on a high orbit. Yes, we agree. That's going to be the way to do it. And then RC Horseman, who you saw earlier on the How Do You Think Flight 11 video is going to go. It's good to see him. Thank you for gifting 50 Red Team memberships. RC, you're a legend. And then this guy pops in just because he is the destroyer. Absolutely the destroyer. Kevin Michael Reed coming in. How long until we see lounges and nightclubs in space? EJ, go ahead and take that question.
I'd say on the sooner end. I mean, it really depends. If that thing, if that big tube you guys see on your screen does what SpaceX wants it to do, it could be as early as 5 years from now. I mean, unlikely, but could be. It's possible. You never know what's going to happen. The world didn't really realize what the DC-3 was until it happened, or the 707. Right. And then it happened. And then all of a sudden, I can take an airplane to Australia. No problem. Right. Like that's how it is. These kind of crazy, these crazy avenues of transportation just kind of pop up. We had an idea about how airplanes were, what their role was. And then somebody's like, oh, man, we just put a bunch of people on this. So Ford did it with the tri-motor. And then, Douglas later with the DC-3, and then now, airline travel is super simple. Look at all the people that fly into Brownsville, for these flights. Simple as that. It could happen very quickly. I mean, The 367-80, the first 707 prototype, was in the late 50s. And then by the late 60s, they were everywhere. You could be looking at the 707 of spacecraft right now on your screen. That's very possible. So sooner rather than later, I would say, if SpaceX has their way.
I agree. I answer that question this way: like, never underestimate the human ability to charge someone else for something. The minute they are able to put something in orbit and serve drinks from it, or have a movie night or something like that, or dinner, fancy dinners or whatever, yeah, I mean, I'm with you, EJ. You could put a bunch of seats on this, and we joke about point to point, Earth to Earth, but eventually there's going to be a giant starship space station floating around Earth, and people sipping, I don't know, an alcoholic beverage to a straw, maybe. I don't know. Ryan, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, kind of agree with EJ. I don't think it'll be too long to see any of that. It'll be. It'd be cool to go up there and do that one day. Just sitting in a orbiting space station at a bar or something, looking over, looking down at Earth. That'd be really, really cool. But we'll see when it happens.
I don't know about you guys. If I myself never make it to the moon or Mars, I at the very least want to see Earth from low Earth orbit.
Yes.
In a bar would be great. I don't think the idea of getting buzzed in space is probably a good idea. That doesn't sound fun. But
sorry to cut you off. That was John out there, John Krause. Look at that with the group shot fading up. Go ahead, EJ. That's awesome.
No, it's great, man. It's great. But yeah, I would like to see low Earth orbit with my own eyes for at one point. That would be great. That'd be awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I 100% agree. I don't know that Ryan does.
No, I would love to see our planet with my own eyes from an outside perspective, just to see the blue ball floating in space. Like, I mean, it would. I mean, as always, it would probably put things in perspective, but it'd also be really cool to just see. It's one of those things that I wish everyone would have the chance to see at some point in their life. Obviously, it's not possible, not right now anyways.
Not yet.
Maybe in the future it will be that almost everyone would get the chance to be able to see Earth from orbit. Just to, it always tarts me back to the Carl Sagan. What was it, that press conference where it was a shot, I think it was from, I can't remember which Voyager it was. It was a shot from Voyager, and it was through Saturn's rings, and it's like this little pixel, that dot, that's Earth. And it's like, yeah, we're just this little pixel from this far out. Everyone who's ever lived, everyone in the history of the human race has been in that little pixel. That's it. It's kind of like it's so cool. I want to see it with my own eyes.
Yep. Just a big blue ball floating in space. And I too want to see it. I think, I mean, I've lived a pretty good life on this planet. I know it would be hard, but Elon, if you're listening, sign me up, my friend. I'll colonize Mars with you. Let's go. I know it's a one-way trip. I love my kids. I love my grandkids, but what an adventure that would be. I'm 100% there. 6 hours, 16 minutes, no earlier than time. Now, again, SpaceX is targeting the opening of the launch window, and we should be pretty close to seeing some soft roadblock action at LBJ Boulevard on one of our cameras there. So let's spin that last question, and because when we saw the Starship and the development, the high bay, mega bay, giga bay being constructed, when we actually have orbital construction, do you think, and I'll EJ, come to you first, do you think that we're going to go bigger, or are we going to go similar size to Starship or smaller? And actually, this is a question that comes in from Supersonic Retro Propulsion, and then I'm gonna talk about Fenn's question after you answer that one. Do you think we're just gonna go like stupid, crazy, big construction in orbital space?
Not necessarily. It really depends on what type of transport infrastructure we set up. I mean, if I'm going to nerd out on this, it really depends on what we're doing. Now, personally, I don't really think the ship is going to be whatever ships we, kind of develop to move people around. I don't think that size is going to change very much. What I do think is going to change is how much cargo you can attach to it. I mean, this is very much not like, oh, this is going to happen, and kind of this is what EJ thinks. I mean, if we make like a shipping container for space, right? We've seen kind of a prototype of that with the MPLMs, the multi-purpose logistics modules from the shuttle, right? If we see like a space shipping container, Gene, I don't think we're necessarily going to see a bigger ship. Because why? Why do you need a bigger ship? Like, think about a container ship, like a container ship that sails the seas, right? On Earth. What is that? It's a boat hull or ship hull with a bunch of containers on it. Now, if you're thinking about a space container ship that goes to Mars, like if it's in a cycle, like an Aldrin cycler that, is resonant between Earth and Mars every once in a while, why do you need the hull? You don't need the hull. Just stack a bunch of containers together like Legos and put an engine section on the back. And that's it. I don't think you'd see the size change, but the cargo containers, stacking the cargo containers, right? Would that make it a bigger ship? I don't think so. You're just going to need a small little segment at the back with a, place for people or not, and a drive section to put it like Ryan puts it. Ryan?
Oop. On the dot. Right on the dot.
12 o'clock.
Look, road closed. On the dot. The sheriff moved in position on the road. So, there you go. Right at 12.
And that's at LBJ Boulevard. And we had some maps up earlier where they would show you that as we progress through the clearing of the beach, the clearing of the launch site, they'll push everybody through there, and then they'll block that off, and then they'll move it back past the production site, and et cetera, et cetera. And again, if this is your first time joining NSF for a Starship launch, we're going to go through these and explain the process of how to launch a rocket, and we'll answer your questions at NSF. Okay, I said I was going to spin into Fenn's question. Fen Dragon says, this being the largest rocket / booster combo in history, how does Starship / Super Heavy compare to large objects like a submarine or a battleship or USS Enterprise? Because we've been talking about the Enterprise. I'm blaming Ryan for that one. But how does it compare? Let's start with a submarine, right? Like, I've seen a couple of submarines. I've never seen them stacked on end. Like, this is what, Ryan? Remind me, 400 and is it 11?
I'm trying to remember how much let's see here, a Los Angeles class.
Oh, you picked the small one, man.
Or wait,
what's the big one?
Let's go to the. I think it's the Columbia class, if I remember correctly. It's the newer one. Yeah, it's the newer one. That's the newer SSBN, if I remember.
Ohio class submarine is 560 feet.
Yeah, that's the big one, man.
Yeah,
Ohio's the big guys, the boomers.
18,750 tons. Yeah.
No, the biggest submarine ever is the Typhoon class, or the Project 941 Aquila, which displacement submerged is 48,000 tons, which is nuts. And then
King only.
Please.
Brian, weren't those also the submarines that were equipped with the hydropneumatic magneto drive?
Supposedly, I cannot confirm nor deny that those events ever occurred. But move on. And then you get like the Gerald R. Ford class. Those are 1,092 feet and 100,000 tons. Starship fully loaded is 5,000. So.
Right, but we're talking, how does it compare in size? So if you look at the Typhoon class, thank you, EJ, what is it, 570 something feet long? This rocket is, the Super Heavy booster itself is what, 230? Is it 232?
So
fully stacked, it's what, 410 or something like that?
The full stack is about 122 meters, give or take. a little bit less. The Kula is 175 meters long, or the Typhoon class, as NATO calls it. So it's shorter than a Typhoon, which just goes to show how big that submarine is.
Yeah.
Which is nuts.
Well, it also shows how big this rocket is. Oh, Scott, what do you got?
And Scott's going in.
Chat, yeah.
Yeah, then that's true. Exactly, Scott. That is true.
Oh. Scott says, remember that submarines, I'm just going to read it, have density equal to water so they can submerge, but Starship has a lower density so it can be larger but lower mass. And by the way, if you like Scott, like all of us do, stay right there with NSF for this launch and reentry stream. It's going to be a lot of fun. That was a great question. I like it. And I think Ryan has a graphic of putting it up next to buildings, but it was kind of fun to see because it is a cylindrical tube. So are submarines at their base. But yeah, that's a good question. And thanks, Scott, for chiming in. Appreciate you. Love you.
Fun fact.
Let me thank some folks. Go ahead.
Real quick. Fun fact, the Typhoon is 2 tubes glued together.
Yes, that is true.
Glued?
Well, no. They bolted it together. It's 2 submarines next to each other to make that hull. That's how they made a bigger submarine. They just took 2 submarines and bolted them together.
And then in the middle, they put all the missiles. Basically, is what they did.
Yep.
Yeah.
I need to get some hands on some Typhoon glue. It's pretty good stuff. Okay.
Don't we all?
Thank you for gifting some red team. Moving on, guys. 1 red team membership. Thank you so much for that generosity. We appreciate it. Venture coming in with some support. How much design margin does Starship have for future missions like lunar Mars missions, or would SpaceX need a new iteration like HLS? Now, we already know they're making HLS, right? We already know that. We don't know where, but we think it's at Starbase. But that's a single-use vehicle. Like Starship, I would think is a very versatile vehicle. So, EJ, I'm going to come to you first. Based on the mission, we're going to see a lot of iterations of Starship, right?
Yeah. SpaceX wants to achieve airline-like operations with this thing. That's no secret. They've said that many times. So, Gene, the way I like to think about it is that you're going to see different variants of starships like you see different variants of airplanes. Take like a McDonnell Douglas like DC-10, right? The DC-10 was originally visioned as a tri-jet passenger airplane, fly around, but there's also variants of it. There's a cargo variant that FedEx uses, right? They use it to ship packages around. It's a cargo conversion. And then the military they're on their way out now, but the military had KC-10s, which is a refueling variant. I think that is the kind of modularity and operability we're going to see with Starship. You're going to see a lot of different versions of this thing. And they're going to be suited for purpose. Another good example would be like a 747. The 747 was a long-range jetliner, and then they made a bunch of different variants of it, like one that's supposed to carry a space shuttle on the back. That's pretty cool. Big fan of that one. But there were also 747s that they turned into cargo conversions. 747-8F, right? It's a cargo variant where the nose cone opens up. Right. And then you have the Dreamliner, which is a cargo version of the 747 and the tail can open up. You can hinge the tail off the back and you put another plane's fuselage in it. For our Airbus friends, the Beluga. Great example there. Same idea. There's going to be variants of it. There's going to be plenty of different variants of this depending on task. Right.
Ryan, what do you think? What are you looking forward to the most? Let's talk about variants of the Starship going forward. What do you think is going to be the coolest one?
Oh boy, because I will say this: there's even a chance that there's a variant we haven't even thought of yet, and that SpaceX is making. Although I'm trying to think of what that could be, but obviously I haven't even thought of it yet.
I'm sorry, what?
I can't wait for the crude variant of it. All the Eclipse systems that are going to go along with it. The elevators, the airlocks that are going to go along with it. What kind of windows it's going to have. what kind of names we're gonna get with the Starship variants, because of course we gotta have like Enterprise, Yorktown, Hornet. You know, we gotta have all that because of course, you know, obviously. Um, I just can't wait to see the crude variant. I think is the one I'm waiting for the most, honestly.
Yeah, I want to see them all. I want to see all of them. I want to fly on them. Come on, let's go.
Catch 'em
I'm so
all.
excited.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm pumped up too, guys. I'd also like to mention that we might see some bespoke stuff that's designed for just lunar, like some starships that are designed straight for lunar architecture in the future that aren't HLS. Like it's possible.
Mhm.
I did the numbers one time, and if SpaceX, like I'll give you guys an example. If SpaceX can make a starship that can move 100 tons into low Earth orbit, like right now. Obviously, it doesn't make nearly as much by SpaceX's own admission. That's the iterative design process. They'll get there eventually. If we have a Starship in the future that has boil-off mitigation, right? So you don't have to worry about your propellants boiling off over time because SpaceX uses cryogenic propellants. They boil, and sitting in the sun up in space will boil it all off into gas, right? If they can mitigate that, and you have a Starship that moves 100 tons to low Earth orbit, Starship could, like, okay, say conceivably we have a LEM, like the Apollo program. The LEM was 16 tons. If you have 100 tons to LEO and you had a LEM in the cargo bay, which absolutely will fit, right? Starship could just go to low lunar orbit, drop the LEM off, LEM comes back up, ascent module comes back up, Starship goes right back and does a re-entry and lands on a catch tower. It has the Delta V to do it. Like, think about that for a second. Ryan, I think you were absolutely right. And the reason why I bring this up is because you were absolutely right in saying we don't even know what they're going to cook up in the future. There's so much on the table if you can move 100 tons into LEO,
Like
into low Earth orbit. Like, dude, you could do whatever.
The one thing I've always thought would be really, really cool is a giant version of Hubble with an optical telescope. Basically, you use 8.5 meters or something like that. You put like a hammerhead fairing on the payload and nose cone section is what you replace it with. No flaps, no nothing. You have the tankage, and you just install a massive optical telescope at the top. And once it gets into position, or you get into space, the hammerhead fairing deploys in massive, like Hubble-like
please.
telescope.
Yes, that would be amazing. I want to see that. Something else that I want to see is this launch stream that we've got coming up, guys. Seriously, when we talked earlier about special guests, Scott Manley himself is going to be joining us on the re-entry stream. So stay right with us here at NSF. Eric Berger, author of Re-entry. If you haven't read it, it's a great read. He's going to be joining us on the Ascent stage. These are the chances for you to get your questions answered by these amazing, amazing creators. Christian Davenport, Rocket Dreams. Again, an amazing mind in the world of rocketry. Get your questions ready. And Ashley Vance, author of When the Heavens Went on Sale, and also from the Core Memory stream page. Guys, this is a big deal. And I can't wait. EJ and I are going to be sitting back watching the stream, listening to your questions. We might send in some questions to some of these folks, and we are honored to have them here at NSF. So don't go anywhere when the launch stream comes up. Right now, we're still in Stakeout, and so are those helicopters. They're out there flying circles and doing all the stuff that they do over the water. But when that launch stream comes up, you definitely want to be there because we've got some great minds, and it's going to be a great talk. Unfortunately, Jack is hosting and not me, so I take it with, not a grain of salt, but Jack will do a great job because he's awesome too. We love you, Jack. So we have, these are helicopters inbound. Did they go and check the Gulf? Ryan, is that what they're doing? They're making sure
they're just doing normal patrolling for range, basically, because with the road closed and everything, SpaceX and range operations and along with the Coast Guard are in the process of making sure everything's clear, make sure there's nothing obvious sitting out there, or nothing that's going to come in or something along those lines. Making sure the wetlands are clear before they clear everyone out and fully close down the area and then chill down the tank farm and then go into that. That's basically what they're doing right now.
Well, that's a great graphic. You can actually see the traffic and where they went, and they just decide where to go. Like, hey, what's over here? But I can say with certainty that we are coming up on net minus 6 hours, and that gives me an opportunity to thank some of your amazing support for NSF, and we thank you so much for all the people that went out, checked out the patch. And again, as Chris said, this is not a pre-order. You buy it, it's going out. This is the last block too, and you're not going to want to miss this one. So head out to shop.nasa Spaceflight as one of the ways to show your support. But some of the other ways, Rick jumped in and became a Red Team member. Thank you very much. Yarman Armor with a generous super chat. Thank you for that. Brad comes in with a very, very generous super chat. Looking forward to the launch of Flight 11. Thanks for the entire NSF team. And our special guests. Don't forget our special guests, Brad. RC Horseman. There's a lot of, by the way, Ryan, there's a lot of chats in here talking about how optimistic you are. Apparently, I bring out your optimistic side. I'm taking 2% credit. RC, Ryan optimistic. RC is in. And then a little bit of money from somebody named Alex Physics. Here's a few bucks just to see optimistic Ryan Weber. So there you go. Everybody likes the optimistic Ryan Weber. Revhead, thank you very much for your support. Super generous. Santiago, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. DJ coming in. Webby Fan Club. Let's make this happen. Ryan, why is there no fan club for Ryan Weber yet?
I think I don't know. Is there?
Are you about to say yes? There is. I want to meet these people.
I wasn't about to say that.
You're like, well, Gene, there is.
I don't know if there is. I don't know.
My wife and kids are my fan club. EJ has a fan club.
Is that what you want to call that?
If anybody's going to have a fan club, it's EJ. Oh, goodness. All right, don't forget, keep getting those questions in at NASA Spaceflight, at NSF in the YouTube chat. And by the way, where is everybody? We're coming up. It's now 6 hours. We're below 6 hours. And they didn't ask. No, Pop, we do not need Ryan posters. No. No,
I kind of want that.
Like a fireman calendar of nothing but Ryan Weber.
Okay, I don't want that.
No. Oh dear Lord, no.
Everybody's like, why not?
I don't know if I like where this is going.
Do not want.
Nope. Do not want. Delete. Here comes the helicopter that we just saw. Some of the lines coming in. Now they just refuel and then head right back out to clear the dunes and the no boat zones. He's not coming in the same way.
Well, that is a perfect explanation. I think that I think the future is bright for Starship, but tomorrow will suck.
That's the smartest thing I've ever heard anyone say about you, Ryan, ever.
Oh, man.
See, and this is the part where we just have fun. I'm waiting to get yelled at in the back channel. They're like, Gene, take control. Do a thing.
That's not going to happen. I don't know if that's ever going to happen.
Because Kevin the Destroyer's back there. He's egging it on. He is.
Oh, no. Kevin always eggs it on. It's who Kevin is.
Okay. Here's a good question. EJ. Oh, it just went away. There we go.
We're back.
Let's see. Yes. Regarding catch simulation, could SpaceX use Starlink to provide low enough latency comms for a full test where ship talks to the tower from across the globe? Oh, that's actually a really good question. I'm going to put that one up there. Because we know we're seeing these amazing views from the ship because of the Starlinks that they have on board and they're sending and so on and so on. Is that enough to give telemetry to the tower for a catch simulation? I think that's where they were going, and that's a great question. EJ.
I think absolutely. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, guys, it's not just an advertisement seeing on these streams, these views are powered by Starlink. I'm pretty sure SpaceX is getting their telemetry, the entire telemetry stream from that booster through Starlink. I'm pretty dang sure. How else are you going to image it get these images during reentry? They have enough to broadcast a high-def signal through plasma, quote-unquote, plasma blackout. That's Oh yeah, no, they're absolutely doing that. In terms of regarding catch simulation, guys, it was talked about in an article with. This was talked about in an article with Bill Gerstenmaier a little while back. I believe it was from Aviation Week, I think. Please, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. SpaceX, every single one of SpaceX's flights gets basically entered into a database, and they use that to drive their simulation. SpaceX runs a bunch of simulations, right? At their wherever their mainframe is, their macro hard mainframe. No, that's a different company. And they'll do a bunch of simulations, and then they'll kind of figure out, okay, this should be good enough. And then they go and fly the booster, and they see how close their simulations were to the actual flight data. And then all of that gets parsed together, and they use that to come up with a better trajectory. That's how they were able to hone in Falcon 9s and get Falcon 9s flying perfectly every time. Every single flight is checked against every other flight, every other simulation. It's all constantly being tested in a constant, loop of simulation versus flight data versus simulation, because the computer doesn't know the difference, right? The computer doesn't know the difference between a telemetry-driven simulation and the telemetry-driven flight data, the flight data that's telemetry-driven, right? It doesn't know the difference. They just put it all together. So, yeah, of course, every single landing from Starship, including SN8, SN9, probably is going to be used to drive simulations and make them higher fidelity and get it perfect. That's how they were able to get sub-centimeter precision and catch the booster on the first attempt. It's wild stuff.
Yeah. I'd like to see a confirmation of that, because we are, like you said, we are seeing live video during the blackout period when most spacecraft don't. It's that famous thing, the 3 minutes to blackout, right? To comms reestablish. Now we've got it, right? We can see it. Ryan, what do you think?
Well, I kind of want them to do a simulated catch using pad 2 sticks, because they should be fully operational. The only thing we haven't seen move on those are the landing rails, but they're installed and hooked up. Everything else has been moved. They've even been moved at speed. So if they brought those up to the top of the tower at some point over the next 5.5 hours, I wouldn't be even remotely surprised if they tried a simulated catch with 38, or at least try to run it across the timeline. Maybe not telemetry with the ship talking to it, but do basically follow the flight plan, and then when ship is supposed to be doing the landing burn, it goes ahead and does a simulated catch. I think it would be really cool for them to try that. Test some software and stuff. Test those sticks out. I think that would be really cool. And I would say one of the main reasons why we're able to see the reentry as well as we are is because, Starlink's got a decent bandwidth. They've got the correct antennas on board that are facing away and up towards the actual satellites. And not only that, because of Starship's size, the bow shock is pushing enough of the plasma away that the signal can actually get through. Because on a capsule, even if you were to put a Starlink antenna on a Dragon, I don't think you'd be able to communicate, because that plasma, I don't think you'd be able to get through that. I mean, it might be able to, but I don't know if it would be able to. Same thing with Orion. If you were to bring a shuttle out of retirement, stick a Starlink antenna on the back of a shuttle and re-enter it, I'm pretty sure you could probably get a signal through that one as well, which would be really cool. But shuttle's retired, so.
Another thing to think about, Ryan, is that the signal is directional. You have your bow shock, you have your wake. So, guys, when a ship or a capsule comes in through reentry, it's going to leave a wake of plasma. It visually kind of looks like a boat wake going through the water. Obviously, it's not water; it's plasma, and it's on fire. But if you have a satellite positioned kind of behind the wake, so to speak, so low on the horizon, you can get communications through. That's how they did it with TDRS and the shuttle. The tracking data, NASA's tracking data and relay systems. They had antennas. The antennas are on the top of the shuttle. The short band antennas are on the top by the two windows in the crew, up where the crew is in the front. And when the shuttle is re-entering, they could broadcast backwards, behind the wake. to the satellite. So it's it's directional too. That plays a lot into it as well.
What you're seeing on your screen is N927MS, one of the 2 helicopters that they've got. That they go out and they patrol. I guess there's a 47 on there at the door now. They go out and they patrol the beaches as they start clearing, and this is expected to see as they start the roadblock at LBJ. And EJ, I appreciate you joining us today. And you know what? I always have a good time talking to you, my brother, and especially when we're there live together, hanging out. You always give such great answers. Chat, show some love to EJ.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Not what I was expecting.
Sorry.
Wow. This guy. EJ, say something to the people. Do the thing. I'm poking you with a stick.
What do you want me to say?
Are you ready for this thing? We're gonna go.
I'm
all the
ready,
way
dude.
through.
Oh, I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm very ready. Guys, okay, full disclosure, I was not like, you talked to me like on Saturday, a couple days ago. I was like, oh yeah, Starship's going to launch on Monday. And then, SpaceX started showing all the pictures that they show of Starship being stacked and pictures of the full stack and say, weather's 80% go. And then I'm like, oh, this thing's going. Oh yeah. Let's go. Yeah, I woke up this morning. I'm like, I'm feeling it today, man. Let's do this. I'm ready to see something fly. Let's go. That hype buildup was very quick.
It didn't take long. Like I was stunned. I was actually out of town, and I kept looking, and man, they were like, "Let's go. Let's get this thing up. Let's get it ready to go." And that's what they're just going to drive through this fueling process later on. And again, speaking of later on, when you're joining the live stream, we have some amazing special guests that we talked about a little bit earlier. And how much fuel does this helicopter have? We're waiting for it to leave. Would you go fly? Go do the thing. I'm gonna poke it with a stick. I'm gonna go ahead and thank some folks while we're waiting for this helicopter to get out of the way here. Tuesday with a super chat, Rip OLM1. Okay, so I'm definitely going to Ryan on this one. Was it actually the OLM or just the LM?
It's the SLM or SOLM.
Yeah.
Suborbital launch mount.
Suborbital launch
They're not
mount.
going to orbit ever on this thing, so it's suborbital.
A lot of people.
Wow, you know what? Hey, that is not me not being optimistic. That's just stating facts. I'm just going to say that right now.
That's just being mean.
That's not being mean. It's stating facts. Hey.
That's funny. You were right before I said something because everybody's talking about.
I knew you were going to say it because I knew the goal was passed and I had to be optimistic for 30 minutes. That's right. Not me not being optimistic. It's stating facts.
That's
Everyone
right.
Be quiet.
Horseman coming back in. Yay, optimistic Ryan. Troy, yes, thank you for that support. You are doing your part, and we greatly appreciate it. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for being here with us. We can't do this without you, so we love it. All the Cybertruck people are in Ryan's fan club. Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Yes. That's from Methane Man, another name we know.
Wrecked.
Coming in. Wrecked. Jeff, thank you very much. Gifting a Red Team membership, bringing more folks in with their love of space flight. SpaceWorks, let's get him optimistic. Yeah. Yeah. Look, it is a running gag, but the fact of the matter is Ryan is a realist. And I defer to Ryan for a lot of information, as I do EJ and Alex and the other guy named Ryan. I can't remember his name. He never talks anyway. I'm trying to goad him.
I think that's Mr. Map.
Mr. Map.
It is Mr. Map. Yes, that's correct.
Like honestly, Ryan's a realist and we love him to death. And we poke fun at him. I do, at least, because the first time we were on stream, for those of you that may not know, I was like, man, this guy's really pessimistic. He's not. He's a realist. So when he comes out like, yeah, we're going all the way through and I think this is going to be great and it's going to happen, it's like, I love to see it. And so we poke fun at each other because we're friends. Some more folks sending in great questions. Hugh, thank you to Mary. Really enjoyed your work for the years now. Yes, Mary, the OG. I had the pleasure of meeting her at Starbase, And she is amazing with that camera and just an all-around nice person. So, Hugh, thanks for bringing Mary up. Yes, absolutely. I don't even know how to say that. Thank you for gifting 20 Red Team members. I'm going to try it. Indolus. Did I say that right? Indolus. The rotors have been going. We're waiting for this helicopter to depart. 20 Red Team memberships. And as I've always said, remember, if you get gifted a Red Team membership in chat, be sure to say thank you, because it really is an amazing way for people to show support. They're actually gifting something to you. Amelia, thank you for becoming a Pad Rep member. And then Astro Knucklehead, who keeps texting me. Love you, man. Hey, Ryan, my pessimistic sister will consider buying a Weber calendar. And yes, she's still, oh my gosh, still single and lives with a couple 100 miles from, okay, I'm not going to say the rest of it. They know you well. Happening? Wow. This is like love talk on, no.
Oh, right.
Ryan, would you, would you pose for a calendar, Ryan? No?
No, absolutely not.
Not even to raise money for the children?
I don't think anyone wants to, no.
Oh my goodness. All right, did some folks get in the helicopter? I think they did, because the other one's waiting to come in. It's out there like, bingo fuel, move that thing. I think I saw some people get in there. All right, let me ask a question. Enough with Ryan chat. That's funny. We love him. The Ryan calendar's happening, I'm telling you. Commander Wazowski comes in. How do you think SpaceX will implement a Starship in-flight abort system for their crewed variant? Ryan, I'm coming to you.
How are you going to put an in-flight abort system on this thing? I think your in-flight abort system is if the booster has a problem, you light up the engines and you light up the ship engines and try to get away from the booster as quick as possible if you can, and whatnot.
Yep.
If it's the ship,
there goes the helicopter.
You hope it's not a serious problem. We'll just go with that.
Yeah. There it goes. All right. With the helicopter moving out and going to make sure nobody's in the no boat areas. EJ, thank you very much. We're going to bring Carson in. Carson
is on the producing side.
I think we're going to see the first launch of version 3 probably in late winter, early springtime. So probably end of February, early March, probably at the earliest.
But that means that Ryan's gonna head out. Ryan Caden has been doing the back end production for us here, and he's gonna switch over to Carson. Carson has the reins now. Carson, do you have the controls?
9:30 p.m.
I'm going to go with March 16th, but please keep in mind I'm now 11 for 11 on guessing wrong on the actual launch date.
I'm calling it right now. So I was hoping that Flight 12 would be around the holidays. You know, I'm sitting there baking cookies while I'm watching the live stream. Everyone's in their cute NSF holiday sweaters, right? But since we are still waiting on the new launch pad to be finished, I just have this feeling in my bones that Flight 12 is going to happen at the worst possible time in February. It's going to conflict with Artemis.
I'd be absolutely shocked if we see them pull off the first launch of version 3 before the end of the year.
It's going to conflict with Kids Week at the Intrepid Museum.
There's definitely going to be some space between flights 11 and 12. I think the first Block 3 launch will be in mid-January.
So much needs to happen with the ship, the booster, and the pad before they're even remotely ready to support a launch.
I really hope for January, but I'm kind of thinking February, maybe the beginning of March. Tower's going to be ready and the pad's going to be ready for the launch, but the vehicles probably won't be ready until then.
I'm going to guess probably around the springtime frame. The pad will probably be ready way before the vehicles. I'm just excited to see a full stack on the redesigned Pad 2.
Well, I want it to be earlier in the year next year. My gut, I'm going to go with my gut, and I don't have a reasoning for it. I think we'll see it around Valentine's Day or April.
Elon is literally just sitting there laughing hysterically to himself at the idea of getting in everyone's way. And I mean, I'm just bracing for impact at this point.
Right now, I think it's going to be spring, and I'm going to say 2026 because, this could be clipped and be like, oh yeah, you were right. And it's like spring of 2027. Hopefully that doesn't happen.
I didn't know that Alex couldn't cross his toes. Now I know that from the previous one. Now that we have everything swapped out, we have Ryan, Caton stepping out and Carson in, and EJ is staying to answer more of your questions. I've got myself figured out. And thank you all for joining us. We are 5 hours and 40 minutes, no earlier than. That's the opening of the window. Here comes the second helicopter to come in and get refueled. And again, this is expected when they set that roadblock up. So a lot of great questions coming in from folks all over the world. And again, you know, you guys are all out there. You've been with us from the beginning probably, or if this is your first one, we are NSF. We're a group of friends that love rockets and all the science and technology that goes into making them. Aviation. I mean, we've got brilliant minds from different parts of technology and education and engineering, mathematics. And we love answering all of your questions. So let me get to a couple of those because I've already asked you guys what your thought is for Starship Flight 11. And it's always fun to see the folks in the background of NSF giving their thoughts. And by the way, I just want to point out, if you're not watching the Flame Trench on Fridays, and if you're not watching the Elysia show, This Week in Spaceflight, you got to set those notifications because you get a lot of information, all the Starbase updates, everything that's coming up. Astro, that's funny. Alex does have toes correct. Yes, I believe he does. Let's see. EJ, I'm trying to find a question for you. Since I thought you were leaving, I'm going to come to you first.
Okay.
Why is they're all screaming Airwolf in the back channel because of a helicopter? Let's see. I want to go back to the abort question. I kind of cut Ryan off on the abort question for the video. So let's talk about that. Ryan was like, he's right. If there's a problem with the booster, maybe light all 6 of the ship engines to get away from it. Very similar to a Dragon capsule and their Super Dracos. Is there another alternative in your engineering brain? If you're talking on mute. EJ.
No, did you just say you were going to Ryan or not?
No, I said I'm coming to you first. I said I was coming to you first. I cut
Hit
Ryan
me with
off.
those laser beams, man. Let's go.
Yeah. So Ryan was right about, if there's a problem with the booster, ship goes, right? Is there another alternative? Have you, in your Kerbal brain, in your engineering brain, have you thought of another one? I'll go back to Ryan after your answer, but have you thought of another escape abort system for Starship? Possibly.
I think Starship's best escape abort system is the reliability of those engines. I've said it before. I'll say it again, Gene. SpaceX wants to operate this like an airplane. You don't see ejector seats on a 737, do you? You don't see parachutes on a 737. The maturity and reliability of the CFM56s those are on newer 740s or 737s is what makes the thing so dang safe. I think the Raptor reliability is key, and I think through that reliability, you're not gonna need one. I mean, I know we've heard this before with the space shuttle, right? We heard this before with the space shuttle, but even if something does go wrong, you could theoretically hot stage the engines and go from there. But I think that Starship safety is going to come from the reliability of the Raptors. That is the safety in itself. So no abort system.
Ryan, he brought up aviation, and I know that that's a thing you do. What he failed to mention was that the 747 has wings and about a 15-to-1 glide ratio. Starship don't.
That's true. Starship does not have that. It would be interesting. I really don't know how a Starship would even abort, though. That's the other problem. Like, say you're halfway through ascent and you separate the ship. How would you? It doesn't have landing legs. Although I think every crewed ship is going to have landing legs one way or the other. Because I don't think they'll catch crewed ships. I think they'll land them on a pad. But that's just me. It's kind of hard to kind of figure that one out, to be honest with you.
So I wonder if that's even a problem SpaceX is looking at, because I agree with EJ, that the reliability of the ship is going to, I don't want to use the word mitigate, but mitigate an actual traditional abort system. And they're going to have to. Is that a problem they're looking at? I mean, I don't know. When you put humans on it, you want those humans to live. It's a thing. So if there's a problem, there's got to be somebody at SpaceX going, okay, guys, get into a room and kind of figure it out. Like, we've seen a lot of things, even an energetic event in the skirt, like on Flight 10. Like, imagine being on the ship when that happens. We've had a problem. But did the robustness of the vehicle itself becomes the safety margin? Ryan, that's me talking. You can agree or disagree.
Yeah, I think the overall, and Elon has talked about it a lot too, even way back in the original Tim Dodd tour when they were walking through the tents, is the one thing they couldn't do with shuttle was fly it unmanned a bunch and work out all the issues with it. That's one thing they couldn't really do with it. Their plan for Starship is to fly it so much in so many different configurations with so many different things, is that you basically make it so reliable it won't have a complete failure. It may have issues here and there, but the vehicle will be able to work through it and still complete its mission and whatnot. That's basically their plan, is to make it so robust it doesn't fail. I mean, eventually, as with airlines, you do have failures. And it's still space flight, and it's still, basically an explosion that's being directed through, a nozzle is basically still what it is. So it's one of those things is, I mean, you're always going to have that risk, but their plan is to try to reduce it as much as they possibly can to where you hopefully wouldn't actually need one. But I mean, we'll see what SpaceX comes up with. There's a lot more to go with this program and whatnot.
Yeah. And the next step is obviously the V3s, the Raptor V3s. When we have a span of time between this flight, the last of the version 2 ships and the version boosters, then we get into the V3 ships and the V3 boosters, which they're testing now. I'm very interested in seeing the reliability numbers of the Raptor version 3. Ryan, do we know, and then I'll come to EJ. Ryan, what is your estimate between the flights, given the amount of work they have to do on the, between flight 11 and 12, given the amount of work they have to do on pad 1?
You're talking about between 11 and 12?
Yeah, go ahead, EJ. Go ahead.
I think flight 12 is probably going to happen maybe the end of this year. I know people just went, no. I mean, it's probably, SpaceX, I think, is setting their goal for the end of this year, which probably means it's going to be next year. But I don't think the wait is going to be too long. Don't get me wrong, it's going to be a wait, but it's not going to be that bad. Some things to consider, though, right? If Ship 36 Ship 36 itself, Gene, we would basically have no stopgap between Block 2 and Block 3. Because if you think about it, how much is it?
Optimistic, dang it.
Yep, yeah, that's right, you do. That's right, you do. So,
son of a.
No, Ryan, hear me out. It has, if Ship 36 didn't pop, right? We would be probably going to, Flight 11 now, and then maybe Flight 12 in a couple of months, and then boom, you're into Flight 13. For the first Block 3. I mean, keep me on, guys. This is all hypothetical. Ship 36 voided itself on a test stand a little while back. So I don't think the stopgap is going to be as long as people think. I really don't. Ryan? Optimistic Ryan? What do you think?
Optimistic Ryan.
We will see. That's my...
He's trying so hard, chat. He's trying.
He was one that when you opened up, he was like, blah, blah, blah.
I guess the whole thing for me is they could definitely get everything together really, really quick. There's always that chance that with all the experience that they have with building these last few boosters and ships and whatnot, that they're able to knock this out really, really quick and get to launching. The whole thing for me is if they launch sooner than, what I've thought they launch, I'm fine with that. I want to see this launch. But, I hope they do. We'll go with that. I tried.
Yeah, I do too. He tried. He tried. I don't know. I mean, it's interesting. You're asking us to read the Magic 8 Ball. Like we don't know. We travel around Starbase and the Space Coast with our live cameras, 24/7 live cameras, Starbase Live, etc. And we infer things. We see it when it moves. We put it out to you guys, and then you ask us, how long do you think it's going to be for the next one? It's going to be exactly the number of days they need to launch the next one. They don't want to wait. This is not like, all right, guys, we've got 6 ships ready to go. Let's hold off for 3 months. No, they're going to be like, go, go, go. If SpaceX has proved anything in the past several years, it is don't wait, get it done, move on to the next one. And that is their whole mentality of rapidly iterating, right? Build it, break it, fix it, fly it again, fly the next one. And I love to see it. I love to see that type of iteration because it's fun and we're rocket nerds. So more flights, more better. Let's do it. Let's go. Okay, let me thank some people while we're here, and then we'll get back to your questions. Remember, you can send those questions in at NASA Spaceflight at NSF in chat. And thank you all for being here. You guys are all rock stars. I'm actually going to refresh and see how many there are. How many of you are here? We'll get there in a minute. Ronnie, gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much. Your support does not go unnoticed, and it makes it, these cam reviews, you are making it available to all of us. Thank you. Brent coming with a super chat. It's still the OLM, just the original launch mount. There you go. I like that.
That's a good one.
It's the OLM. Yeah. We can all agree on that one. That's great. Tuesday definitely wants a Ryan calendar on the shop sometime. We'll see. We'll see what Adrian says. Fungrass, thank you for becoming a Pad Rep member. We appreciate it, Michael. Thank you to the NSF team for sharing your knowledge during the great launch coverage. Absolutely. Thank you for that tip at tips at nasaspaceflight.com. By the way, the knowledge is these guys. I thought I knew a lot about rockets. And then I talked to EJ and Ryan Caton and Alex and Adrian and everybody else at NSF. And I'm like, ooh, yeah, I'm just going to stick to hosting because the way you guys answer questions for those of us that don't know some of these things is really awesome. So we just had a tweet from SpaceX come out saying that everything is on track for today's Starship's flight test. Launch window 6:15 p.m. Central Time to 7:30 Central Time. Live coverage starts. That's their live coverage. Of course, we're here doing Stakeout, answering your questions and talking about this beautiful rocket. The last of the Block 2s, Block 2 Starships and booster that are going to fly. And one of the questions that's coming up, EJ, this one's going to come to you. The differences in this flight from Flight 10, they probably have some smaller experiments that they're doing, right? But the Flight 10 to Flight 11 profile is pretty much going to be the same, right, EJ?
Yeah, the flight profile is pretty much a duplicate of 11. Now, keep in mind, there's a lot of different, like you said, there's a lot of different experiments on this one. The tile configuration is different. We've seen tiles missing in different areas. There's less of metallic tile experiments, I think. So I don't think we're going to see that orange hue that happened on the heat shield. You know, when it gets that far, chat. When it gets that far.
Yes.
Right. But yeah, for more or less the same flight profile, Gene.
Ryan, do we know some of those changes that they have made based on what they put out on SpaceX? Are they?
Well, it's basically going to be the same profile, and then they're once they're subsonic, they plan on doing a dynamic banking maneuver. Either that's to bleed off more speed, or it's some kind of maneuver to set up just before landing. So it might be their way of testing the maneuver that ship is going to have to do to line up with the tower for a catch, or something along those lines. Is kind of my guess is what that is. But other than that, it's the same trajectory into the Indian Ocean that's been the trajectory for Starship since Flight 3, basically.
And we know, we've said it many times, this is the last of the Block 2 ships. And a question came in from folks that maybe this might be their first launch. They're looking at the rocket and they say, wow, that looks really weird. L&D LaRue wants to know, and EJ, I'll come to you first on this one. Why don't the strakes on the booster have four-way symmetry? Why do they look the way they do? And you can talk about the flaps too if you want.
We're talking about on the Block 3, right? Yeah.
I would.
Well, on either
no,
one, they don't have
hang
four-way
on.
symmetry.
Yeah, no, I think that was the grid fins because they're going to have 3 instead of 4. I think they're talking about the strakes. Are the strakes on Block 2's symmetrical?
I just want clarification, Ryan. Are they asymmetrical on 2 as well?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So the asymmetry is there because of commodities on the side of the commodity movement things on the side of the booster. Basically, there's plumbing in the way. There's certain plumbing in the way, and also the chines, those kind of like blister things that are at the bottom of the booster is what we're talking about. Those are actually there for cross-range capability too. The chines being positioned in a way to generate a little bit of extra lift underneath the booster is working essentially like a lifting body to get it to be able to, well, I would say fly. Let's put flying in loose quotations there. I have my fingers up doing the quotation thing. It allows the booster to get a little bit more cross-range capability. We did see that on Flight 9, but it kind of sent it a little too hard and popped because they were really trying to, quote unquote, once again, we'll say falling with style. They were really trying to fall with style with that booster. Yeah.
So talk about cross-range capability real quick. You brought it up in your answer. What does that mean?
Cross-range capability is the ability to use aerodynamic perturbations to change your entry trajectory. So the shuttle is famous for cross-range capability because it has those big wings on the sides. Does that make it fly better? Debatable. But it allows the shuttle to basically do turns at hypersonic speeds and use that to slow down or change its re-entry trajectory through an entry, descent, and landing to get to a runway. Very, very useful. Starship does have that capability to an extent. But when we're talking about the booster, every little bit counts with getting that thing back. The booster, doesn't do supersonic retropropulsion. It doesn't do an entry burn. So you ideally would want that thing to stay in the atmosphere for a longer period of time. And how do you do that? Well, you try to fly it, fall with style through the atmosphere. You don't want to fall straight down. Right. And obviously it has to be able to boost back and land at the chopstick tower. There's no downrange landings with this thing either. You're not landing it on a drone ship. And, that would be cool if I was wrong about that in the future. I want to see a tower catch on a drone ship. Do you not? Right. That's pretty sweet. But those chines are there to basically generate a little bit of lift underneath the bottom of the booster and get it to, just fly a little bit more. Now, keep in mind, the chines they're not just there for aerodynamics, right? Those chines are holding nitrogen composite overwrap pressure vessels, or COPVs for short. Those nitrogen pressure vessels are there for restarting Raptor engines for the landing burn, right? That's what they're there for. I mean, you need those engines to fire, or else cross-range capability doesn't matter. And if you guys look at the camera, you see that green area on the right. If the engines don't fire, that's your landing pad over there, that nice dune. That would end probably not well. So yeah, the chines are kind of dual use. They are there to cover up the starter mechanisms for the inner 13 Raptor engines, but they're also there to get a little bit of lift and cross-range capability on the way back down. So, because like I said, if that booster's flying longer in the air, that's more time it can slow down. And how do you fly longer in the atmosphere? Well, don't fall straight down. Try to fly it. But once again, it isn't an airplane. You're not flying a super heavy horizontally or, parallel to the ground like an airplane. You just need a little bit more. If you can get a little bit more flight time, you can use the drag in the atmosphere to slow down. That's why the chines are there. And they're asymmetrical because super heavy always needs to be caught the same way. Right. So you always want the wide chines, the chines on the wider parts. You always want them facing towards the ground.
That's a great point. Yeah, it doesn't come in and spin around. It always gets caught the same exact way. I want to piggyback on something that you said about coming through the atmosphere. Like the more time you spend, hang time, right? The more you can use the atmosphere to slow down.
Correct.
Gary had a question. Ryan, will come to you. They thought the reentry on Flight 11 was supposed to be less aggressive this time around than on Flight 10. Has SpaceX confirmed that?
No, the reentry should be the same. There's a maneuver they're not that they did on flight 10 that they probably won't do on flight 11. So because they did what was it? They basically rocked the ship back and forth. I know because they actuated the flaps. It was shortly after like peak heating. They were through like the worst of it, and then they basically pitched the ship back and forth, even with all the damage to the flaps and everything. That's probably the only less aggressive thing they're going to have. Other than that, it's just going to be your normal reentry.
I'm interested to see what they do on reentry and hear Scott talk about it. That's gonna be so. And by the way, a lot of times when we're talking about becoming a member and like the support that you guys give us to bring you these amazing views and all these rocket launches all over the place, one of the things that we do is we have what's called the member multi-view. And this is what it looks like, where you get camera angles from like all over Starbase. And it even says right there, like, this is what you get. And it's available because of you guys. You make this possible with your support of NSF. And I mean, this is the go-to spot. You don't have to wait for our controllers to switch cameras. They are constantly bringing you the best views. And then there's, of course, the chat. There's all kinds of good stuff there. So check out becoming a member. The behind-the-scenes multi-view is also coming soon, so stick around. But consider becoming a member of NSF. Capcom and above, get access to our Discord channel. You get to talk with a lot of the folks at NSF, and you get to see amazing things like this. Look, yep, there he is. Hey. There's our controller. That was special. See, you get to see stuff like that when you become a member of NSF. All the great camera angles and all the great people on the ground. All of our photographers are out there doing what they do. And a lot of the robotics people and the network people and our social people. And by the way, let me just say real quick, if you're not following NSF on socials, you are wrong. Get out there and be sure you are subscribed wherever you would like to be, because we're going to meet you there and we're going to bring you all this awesome rocket content. So we're at 5 hours, 18 minutes before the opening of the window. And you saw earlier, if you were here on the SpaceX tweet, that everything looks good going into the launch today. The window opens at 6:15 Central Time, and it goes until 7:30 p.m. Central Time there at Starbase. And they have closed the road. Can we go back to the roadblock shot, maybe? Because I want to see if they're still there. That's the official roadblock. There's Ryan Weber's Cybertruck. They have a lot of them at Starbase. They have even more down at the Cape, but they're starting to. Who's the guy on the bike? The last delivery guy. Deliver pizzas. Delivery guy. No, that's probably a SpaceX employee that had to check something. But there's the roadblock, and you'll see that move past the. At a certain time, you'll see that move past the build site. And of course, we'll tell you when that's going to happen. Let's get back to some questions. You guys have been sending in amazing questions. And EJ's been sitting there on his thumbs for too long. So let's talk about refueling, because that's one of the big nuts that SpaceX has to crack to make our species multiplanetary, to really get even HLS moving. And Jira sends in a great question. EJ, this one is definitely for you. And Ryan, I'll come to you too. What is the fastest possible orbital refilling timeline? Let's say you have 10 tankers. Could you send more than one per day? Or would you have to wait for the orbits to line up? EJ.
Ooh, good question. I like that. Yeah, no, that's really good. That's a good question. So SpaceX wants to be able to refuel these things. They want Starship to be able to launch every hour. Now, if you have a refueler that's in a certain type of orbit, right? Conceivably, it's like, you're going to have to go there once a day. Well, no. That's not entirely true. For a tanking mission, say they needed to refill 10 times, you could do that. You could do that in a week, because the orbital, if you're in what's called an inclined orbit, right? And provided that your launch site is at a latitude that is lower than your inclined orbit. So just a quick definition of an inclined orbit or orbital inclination here. If you have an orbit that's tilted relative to Earth's equator, the angle at which the orbit passes the equator is your orbital inclination, and it's measured in degrees. So say you're in a, let's take the ISS, for instance, 51.6 degrees inclined. The ISS is in a very tilted orbit, so everyone that launches to it, all the international partners, can get to it from their own launch sites, right? Say you're going somewhere like that. You can get there, you could get there from Boca Chica, right? So if you have multiple pads, multiple vehicles ready to go, different launch sites, both Boca Chica and the Cape they're at kind of similar latitudes north, right? I believe the Cape is 27 or 20. I think actually Kennedy Space Center is 28. Cape Canaveral Space Force Station is 27. That's how big the Space Center is, right? You'll be able to, provided that the range is okay with it, you'll be able to get there to at the very least 2 times a day. Now, if you have multiple ships teed up on multiple pads, I'm not saying we're not going to get maybe like an Armageddon style, like double Starship launch, but that is possible. You could do it in the future. You guys not want to see that? I think that would be kind of sweet.
I want to see that.
I'd launch 2 starships at the same time, man.
How about 4?
Now, let's go. But that's
5.
because of
Let's do 5.
Send it. That's because we have orbital inclination. So if you think about an orbit that's tilted relative to the equator, it's going to cross the equator 2 times, right? And that's called an ascending and descending node. Right. So the ascending node is when you're going from the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere, and the descending node is vice versa. Theoretically, your launch site should also have an ascending and descending node. Now, the difference between those launches is, launching due south or launching due north or northeast or southeast, right? We've seen Starlink missions go out of the Cape. Some of them launch up the East Coast and go all the way up by me up in New England, right? Some of them launch due south and the first stage goes and lands in the Bahamas somewhere. It's possible. You could hit it on what's called the ascending or descending node. You could do it at least 2 times a day. And if you have multiple starships teed up, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, you could refuel conceivably as quick as as long as a week, or launching 1 ship every 2 times a day. Or you could just tee up a bunch and refuel in 1 shot. I mean, that would get your on-orbit operations would be very complicated, trying to stage like 10 refuelers in 1 shot in 1 day. But guys, that's what Starship can do. That's what it can do. That's the future that I want to live in, Ryan, right? Don't you want this?
Yeah, that's why I said 5. I'm like, okay, because you think LC-39, both pads 37, and then eventually both pads at Starbase. Not to mention any other pads that they have planned, which I think eventually, I don't know if 49 is ever going to happen, but either way, you get at least 5 pads there. You're launched 5 starships all at once, which would be you see a train of Starlink, see a train of 5 starships, one behind another, with maybe some staggered launches. That would be a sight. That's to say the least. And one after another, they refuel the depot, and one after another, they all come back to their respective pads in like a staggered formation and whatnot. Holy cow, that would be insane. Just thinking about it now, just five starships all launched at the same, are staggered. They all one at a time refuel and one at a time come back to their respective launch pads and then refuel again for a second try. And then you do that over the course of like 2 or 3 days total, and then boom, you have 15 flights, your depot is fully fueled, and then you send up your cargo or crewed version to the depot, dock to the depot, and go to the moon or Mars with a full load. And well, I think you're going to have to do at least 2 depot docks for HLS at this rate, but either way, you get the point. It won't take that long if you got 5 operational pads with enough ships and boosters.
That's going to be crazy to see. That's going to be crazy to see that type of cadence. Yeah,
that's
their
not
plan.
That's the stakeholder expectations. Starship needs to achieve airplane-like operations. In order to do that, you're going to need to launch it as much as an airplane. And not only that, Gene, you're going to need to produce, your production numbers need to be in line with an airplane. Straight up.
Yep.
When will that
They're going to
happen?
be cranking them out.
Man, they need all the pads operational first for that to happen, and they need enough ships and boosters to be able to have that happen. I honestly think that kind of operation in that quick succession isn't until the 2030s, like early 2030s for Mars missions to pump a bunch of stuff to Mars. I think we're still a ways out from something like that, but that is the projected vision for Starship. So
So, you mentioned earlier we were talking about cross-range capability, and there's some questions about the chines and so on. And one of the questions that came in was, why don't they launch the booster from Starbase and catch it in Florida? EJ, does that go back to what you were talking about with the orbits and the orbital trajectories and inclinations?
So, okay. All right, we're going to nerd out again here, Gene. I'll try to keep this short.
Yes.
All right. So, long story short, Florida's a long way away from the launch site, guys. To have the booster get to a suborbital trajectory where it would be caught in Florida. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I don't want this, but I don't think that would happen. The booster does not go that far nearly downrange. You got to remember, the booster boosts back and lands. Even the negating your forward velocity, turning around, banging a U-turn in space, and coming back down and landing at the tower, that is way less delta V or change in velocity involved than trying to get all the way to Florida. The booster I don't even think, if you have a fully fueled Starship with payload up there, I don't think the booster even has enough to get anywhere near Florida. Florida's too far away. Now, in the future, ships, maybe, sure. Lob a ship from Texas to Florida? Sure. Absolutely. Why not? You could absolutely do that. It'd be a very quick and easy way to move them.
Even if, and by the way, here's the booster stand and ship stand leaving the pad for the final time. This booster stand will get modified for Block 3, and there's a chance I think that ship stand gets scrapped because I think they're making a new design for Block 3. But anyways, to go along with EJ's question, or I guess the question that Gene asked, EJ's answer is, even if you take the ship off, the booster's not going to get that far. And even if it were to magically get that far, the trajectory you need, the booster would get so high that then it is re-entering Earth's atmosphere. The booster does not have a heat shield on it. The aft end of the booster is not designed to withstand full re-entry heating. It's not designed to do that. The velocity required to hit that, the booster would almost certainly burn up. Or it would be damaged in such a way that it would explode over Florida if you were to magically get it that far. I don't think that's okay. I don't.
Now, Ryan, it's important to mention that the booster does have passive thermal protection systems on it. It being made out of steel is enough to tank the reentry heating involved with coming back from the hot staging, the boost back, landing, and then into the catch, right? It will be able to tank the heat. We've seen it. It looks like a pepperoni pizza coming back in, right? But, pessimism. You have to say, yes, CJ, it does.
30 minutes passed.
Oh, crud. I tried to fool him into it. But yeah, it should be able to tank the heat coming back down. But that's not to say that you won't get re-entry heating from just boosting, like doing that U-turn in space and coming back down and landing at the pad back in Texas. You still do get some compression heating involved there, but it's not nearly as much because it's all about speed. The further you fall, the more potential energy you have at apogee, the more re-entry heating you're going to get. So, like, if I throw a tennis ball up in the air, it's going to come back down. It ain't going to get too hot. But if we have a battleship gun and we try to launch a tennis ball into space, it's going to re-enter. It'll get really, really hot if it goes up there, 100 kilometers up. That's going to get really toasty on the way down.
This should, and I was just actually thinking here, this should be pad clear too. This should be the last bits for it, I think. I think they've got the beach clear. They've got it all closed. With the stands moving away, it should be nearly the last of everyone that's at the pad, which is a really good sign because we're 5 hours and 6 minutes away from the opening of the window. So,
well, I'm here for all of it. Like, you guys talk about the booster getting so far to Florida, the ship maybe, but from orbit, I think the ship could, if the orbits lined up. They would have to wait 2 or 3 days or something like that. I actually enjoyed the variant conversation that we had earlier. For those of you just joining us, we talked about some of the potential variants, and Ryan was like, we have no concept of some of the mission-based variants they're going to have. We know they have an HLS. We know they're going to put legs on anything with a human on it, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm kind of here for, I want to see some of these crazy variants, like you were talking about with the telescope in it. And like, as EJ was saying, if this thing's lifting 100 tons to LEO, what are we going to do with that 100 tons when we get it there? Creating and building vessels in space, and how big are they going to get? And what is their mission going to be? So stay right here with NSF. The conversations are a lot of fun, and I learn something every time I'm hanging out with you guys, and Alex and Adrian and Sawyer and Jack and Max and everybody else. I love being here with you guys, and I'm here for this launch, and I can't wait until we actually get this thing fueled up, because the launch stream, we're going to be here on Stakeout for a little bit longer. We've got some special guests, and you need to follow us on social media if you weren't here when we talked about them. Some special guests coming up on today's launch stream. But I want to take some time. I want to thank a few folks, because your support for what we do at NSF makes it possible. You are the reason that we're able to bring you the views that you see on your screen and on that member multi-view we talked about earlier, and all the cameras that our amazing photographers put out there in the field. So Joel, thank you very much for your super chat. Awesome. Joel says, awesome coverage. Is there a possibility to just add another pair of chopsticks? Oh, that's a great question. This is going to be a 30-second answer. Ryan, I'll come to you first. Is there a possibility to add another pair of chopsticks opposite the current ones, one for liftoff, one for catching?
No.
No, I was going to, yeah.
No.
You need 30 seconds.
The tower, that wouldn't work at all. Like, you can't.
Yeah.
that wouldn't work.
I know it looks really sturdy. It still moves. Moves.
That, and having 2 sets of sticks on there, even opposite of the tower, that's not how that tower works. There's a ship QD arm in the way, for one.
Mm-hmm.
The tower is not designed for that. You would need an entirely new set of you would a whole new set of drawworks, and everything else. And the tower's not designed for that at all. There's a whole bunch of reasons why that you can't do that.
Yeah, the chopsticks themselves, that's a 3-point contact with the tower, so it just wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. Jeff, thank you very much. Gifting a Red Team membership. Kent doing stuff. Thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. We appreciate you. Pedro coming in and upgrading to Capcom. Be sure to check out that Discord channel, our Discord channel for members, and then the member multi-view. Well done, Pedro. Drew, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Russell also joined us as a Pad Rat member, and Starman is becoming a Capcom member, which is it's up there. So awesome. Ooh, picture-in-picture action, so you can see the roadblock, and you can see the stands, the ship and booster stands, transport stands moving back away from the pad. Phil, thank you for also becoming and upgrading your membership to Capcom. Jody, thank you for that support, your monetary support, whether you go to shop.nasaspaceflight.com or sending in a super chat, whatever you do, it all goes to helping NSF bring you this live coverage. And Matt, need to see a dual spaceport operations from EJ and Office Space memes. EJ?
I tell you what, I
want. Is this a friend of yours?
2 starships launching at the same time, man. Yeah, dang straight. I always wanted to do that.
Ryan says 5. We need 5 starships launching at the same time.
Figure my company's worth $500 billion. We could hook that up.
That's right. Matt, thank you so much for that tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. So my time is about out of here, but guys, I really enjoyed spending time with you. Thank you for hanging out with me today. And Ryan, thank you for being positive. I've been looking forward to your calendar.
Oh, dear Lord.
That's not going away. That is not going away.
No, you started it. No, God. Anyways, it's been a pleasure as always. Getting on, doing to talk Starship. Yeah, I can't wait to see this thing fly. It'll be fun, bittersweet. Hopefully, it's fully successful and all that.
And as I step out, EJ, my friend, we get to watch this thing. I'm going to watch here on NSF, but I know you're going to be broadcasting as well for this rocket launch.
Yes, sir. I will be around, Gene. Thanks for coming in and hosting. Great host.
Yeah,
Love
man.
hearing that buttery voice.
Oh, anytime for you, my friend. Anytime for you.
Whoa.
EJ is actually going to be hanging out, friends. So Ryan and I are going to step out, and it is my pleasure to bring in Max Evans and Sawyer. Sawyer, I'm going to hand it over to you to keep the stakeout going, my brother.
We go from butter to margarine, I guess, with voices here.
Nice.
Wow.
There you go. Welcome, folks. As just mentioned, I'm Sawyer Rosenstein. I'll be with you here for the remainder of our stakeout portion of the Starship Flight 11 stream, as we now reach no earlier than 5 hours until the potential launch of this vehicle. 5 hours away from the opening of the launch window. And as pointed out, it's not just me joining in. Max Evans joining in also out from Starbase. Max, how is it going?
Good afternoon, everybody. Sawyer, you know what? I'm pleased to report that it is all going really well at the moment. The weather's beautiful. As far as we can tell, the vehicles are healthy. SpaceX is getting hyped. We're getting hyped. Camera setup went well this morning. Pictures are looking great. You know, there's just a different vibe in the air today. I think everyone's feeling good. I don't want to jinx it, of course, but you know, it is. I think Starbase today is feeling launchy. I think that much is fair to say.
It's fine. Ryan's off the air. We can be optimistic.
Oh, thank you. I had to deal with that for like 3 hours, man.
I'm joking.
Hi, EJ.
Ryan Weber, we love you.
Hey, Max. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing, and it's going and flowing, my friend.
Good. Excellent. The weather looks great down there, like you said, dude.
It sure does. A bit warm as per usual, but that's just classic South Texas in the early fall, late summer, as we are now technically in fall. But it is still almost 90 degrees Fahrenheit, or I think that's about 32 degrees Celsius for those who don't use Imperial. It's okay.
Max, they're lunar units of temperature. Lunar units. Thank you very much.
Lunar units?
Yeah, because, when we went to the moon, Fahrenheit. No? All right, cool.
It's okay. It's okay. But yes, weather's looking great. I think last I checked, there was only forecast to be a maximum of 20% cloud coverage, which is epic. We want some clear skies. We want minimal heat haze for all of our cameras, for everyone who's watching out at home, and of course for everyone who's watching here in person. Guys, it is going to be an absolute treat today. That much I am fairly certain of.
As they say from the SpaceX website, excitement guaranteed. And that is for sure. So again, a reminder, if you have questions, you can tag us either at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF, and those will pop up in the panel here, because we're going to keep taking more of your questions as we watch everything going on here. So I guess the other thing then that I want to ask is, EJ, we've obviously seen some major milestones. We've seen some of the road closures happening. What do we still need to see prior to launch? Are there still any other road closures? There's still any other events that we should be looking out for? Things with the tank farm?
Oh, yeah. Sawyer, there's the road closures, and that's always a good sign. But the first thing we want to see is what we call the Pope vent, right? That is basically them, SpaceX, flipping the on button for the tank farm. The tank farm, for the people that don't know, if you don't know it, it's where SpaceX is currently holding all the fuel and oxidizer for the rocket. There's a nice picture of it right on the screen. All that churning and bubbling is not a Mr. Coffee. It is the tank farm. And once... Sorry, we call it Mr. Coffee. Care for some? No, don't drink that. It's bad. Once we see the Pope vent turn on there, that is basically the start of all those pipes and stuff moving around propellants and getting ready to get them get those propellants into the vehicle. That is the big one. There is a much more scientific way of explaining that. I just chose to say Mr. Coffee, okay? Just in case anybody was wondering.
We absolutely were wondering. Thank you for that.
Yep, I need more coffee, I think. I think just Pavlovianly, I think I just admitted that I need more. I'll be right back.
Oh boy. So while EJ, I guess, goes to get some more coffee, I'll throw this one over to you, Max, as we get to some of these viewer questions. Of course, we're seeing the farewell of version 2 and getting ready to move on to version 3. That includes the Raptors. Ghost Biker saying, for a fairly new lover of rockets, is the difference between Raptor 2 and Raptor 3 a massive boost in power or more about efficiency?
Both, albeit it is more about power and simplicity. So if you put the Raptor 2 and the Raptor 3 side by side, it's shocking with how much plumbing and how much more simple at least the Raptor 3 looks by comparison to Raptor 2, and of course, especially compared to Raptor 1. And it's kind of the same how we felt going from Raptor 1 to Raptor 2 when that was first revealed, because there was so much less plumbing involved with that between the combustion chambers, the tap offs, and everything. So combustion chamber, I should say. Yeah, so it's mostly about power and also simplicity and weight. And they of course need the Raptor 3s to power the V3 Starship hardware, both with the super heavy booster and of course the ship itself. So that's what it's mostly about, and we have yet to see really that high of serial numbers with the Raptor 3 yet. But I suspect that may be picking up soon, because I know SpaceX wants to get the version 3 variant of Starship off the ground as soon as possible.
Exactly. And of course, I mean, they're going full force on the testing. We see that at McGregor, Texas. We have our McGregor Live 24/7 where we watch that testing. But Mike is wondering, do you think we would ever see a Raptor engine test stand at Massey's in the future?
I mean, we already kind of do with the ship static fire stand, right? I mean, but I get it. With the singular engine stand, I don't think so. McGregor serves well enough for that, and they have more than enough real estate over there to do what they want to do. I think it's mostly at the biggest question mark at this point is just Raptor 3 production numbers and production rate. I think that is the biggest question mark when it comes to V3 hardware in particular on that front. But I mean, Massey's isn't just used for static firing, obviously. It is also used for cryo testing, flight articles, and also test articles, as we have seen variants of the Booster 18-2 and -3 test articles over there getting cryo tested and ready for sign off for flight or version 3 hardware. So I think it's going to stay as it is right now. Maybe they'll end up cleaning it up and maybe add some sort of second static fire stand over there just to increase their cadence if they need it. But I really can't see a singular Raptor stand being installed over there.
Yeah, they also have the can crusher over there. They do a lot of article testing over there.
Exactly.
But, yeah, I mean, I get where they're coming from, because remember, we used to have, if I remember rightly, there was suborbital pad A and B, which were going to be the static fire stands early on in the program. So I could see them doing 2 of them out there, because, I mean, admittedly, the last time that they attempted a static fire at Massey's, yeah, Max, you and I were there. You remember.
Yeah.
Poor Ship 36.
Oh, poor Ship 36. Rest in peace. Or pieces, I should say. Pieces.
Definitely pieces. And again, we've been seeing this for a little bit here now, but while we're looking at the stands, those have been out at the launch site, correct? And now they're clearing the area for them?
Yeah, so right now they are essentially evacuating the pad of everything that does absolutely not need to be there. And of course, they don't need the ship transport stand, because hopefully that is also leaving the ground today. Same with the booster stand. There is no booster catch associated with this flight, so there's really no need to keep that booster transport stand there in the event that they catch it and it's hanging in the chopsticks waiting for a place to go. So they don't need to be there, and it's not worth risking damaging them in the fire and fury of all 33 Raptor engines igniting at T0 from the super heavy booster. So granted, they are now out of style, because the version 3 booster and the version 3 ships will need different transport stands. Mostly the booster transport stand is way different than this current one. but it's still not worth keeping any hardware that doesn't need to be there present, because it itself could get damaged, or parts of it could become projectiles for other pieces of hardware. And of course, the Pad 2 tank farm and everything else that is with it is, of course, right there. So it's essentially a question of FOD, or foreign object debris, and keeping as much of that clear as possible, big and small. And of course, big in this case, because the transport stands are huge.
Oh yeah, and you could see them here from one of our cameras. Of course, Cybertruck in the lead, and then followed by the massive transport stands. And that brings up an interesting question here, because obviously you pointed out one of the big changes is going to be the booster, especially as we move on to version 3, Block 3 of Starship. And I'll throw this one to you, EJ. 5Max asking, can the booster get into orbit by itself without the ship on top? So maybe, I guess, as a way to, if they were to try and test the boosters, rather than having to do a full stack kind of deal.
Ooh, can the booster get into orbit by itself? I think with some, if you put like a nose cone on top, where the hot staging ring should be, if you put a nose cone up there, yeah. I don't see why not. Like, it probably could make it. It would be close. I mean, keep in mind, guys, I'm just using napkin math here. Like, by napkin math, I mean I'm just thinking about it in my head. Who has napkins? Jeez. Anyway,
I do.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, you're a better man than me. Do you sketch math on napkins? I have a notebook. Like,
I mean, I use them to wipe my face while eating, but anyway.
But not to do math.
I can
I don't
barely
do
sketch
math
as it is anyway. I take photos, bro.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't do math anyway.
That tracks. That tracks. Anyway, so I think the booster could probably make it, but I guess my question back, 5Max, would be why? Why would you do that?
I was just gonna say, like, it really serves no purpose other than for the sake of it getting to a near or at orbital velocity. Like, there's really no point of doing that, in my opinion. Maybe if you wanted to send it to Florida, but that is incredibly risky. And not to mention,
about that.
Yeah, I know. I heard. I came in right before. Oh, nice bug on the camera. How lovely.
Yeah,
Is that a
by the way, I
spider?
think we're having some bugs here, some issues. A bug that needs to be reported.
It's not a bug, it's a feature, guys.
Wow.
Yes, the features of South Texas.
Yes. Precisely.
But yeah, to finish that question off. Yeah, the boosters themselves also are not rated to take on the amount of reentry heating that they would face from an orbital velocity. I mean, they are only meant to handle what they can now, and I think that's around, oh goodness gracious, I can't think of what it is. I think it's around 2,000 miles an hour, 3,000 miles an hour in change, I believe, at stage separation. I could be off a little bit, but that is a lot less energy that it has to shave off in comparison to around 17,000 miles an hour of orbital velocity. So, and of course, reentry heating goes up exponentially. So, yeah, not likely, and it's kind of, I don't want to use the word useless, but it really would serve no purpose other than itself.
Yeah, I mean, it would be cool to see, but especially when you consider the fact that the booster portion itself is about the size of a Falcon 9, in terms of height, at least, I should say.
And also orders of magnitude heavier as well.
Oh, yeah. And also, obviously, larger in terms of diameter and all of this. But yeah, still, you're basically talking its own extra wide Falcon 9.
Of sorts.
Sure, yeah. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk.
BFR, remember?
Oh, I remember the big Falcon rocket, yes. That was like 7 years ago at this point, I think. It's crazy to see how time has flown. And speaking of flown, hopefully we will see this vehicle flown for the final time in 4 hours and 46 minutes. And of course, we will not see the return of the booster to be caught, of which Mike is asking, Max, why not catch them if they can catch them anyway? they can, why not do it?
Because you're putting future hardware at risk at this point, i.e., Pad 2. And also, there's not a lot of room for it in Mega Bay 2 or Mega Bay 1 at the moment, because they are prepping with a bunch of V3 hardware, and also it would just be taking up space. And at that point, they already have Booster 12 over there in the Rocket Garden, hopefully being prepped for some kind of display, because it is a legendary vehicle in itself. Like, where are they going to put it? So why not take that last bit of flight hardware and do with it what you wouldn't to other boosters that you would want to recover, i.e. hurling it back into the atmosphere at much greater velocities and at much more aggressive angles of attack relative to the airflow as well. So may as well just use it and get as much data as you can as it goes down range and get it out of your hands, basically. So, and of course, if they try and bring it back and something goes awry, you risk it plunging right into Pad 1 or in an area where the debris from the impact would directly affect Pad 2. So it's all about risk aversion, I think.
And also another thought is the fact that at this point is useless. I mean, this is
Basically.
the final version 2 of everything here. So if you catch it, it's not like you're going to try and refly it another time. If you want to test the landing systems and the catch systems, it's going to be totally different. Block 3, the way that it's going to be caught, isn't even using those pins. The chopstick arms over at Pad 2 are smaller. It just, there's basically not, I'm sure you'd get some data, but the amount of data that you'd get to then be stuck with an old booster hanging around just doesn't seem worth it. Not that keeping old things around is a bad thing, EJ. We keep you around.
Wow.
Oh.
Jeez
Wait.
Louise, Sawyer.
Wait, I'm catching strays here. Wait, how old are you? You're not that much old. You're not that much younger than me.
It's true. Yeah, that is true. It's just my way of coping with getting older. Anyway. You know I love you, man.
Of course.
There we go. We can see those transport stands moving along. You know what? Just for that, I'm going to throw a really interesting question your way, just to make up for it. Here's one
Feed
from
me.
Jacob. So, EJ, they're asking, what if they launched the Starship without a thermal protection system to act as the depot for refueling? How much extra fuel would they be able to bring?
I mean, I'd have to sit here and do more napkin, not napkin math to tell you really how much that is, but we don't really know how much a thermal protection system is. But, okay, so what I can tell you is think about it like this. You know, out of all the ways to get back down from reentry, the tiles is the least mass, right? That's the least mass, or at least that's the way that SpaceX thinks about it. That is the least amount of thermal protection system, least amount of things you need to add to Starship to get one back from orbit. Heat shields generally are pretty low mass. Tile heat shields, reusable heat shields, I should say. Ablators are actually kind of pretty dense. Like me. No, sorry.
I didn't say it this time.
Yeah, well, hey, you got to play into it a little bit. So it's not that much, even if you launch one kind of naked, so to speak. It's not going to be. I mean, it's going to be a pretty big amount, but I would say an inconsequential quantity. For like refilling operations. Like if we're going to talk crazy things to do, I'm pretty sure that was the basis for the last question you guys asked me about like boosters. Sending the booster up into space and using that as your depot. Now that's not a bad idea, but the problem is that what are you going to do with like 33 Raptors just chilling up there? They're just going to stay up there. They're going to burn up. What's going to happen? Right. Like, and more important to the point, like, do we want an expendable version of Starship? Do we want that? I would want to bring my depot ship back down, right? Like, do we want to expend it? I suppose if time was a constraint here, yeah, maybe expend the depot. You could even make the argument that, expend starships, not super heavies, but expend starships to get the refilling stuff done quick, right? No thermal protection system, send it. Maybe you need 8 refueling flights instead of 10, maybe, right? But once again, tiles don't take up that much extra dry mass relative to the vehicle. Like that is the lowest mass way to get those things back. But I just don't understand the use case for wanting to do something like that. That doesn't really jive with what SpaceX is trying to do. However, I mean, once again, we were talking, so Max and Sawyer, we were talking, me, Ryan, and Gene were talking about like what, and Alex too, to an extent, we were talking about like, we don't even know what the future entails for Starship. I mean, could it do this? Yeah, sure, man. This is totally doable. Like that's not that far-fetched of an idea comparatively to some of the ideas that I've seen people put out there on the internet, right? Like, but will they do it? I don't know. My only kind of consensus for this is like what SpaceX wants to do with it. Like, what are they trying to do? They're trying to make an airplane that goes into space. Would you expend an airplane during flight operations? Not really. Could you? Sure. Has it been done? Yeah, probably. But yeah, I don't know. Good question.
I think it's too early in the program yet, and Starship is too, I guess, it's still too much in its prototype phase to really tell what specific tasks can be done with different variants of Starship. I think that's where V3 is going to become so valuable, because that is what a lot of other future Starship commitments are based on, like HLS. HLS is based on V3 hardware. So it's too experimental at this point to really tell. But I think if we ask that same question 1 year from today, I think we will have a much better idea. And of course, hopefully, version 3 is well and flying at that point. So we'll have to wait and see.
Exactly. And if I recall, Elon at one point on X was talking about the amount of mass that they'd be able to take into space with an expendable Starship. So it's not like it hasn't been thought of or hasn't been discussed or hasn't even been calculated in terms of benefit of mass to space.
Right.
Let's see here. Continuing to take your questions, tagging us at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF. Rex is asking, why did they originally plan ship landings near Hawaii, but now have only landed near Australia? EJ, do we know any reason why they've kind of shifted from the first flight or so to then just going with the Indian Ocean and going with the current off the coast of Australia location?
We never got an official thing from SpaceX as far as I know, Sawyer. I don't think so. However, we can theorize. I'm getting the napkins out that I don't have. We can theorize. My big thing is that flying something over Southeast Asia, if Starship was going to continue all the way to Hawaii, I mean, that's not that much more fuel. It's maybe like 1 to 2 seconds more of burn time, right? It's not that much. Once you get really going up there, it's not that much more acceleration to really perturb your orbit, to change your orbital characteristics. However, that means Starship would be flying over one of the busiest shipping lanes in the world by a long shot. Do you want to risk that? I don't know. I wouldn't want to risk that. Now, once again, that's just my personal theory. I don't know if that's right, but I wouldn't do that. The other thing is that I think it was last year, the last president actually put an executive order out about allowing Australia to be ITAR compliant. So you can Australia, you can export laws with rockets going to Australia are a little more lax than they were. So that includes landing spacecraft near it. So let's rewind 5 years from now. If they landed Starship off the coast of Australia, if they were trying to recover it, they wouldn't be able to do anything with it. Nowadays, you could land it and you could conceivably tow it to Australia. Now, I don't know if they're going to do that. I have seen some pretty big vessels out in Australia and off the coast that are big enough to pull a Starship, but I'm not, where that's just speculation. We don't know for sure. But yeah, though I think those two things are the primary thing driving that, Sawyer.
Yeah, I could see that. I can definitely see that. The other thing we can see here, of course, is the beautiful Ship 38 out at the pad. So we wait to see those chopsticks open, hopefully very soon. And also, it seems like that roadblock is getting more blocked up with all those vehicles there. Mac,
isn't that
oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, well, yeah, isn't that the point?
Well, in the wrong direction. Max, where
Oh.
exactly is that, and where do those transport stands go for launch?
So I think at the moment those transport stands are on the way back to the Sanchez lot, where they're going to be stored in either modified or scrapped, because of course the new version 3 ships and boosters will need different transport stands. So not quite sure what the future holds for those. Maybe they're going to be museum pieces or on display somewhere, or SpaceX is going to scrap them. We don't know. But that's where they're likely back off to now, and hopefully they won't need them again. Cough, cough. Of course, assuming everything goes right today. But going back to the timeline and the actual roadblocks themselves, so the checkpoint that they're at now is right at LBJ Boulevard, right at the edge of the actual town of Starbase. And that is the hard roadblock where nobody can go out there unless you are a member of the SpaceX Red Team, or I think someone else who outranks many other people who wants to go out there or needs to go out there. So, and there are various other checkpoints beyond that. There is one more back here by our river lot, right off of Richardson, I believe it is. And then there are a couple more kind of by Massey's, and then the first soft checkpoint is up in Brownsville on Highway 4. And essentially, unless you have a ticket to come watch the launch here over at the Rocket Ranch Outpost, or if you have property, you are not allowed to pass that roadblock. So essentially, all of these roadblocks, I guess TLDR, big picture here, is all about keeping people where they need to be and where they shouldn't be. So I know that SpaceX has recently started allowing employees just to start watching from the Star Factory area, which is absolutely sick because that's only like 2 miles from the pad, maybe less, and that is literally a front row seat. And I'm still kind of shocked how more windows over there aren't damaged after every flight. Maybe there is more internally, and we just haven't seen it. But even here at the outpost, where we are 3.5 miles away, the sound is really, really, really intense. Not only is it really loud, but it is physically shaking you. Very long-winded answer to that question. But yeah, so there you can see the first 2 checkpoints, enclosure points there on your screen. The one on the bottom is at Richardson, which is near our river lot, and of course the X up near the site up there. Up on the screen is the hard checkpoint where not a singular soul can pass after a certain point, out of safety and precaution for everyone involved.
Which, along those lines, Max, there was a question from Starship Spaceflight with a super chat saying, "How do I get into Starbase?" There's a sheriff saying we can't turn down Highway 4 and it's only for SpaceX employees. Please help.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, you have to be either a SpaceX employee or you have to have a proof of attendance to either the Rocket Ranch outpost here or wherever else you may be able to watch from. But we of course thank them. Or if you have private property over here, if you don't check any of those boxes, you really are not allowed to be past that roadblock. And the sheriff is just trying to do their job and keeping people where they should and shouldn't be. So sorry about that. Hopefully you can find a way to watch over in SPI or somewhere, or if you are able to get in, please be safe in whatever manner you do. But of course, please follow the rules and please be kind to those around you. Those officers are just trying to do their job.
Exactly. And the other one you mentioned is the red team potentially going through. EJ, Helldiving Kerbal wants to know, what is a red team?
Oh, a red team? Red teams are basically the last people that get near the rocket that aren't potentially in the rocket. These are the last folks that are near the vehicle when it's fully fueled, usually near the launch pad, ready to go. You usually would send in a red team if there's something that you just need to fix real quick. Sawyer, I mean, cast your mind back to Artemis 1. NASA sent out a red team to SLS, fully fueled, to tighten a bolt. Yeah, tighten a bolt. Turns out, yeah, exactly. Turns out cryogenics can detorque bolts because they get so cold, they actually unscrew. So they sent out 3 dudes with a torque wrench and had them, hop up on next to this fully fueled rocket with enough power to get to the moon, well, close to the moon, and actually just tighten down a bolt. Yep, just tighten down a bolt.
Yeah, that's all it was, right?
Yeah, but that's it.
It's
easy peasy.
It's kind of the crud team of, if they need to fix something super quick, they're the ones that are going to go out there and risk it for the biscuit. Also, fun fact.
I like biscuits.
Yeah. Also, fun fact. That's where, if you look at the membership levels that we have here, that's where one of the names came from. And by the way, it looks like the chopstick arms are opening. There definitely
very
is
good
movement,
sign.
especially if you look at the left stick there. And
Makes me
that
kind of
is-
sad, not gonna lie, because this may be the last time we see this for a while, especially on Pad 1.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it would still look similar, though, over at Pad 2. It's just going to be the shorter chopsticks, right?
Yeah, much shorter chopsticks. The stub sticks, as we call them, too.
Well, arms open wide, one final hug for version 2. Now, I was mentioning, by the way, real quickly, that Red Team, that's one of our membership levels. Now you know why we call it the Red Team, is because they're the people that go out to the pad and all of that. And like the jelly, by the way, gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much for that. If you got one of them, definitely thank them. And of course, one of the perks of membership, especially today, is the fact that you get access to the member multi-view as well. So you'll get to see all of the different cameras and everything that's happening. Also, there will be the behind the scenes of the launch broadcast, which is one of my personal favorites because as someone who worked in TV news, it's you get to see the people pushing the buttons, pulling the levers, all the behind the scenes stuff. And of course, you can see all the different levels there that went through on the screen and all of the different perks you get for each of them. And again, there is that 4K multi-view for everyone that's Pad Rat and above. And then there will be the behind the scenes stream as well. And for Red Team and above, you get all the awesome photos and prints and all of these things that happen throughout the entire day. A couple days, you'll see some more photos pop up. Capcom and above gets access to the NSF Discord, including the pre and post show for the Flame Trench. And then, of course, all of our launch directors, flight engineers get their names at the end of all of our NSF lives, as well as the Flame Trench. Continuing on with some more questions, but first I do want to hit this $50 super chat from William Nancaro, saying, I teach a class on space travel at a small college just outside Boston. There you go, EJ. I appreciate how much I learn from you every week. Never had more fun doing quote-unquote course prep than watching launches with you. Thank you very much for that. I mean, all of us here love educating and sharing about spaceflight. That's why we're here. Is we love this. We love to share this with people. We want more people to get to know everything about this and love it and help understand the craziness that is rocket science. And that, when people say, oh, it's not rocket science, well, yeah, it's not as difficult as it sounds. It's not brain surgery.
So you know what I like to tell people? Rocket science is not that hard to understand. The concepts are pretty straightforward. It's really not. In that avenue, like teaching it is not like teaching people the concepts is not that difficult. Doing it is the hard part. Getting that, like, dude, I know how Starship works. You know how Starship works. All of our subject matter experts here know how Starship works. Like we got a pretty good understanding of what's going on with that vehicle. You don't see us building starships, do you? Like it's hard to do. It's pretty easy to convey. Like it's not that hard to understand it.
Yeah, easy to understand, hard in practice. And also it's just amazing how much they optimize these, and how much more common launches are getting at this point. And here's an interesting question from Marks for all of the hosts. Max, I'll start with you, and then over to EJ, and I'll give my response. In September, we hit 30 launches in 30 days globally. How long before a launch a day becomes normal?
Who's going first?
You, Max.
Okay. I don't think too far from now, honestly. We really are at a point where flight cadence is at a point. It's so crazy. Just even rewinding 5 years ago, 30 launches a year was a lot. 35, 40 launches was a lot here in the U.S. And now SpaceX, they're still on track to launch, I think, 150, 155 times this year in total from all their pads. It's insanity, and the rate next year is probably going to be picked up even more, including Starship and Falcon 9, and hopefully Falcon Heavy as well, as rare as that beast is. And of course, if we include China, if we include India, if we include Roscosmos, if we include ESA, oh my lord, man, I don't think we're too far off. Maybe give it. If I have to put a time frame on it, I would probably have to say give it another 3 to 4, maybe 5 years before we're really at that point. But it's already crazy enough as is, and as we even said it like 5 years ago, 100 launches a year seemed absolutely impossible, let alone for SpaceX, let alone for anybody. And now it's just launching every 2 to 4 days on average from Florida is just like clockwork for them almost. So I don't think we're too far off.
Yeah, I mean, there's another Falcon 9 launch tonight too, in addition to Starship.
Yes.
So there's the Kuiper Falcon 3 mission also set to happen pretty much right after splashdown, hopefully, of the ship. So crazy with that. EJ, what do you think?
I'm kind of with Max on this one. And I know because, Sawyer, we flame trench all the time. I'm supposed to be like, no, I disagree. No, you're absolutely right. It's looming. It's looming on the horizon. We're going to get to the point where rockets are going to launch so much that they're boring. And you know what? I'm here for it. That's good. So you remember when we had to wait like 5 months for the next shuttle launch? You remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I like this better. I mean, I kind of wish we still had the shuttle, but I like this better.
I mean, I remember when we had to wait 5-6 months for any launch at all after shuttle retired, especially. So it's nice having the cadence to be able to go from oh my gosh, I would never miss a launch because they're so rare. I want to see it too. Maybe we don't cover the Starlink, or maybe I won't stay up and watch it. Never in my mind did I think I would ever intentionally sleep through a rocket launch. So
it's not quite at plane spotting flight levels, obviously, yet. But we are a lot closer to that than we were even 2 years ago, which is crazy to say.
I mean, Max, you're down. I mean, Sawyer too, by proxy. Like Max, you're down on the Cape. Sawyer, you're in Florida. I remember when I started streaming. I've been doing this for a while, right? People would ask me like, "Oh, I'm gonna try to plan my vacation around a rocket launch. I would love to go see it. Where do I go? What do I do?" And then they'd go and they'd be like, "Oh, it's scrubbed. I can't. This stinks. I missed it because it's scrubbed." Nowadays, people ask me the same question. I'm like, just show up. Just show up to Kennedy Space Center visitors. You'll see a rocket launch. Just all you got to do is just drive over there. You'll get one.
Literally.
If you're down there for a week, you will get one.
I've heard a handful of people say in the last couple of weeks that they are planning on coming down for Artemis 2, whenever that ends up being, whether it be February, March, April. And they say, "Oh, I want that to be my first launch," and I'm like, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news.
Yep.
But depending on when you get there, you're probably going to see a Starlink or two, maybe before or definitely after that, depending on what the range wants to do. But that's where we're at. Like you can pick a week. As long as you try to avoid like hurricanes or super bad weather systems, if you have any notice of that, if you go just during most weeks of the year, just pick 5, 6, 7, 8 days, you are likely going to see one, if not maybe 2 launches easily. They might not be at the most welcoming time of the day or night, but you are still more than likely going to see one than not nowadays, which is awesome.
Mm-hmm. Now, Max, last time I was down the Cape, I saw 3. I wasn't even down there for space flight. I saw 3 launches.
Just casual as you do.
Yep. Yeah, no big deal.
Yeah, actually reminds me of Lindsay from our store team. I was with her and a bunch of people. Jerry was there as well for our first launch down at the port. And then that was before the launch the next day, which I believe was a crew launch. So she had just a regular Starlink and then an RTLS, and now she's out at Starbase for this particular launch as well. So it's kind of that just, oh, you come for a crew mission? Yeah, we'll throw Starlink in there too. Why not, right? But yeah, a couple of years that will become the norm.
I'm ready. I'm ready for it. I want it to be boring. I want us to turn into plane watchers. I'm sorry.
Bring it.
Is that bad?
No,
inject this into my veins.
Yeah, no, that's not bad at all to be able to, just be like, oh yeah, let's go sit around and watch some rockets, which, by the way, our team is getting ready to do as well. They kind of have their own little sort of rocket spotting action going on. Let's take a quick look at something going on behind the scenes at our river site.
There, it's not that bad. Oh, wow, there.
Looks like we got the Roger Kitchen Cafe here. Roger, what did you make here, dude?
We got burgers, we got hot dogs, we got chips, we got...
I told them to wait for me. Oh no!
Drinks, all kinds. And special dispensation today only. You're allowed to put ketchup on your hot dog. I will not cast you out of river. Thank God. The burger's probably close, the hot dog's probably more close.
Roger keeping good care of us here at Flight 11.
Also, what's wrong with ketchup on a hot dog? Come on, I put ketchup on my hot dog.
Depends on where you are. Because where I'm from, you do not put ketchup on a hot dog. But if you're anywhere else, I think it's fine.
Now, Max, what do you put on your hot dog?
My go-to is probably ketchup when no one's looking, mustard, onions, and probably relish.
We don't put ketchup. What's your favorite? Well, ketchup.
No. That's only when you're there. Like if you go to Chicago and go to like Portillo's or whatever, if you put ketchup on a hot dog, people will throw hot dogs at you. That's pretty much how it works.
How's that a bad thing? That means you get more hot dogs.
Oh, Sawyer. Oh dear. So anyway, the chopsticks are opening.
Subject change. All right.
Subject change.
And also worth noting here, there's one thing that we will not actually be seeing after the chopsticks open, because normally they would then raise the landing rails, but they can't do that because they kind of removed the actuators that actually do that, right, EJ?
Yep, they removed the landing components for now from those arms. I was very sad to see that when that happened. But yeah, that's the last time we're gonna see what you see on the screen, guys, if everything goes well today.
Sag?
Yeah.
It's a Twitch thing.
It's a Twitch thing for saying I'm sad.
Now Long March 5.
Now Long March 5.
Now Long March 5, yes. But yep, so we won't see that anymore. But one thing that we might see that there was a question of is from Samal, I believe. I'm sorry if I mispronounced it. Will they open up the Pad 2 arms, Max, and raise them like they did on Flight 9? Do you think maybe we'll see some simultaneous action there?
I'm a little embarrassed to say, has that been a thing for the past couple of launches?
I know we've seen it before, but I'm trying to remember off the top of my head.
I don't know if that was directly related to the actual launch itself, or if that's just what was needed for either calibration or work on them. It's far enough away to where it may not be a direct issue for the chopsticks, but I think raising them would not be the worst thing for their own health. So we might not. It all depends on what SpaceX wants to do. And Alex is saying that they did not for Flight 10, so maybe they won't today.
Well, we'll see. It's something, of course, we'll keep an eye on. We've got a couple dozen cameras out there, so I'm sure we'll be able to see it if it does happen with our views here. I do need to thank some people here. WB Hokey with a $110.11 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com, which, first off, thank you so much for going through the extra effort of going to the tips page. It helps us more directly than using other ways, and it's really appreciated. Saying 11. It's hard to believe that it's been a year since Flight 5, and we're already at 11. Holy cow, moo. Thank you so much. And now I get it, the 110 and 11 cents, the 11.11. I get that now. Very nice. Thank you. Turtle Sanctuary, please stop teasing Jack about burnt bacon. It's not his fault he can't cook or properly identify a bagel. I love it.
Dear.
Goodness gracious.
Oh dear, he's not even here.
No, but we saw the video of the stuff on the grill, so as long as the bacon isn't burnt, it's fine.
Yep.
Lazy Vibes becoming a Pad Rat member. Ben X Cool becoming a Pad Rat member. Tony becoming a Pad Rat member. Pixo upgrading to Red Team membership. Peter Pitt becoming a Red Team member. Jeff Rowe gifting a Red Team membership. Corey E upgrading to Capcom. So hopefully we will see you in the NSF Discord there. And then another tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com from Yogan. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Saying, thanks, EJ. Been saying this for at least 30 years. Rocket science is easy. Rocket engineering is hard.
Yep, that's right. I've been only saying it for 10, but yes, absolutely.
Only for 10, huh?
It's more like 15, but yeah.
I was going to say, I've known you that long. But anyway, yeah, it really is true. It's amazing the engineering that they're able to do with this vehicle, to have 33 engines be able to light up in sync with the proper ignition, with that slightly staggered sequencing, and then to lift off. It's absolutely amazing. And one of my favorite views is just that view from the OLM looking up at those engines. It's like, how is this real? How is it you can stick a camera under there that doesn't get totally wrecked and then have 33 engines just lifting away? I love it. And I think the rest of our team loved it so much that it's also on the design for our Flight 11 patch, which is available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. See it? Oh, I love that. Look at that. That's the shot I was talking about. It's such a classic. And it is the end of an era, unfortunately. The last time we'll see it from this original launch mount, as I heard you guys referring to it earlier in the Stakeout, instead of orbital launch mount. But, oh, it's so cool. Of course, it is available as a patch. It is not a pre-order this time. It is actually available to ship. In fact, you can see one right there out at Starbase. Max, I believe you have one out there too, right?
I do have one with me actually right now. It is one of the two that we currently have roaming around the site, and we are taking a whole bunch of pictures with them, soaking it all in, showing the team, showing people just what they are getting. And honestly, it may be one of our best looking patches yet so far. I absolutely love it. I was getting some photos with the patch before we went live here today, and of course before I was on this morning when I was still out putting cameras up. But yes, it looks absolutely marvelous.
Yeah, so shout out to Jacques who designed it. And yeah, you can even see on the website the color choices, the design information, all of the details of the fine little hidden Easter eggs that you might not notice. Kind of like when we do Shuttle Sundays and go over the patch descriptions. We've got that too. It's also available shirts, mugs, other items, all at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Let me also just really quickly thank the Raptor Wrangler, saying Starship's mass-to-orbit capability should be used purely to get the materials for a proper shipyard into LEO, then use the yard to build the truly giant interplanetary vehicles. Well, that's an interesting thought. EJ, what do you think about that?
I mean, I'm not against it. Yeah, Raptor Wrangler, you could, in that regard, you could use Starship basically analogous in function as a space shuttle. It's totally doable. But Starship can also be your landers too. I mean, if we're going to do something like that and we're going to use Starship to build bigger ships, I want bigger ships that Starships that are like HLS can like dock to. And the ship basically tows HLS to like Mars or the moon or something and drops it off there, does landing things, and it comes back. Like I want HLS to be the drop ship. If we do something like that, like it could be done. That's totally doable. I'm not sure if that's in the like primary scope of what SpaceX wants Starship to do right now. But I'm not going to say no. Like if I was in charge, I would say no to that. I bet we should do that. That'd be awesome. I mean, it's what I was talking about a little earlier, Sawyer Max. Like I was saying, with 100 tons to low Earth orbit and 1,000 cubic meters of payload volume, you can pretty much do whatever you want. Like, you can do whatever you want, especially with a fully reusable rapid turnaround vehicle. That's like having a 747 at your disposal. Like, you can do whatever you like. You can fly wherever you want. You can do whatever you want.
Which then begs the question, like, if a certain payload would require a full-on expendable version of Starship, what in the world are they bringing in? Where are they sending it?
I don't know, but I want to live in that timeline, man.
Yeah, dude. Same.
Agreed. But this is the timeline we have for now, and we still have a giant, massive vehicle on the pad. It is currently empty, though. So let's take two fueling questions here that I want to combine into one. First off, they want to know, Max, when tank farm activity? That's from Suknor. And then also, how long does it take to fuel from your crazy uncle?
So we should be seeing the tank farm wake up at around, EJ, correct me if I'm wrong, around the T-3 hour mark? Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and so obviously the first time that everything's waking up and active is that pulp vent, which is a little bit to the left of the center of screen there, left of the condensers. That is the first sign that SpaceX is waking up the tank farm, chilling everything down, getting propellants ready to flow wherever they need to. The actual go for propellant load is done or conducted. The poll for that is conducted by the SpaceX flight director at T-1 hour and 15 minutes. And we should be hearing a go shortly after that. In terms of the actual times it takes to actually load propellant onto the ship and the booster, ship methane load. Goodness gracious. Ship methane load begins at T-minus 53 minutes, followed by ship lock starting at T-minus 46 minutes. And then booster fuel and booster locks begin at T-minus 41 minutes and 35 minutes, respectively, which is crazy to think that they actually begin flowing prop into ship first, and then booster just catches right up after that, considering how much more propellant it needs to have on board to get Starship where it needs to go. So in the grand scheme of things, considering how big Starship actually is, it's about 5,000 metric tons when it's fully fueled. That is a lot of propellant flowing in really not that long, in not that much, or not that, and not that, like, can I even word English?
He's so excited he can't speak straight.
Yeah, it's
Right.
Starship hype.
Yeah, but yeah, that's a lot of propellant flowing in not a lot of time, and that just shows you how crazy the pumps are for Pad 1. Now, imagine how fast prop load is going to be for Pad 2. I think for an entire vehicle fueling process, that could be around what it takes to fill booster with locks right now, which is about 35 minutes. We'll have to wait and see how that eventually pans out. But still, it takes about 35 minutes and change to fill a Falcon 9 entirely, and it takes them only around 52 or 51 minutes entirely to fill an entire Starship vehicle, which is orders of magnitude larger. It's crazy. That is a lot of propellant and a lot of potential energy going into a singular place, which is why the roadblock and the exclusion zones are so big. So we are not too far away. I mean, we're at T-minus almost 4 hours now, but that time is going to erode away very quickly, as it always seems to, especially once we pass that T-minus 3 hour mark.
The fact that there's even the talk of Starship, the largest vehicle ever launched, being able to be loaded with propellant almost as fast, if not as fast as Falcon 9, still blows my mind to this day. It's, as you pointed out, the order of magnitude size difference is unbelievable, and here it is. So yeah, it's like 50 minutes to load it, no big deal. And it can still hold for a half hour too, whereas Falcon 9, once they load, they have to go.
Sorry, you know what's crazy about this? The flow rate of the pad, like the ability for them to move commodities from the pad, like the actual quantity, like the flow rate there is on par with some small rocket engines. Okay. The pad can flow enough to feed small rocket engines. Not Raptors, I don't think. I don't think it's fast enough, but it's almost fast enough, which is nuts. That's crazy.
Yeah. Again, we could say the word crazy over and over again, but the engineers have made it happen.
Yep, absolutely.
And here's one from Jelly and Fury in terms of the propellant loading itself. This is definitely an EJ question. Hypothetically, what would be the issues with fueling from the top of the tanks and having the propellant fall down like a waterfall?
Yeah, you're splashing around propellants at that point. I wouldn't, just for the sake of transience on the vehicle, I probably wouldn't do that way. Splashing around and perturbing all the propellants inside could cause problems. You could have problems with pressure because, like, think about it. You're making ripples in the you're making ripples inside of the tank. You're going to turn it into a wave pool in something that's already very, very explosive. I don't think that's the smartest thing to do. I mean, we could try it, but look, man, all I'm saying is, like, I'm not smart enough to know why you wouldn't want to do that, to be honest with you, but I know that everybody fuels from the bottom for a reason. You know what I mean? Like,
baffles, EJ, baffles.
I mean, if you want to add more baffling to the tanks, you could probably get away with it if that was the use case required for what you're trying to do. But all that baffling, there's always a trade-off with engineering. All that baffling is going to add mass to your design. So I hope that whatever reason that you're going to fill from the top, right, is willing to accept the trade-off of having a tank that's basically built like 3D printing lattice.
Yeah, as the song goes, started from the bottom, now we're here.
Oh, goodness gracious.
At least I didn't make the pun that Alex just did in the back channel saying I'm baffled by this conversation.
Wow.
But yeah, so interesting questions today. That's really good. And here's one from Jim Bale. It's an interesting thought experiment that I saw earlier. We're talking, of course, about fuel and all the propellants and things like that. And of course, we have the depot that is still going to be quite pertinent and important to lunar and Martian flights. Could Falcon 9 be used to refill the low Earth orbit tanks? I mean, Max, my thought is that kind of be like using a garden hose to fill an Olympic-sized swimming pool, but I guess it could work.
I mean, yeah, and you're also talking about the wrong kind of propellant too, because Falcon 9 runs on RP1 and liquid oxygen, and RP1 is essentially a highly refined version of kerosene, and that is, of course, nowhere near what methane or liquid natural gas is. So, I mean, also Falcon 9 doesn't have that much performance to ship up an entire load of prop up to any sort of orbiting tank or Starship depot. So, I don't think so. That's just highly unrealistic and really just not in the plans for what SpaceX maybe wants to do. Maybe they use Falcon at some point for some super cool like testing mission for some hardware. But I really, even then, I struggle to think of what that could be. But I think Starship and Falcon are going to remain separate completely and not really intertwine, if that makes sense.
It doesn't. Again, it also makes sense in the favorite technology term dissimilar redundant architecture.
Yes.
In that you have two vehicles that have totally different designs, totally different propellants, totally different engines, totally different everything, so that if something happens to one vehicle, it doesn't affect the other. So if something were to happen to Starship, Falcon 9 can still fly its, 100 plus flights a year. If for some reason something happens to Falcon and they need to stop it temporarily from flying, that's not going to affect the pace of Starship. So it's kind of that ability to have a backup, to have different ways. Plus, you also don't always need a Starship to launch, a tiny 2,000 kilogram payload. I say tiny in air quotes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, tiny, right? I have a question, fellas. This is just for Sawyer and Max. Like, do we're talking about like redundant dissimilar architecture, like I don't think Falcon's ever going to interface with Starship. Now, from the hardware wise, Sawyer, I think you're right. Like, you're never going to see like Starship with like a Falcon 9 tank sitting inside of it or something, right? Like, you're not going to see something like that. But do you think like in low Earth orbit operations that, pending like human rating for Starship, that you could see a Dragon rendezvous with a Starship on orbit? Think we'd ever see anything like that?
I mean, if SpaceX is able to turn a Starship variant into like a low Earth orbit station nonetheless. I mean, we've kind of seen that before, right? Skylab, because Skylab was essentially a converted Saturn V third stage into a space station because it is this cavernous area, and it is a piece of hardware with this huge amount of area inside of which, of course, they were able to utilize for low Earth orbit, long duration spaceflight for that time. So maybe at some point we see Dragon and a Starship station, I guess, quote unquote, come together. It would kind of make sense for some applications, but we may or may not also have Gateway at that time. We may or may not have some kind of ISS successor in the form of Axiom or Vast or whoever, at least here from the States. A lot in the air, no pun intended, obviously, with that question or that point. I do not think that is outside the realm of possibility. I'll say that much.
I mean, yeah. In fact, Vast has said that while, of course, they are going to be relying on Crew Dragon for the early part of it, they haven't ruled out being able to use Starship to launch portions and then dock to it. So, it's still an option. But I don't know if I would think that we would ever see a Dragon docking to a Starship. I feel like those are two totally separate things. Maybe, it would be cool to have an in-space flyby, kind of like the end of the shuttle program when they use the orbiters to do the 360 fly around to take pictures of the entire space station.
Oh,
to see that around Starship.
Oh, I need this in my life, Sawyer. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah, as they departed the station, they did not the rendezvous pitch maneuver, which was the flip to check the tiles. This is the shuttle went all the way around the ISS, and that's how we have the photos of it. In fact, 95% of the photos that you see of the ISS are ones from shuttle 15 years ago. And it looks like at 4 hours to go until the opening of the window, we have another roadblock in the works here. Max, which roadblock is this that's getting set up?
So this is one of the first hard roadblocks for anyone who is not of SpaceX personnel at the intersection of Highway 4 and Richardson Avenue, which is near our river site, which is where this camera is currently located. So essentially to even get to this point at all, you have to have either a ticket for the Rocket Ranch Outpost to watch from here, or you have to have private property over here to have access to. Or you are also a SpaceX employee, which, of course, if you are not, this is the absolute farthest you can go. However, if you are a SpaceX employee, I think, of course, given why you're there, you can obviously keep going. But obviously, we are not them, so we are currently here both at our river lot and also at the Rocket Ranch Outpost, which is where I am currently stationed and will be for launch as well, with some hopefully really good tracking footage. But yeah, that is going into effect now since we are past the T-minus 4 hour mark. I believe the T-minus 3 hour is when I want to say there's some kind of super hard down roadblock happening at T-minus 3, but that might be up kind of by LBJ Boulevard, which is where the village is. So, but either way, things are trending in the right direction, and people who are not supposed to be here or over there are certainly making their way out right now.
Yep, and so far, people are behaving, and it looks like the clouds and weather are behaving as well, with that 80% favorable weather. I mean, look at the skies there. That is absolutely gorgeous. Now, the other thing in regards to the clear skies is this is scheduled for 6:15 p.m. opening of the window. Max, are we getting towards the potential of jellyfish time? Because we saw during the stacking the other day, right around launch time, the lighting was absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, so we won't really. So, in assuming a scenario where a jellyfish visual appearance is possible, that won't be really a thing until really after the sun is down, and we have a much darker sky to contrast the exhaust light against. So at 6:15, really not really, because methane produces a lot less, I guess, dirtiness in its combustion to have light reflect off of compared to a solid rocket motor or an RP1 powered engine. So at the current T0 of 6:15 or the window opening, I don't believe so. At the time we may start seeing it is around 7 o'clock. And of course here, locally in Starbase, the sunset will be occurring at 7:02 p.m. local time. So, and of course, we know the window goes until 7:30 p.m. now. So there is a window where Starship could be flying towards a potential jellyfish scenario and or nighttime. So which we have not seen yet. And I guess kind of selfishly, I don't want that. I want to see it fly in daytime, and we can save a night flight towards when flights are more common than they are now. That's just me. Feel free to have your own conversation or not agree with me at all. That's fine. But I'm rather hoping that they target the opening of the window and stick to it and lift off at 6:15.
Yeah, night flights will be great once it becomes more regular. I think right now
Right.
there's still that stunningness of seeing it during the day. And again, given the lighting that we saw during the lift stream, the colors should be absolutely spectacular regardless. And what's also spectacular is still the amount of support that we've been getting here. Bo, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Ron Smith with arms wide open under the sunlight. Welcome to this place. I'll show you everything. George Hill with a couple of questions here. The main one, of course, being here. One, would SpaceX ever use Pad 1 to static fire V3 ship if Massey's isn't ready? And two, they also live in the UK. Where do you advertise meetups like the one you did recently? Thank you. You guys are awesome. I know they coordinate a whole bunch of meetups in the meetup channel that we have in the NSF Discord. That I know for sure. So there's number two. As for number one, what do you think, EJ?
Let's see. Would SpaceX ever use Pad 1 to static fire V3 ships? I don't think so. V3 ships are a little ways out, George. We did see Ship 39 roll this morning, or at least a piece of it. It rolled out of Star Factory, and oh man, does it look nice. But we still have a lot of parts missing. So my guess is that they're probably trying to scale V3 production with Massey's finishing. I suppose if there was some kind of production bottleneck, maybe. Nothing's off the table with SpaceX. But I think tentatively their plan is to get Massey's up and running and retooled for Block 3 right around the time we see a completed Ship 39 roll out of one of the Mega Bay. I think that's my guess, but it seems logical.
Logical indeed, and I'm also told it was advertised in the members section of the channel right here on YouTube. So if you're a member, don't forget we have the community posts and things like that in the members section. So check all of that out too. Alex with a £5 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Saying more NSF goodness. I'm so impressed with Sawyer in particular, the most positive and hilarious dude despite some challenges. Thanks and good luck today all. Well, thank you, Alex. I appreciate that. I'll pass that along to him and let him know.
What?
Yeah.
I'm a challenge? Is that what we are? He's talking about me, isn't he?
No. You're not a challenge. You're a challenger. Fight. Ding ding.
Yes.
I don't know where that was going.
It's fine. You do a good job, Sawyer. I'm just saying, not to just sit here and be like, yo, you're awesome. But yeah, do good work, man.
Thank you. Also, thank you to Craig becoming a Red Team member. Shazbert saying, my Flight 11 patch shipped today. All I gotta say is, laissez les bon temps rouler. Go, Flight 11, with the New Orleans style go. And yes, I do speak French. Let the good times roll. And Sun Express for Jack's high chair with bacon tray attached and or bagel 101 night courses for adults.
He gets roasted and he's not even
all
here.
over the place.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Wow.
He gets roasted. He isn't even here. I love it.
His bacon. And for those who don't know, this goes back to the Flame Trench, which is our Friday kind of fun news recap show. There was a photo of some very burnt bacon that Jack had made there. If you don't check it out. Check that show out. Of course, if you want the serious news, every Friday we have This Week in Space Flight with Alicia. And then...
Parle anglais, s'il vous plaît.
No. Oh, sorry. Let me say that in English. No.
Oh, yeah, okay. There, I understood the second one.
Okay. And here's one from Tyler asking if it's similar to how we fuel tanks here in the Air Force, they're commenting, then top loading can cause static charges to build up in the fuel. Perhaps it's a similar concern. Thoughts on that?
Ooh.
There's all kinds of stuff that is ringing off in my head that's a big no-no. I just picked one, tank baffling and temperature transients that could get screwed up from sloshing propellants. But yeah, that's probably, that sounds right. That's probably a thing, to be honest. With rocket science and rocket engineering, guys, like I said, we were talking about like it's easy to explain, right? Hard to do. The reason why it's hard to do is because there's 1,000 little tiny, seemingly inconsequential things that you absolutely have to take into account. You wouldn't even think about that, right? It's like, speaking of static electricity, like Mars Insight, the lander that NASA launched in 2018 to Mars. It landed and it was a seismometer and it had a drill and it took samples. It went out because dust built up on the solar panels. And, people are like, everyone was there like, why don't you just put a windshield wiper on the solar panels? It's static electricity that held the dust to the panel. Like something you didn't even think about. It's like, oh yeah, static electricity for the dust on my spaceship on another planet. It's like, oh, there's always a ton of small things like that they don't seem like that's a big deal. Oh, it's absolutely a big deal. Static electricity built up all the dust on InSight solar panels and it promptly lost power.
Yeah, a minor detail there. It's crazy the little things. It's right. It's crazy the little things that you don't think about. That when you get there, it's like, oh, that really could go wrong. They try and account for as much as they can, and the same thing with Starship. But sometimes things definitely go wrong. And in fact, we asked some of our team members, do you think that SpaceX will have issues with version 3 of Starship? Here are some of their answers.
I think version 3 will go through some headaches like version 2 did, but I'm really hoping with all of the component testing that we've been seeing happening so far, that it goes a little bit at least smoother. I mean, as long as they don't blow up another ship at Massey's, it'll be fine, right? Right?
In terms of how well the version 3 variants of Starship and Super Heavy will start, tough to say right now because, of course, both the Starship Upper Stage and the Super Heavy booster and the launch pad are all brand new from the ground up. There's nothing in common that they share with Pad 1 and the version 1 and version 2 variants of Starship.
I think there's going to be some headaches with version 3. In the sense that we're going to see some failures of version 3. My main question, sort of internally, what I'm wondering is whether we're going to have these failures early on, like we saw with version 2, or if they're going to be popping up on.
Either is going to go really, really well, and SpaceX is going to have next to no issues sorting out, making sure that everything is reliable and dependable, or they're going to go through what we saw with the Saturn V and the SLS and go through months and months of scrubbed launch attempts and aborted wet dress rehearsals.
I think that Block 3 will suffer some setbacks or some difficulties, but it won't be the same kinds of difficulties we saw with the last set. I do not think we're going to see 4 straight vehicles fail to come anywhere close to re-entry. I think we're going to see, there's going to be some, obviously some growing pains with the ship catch, but I don't think we'll see the same types of frustrations we saw with Block 2.
For example, Falcon 9, it did not have any failures until Flight 19, and they even changed a version and all. So, are we really going to have a failure? I think we're going to have some headaches. There's probably going to be some things going on there with version 3.
I'm pretty sure version 3 will have some of the same issues that version 2 had during its development. It's all brand new from the bottom up. There's so many new things in this that, of course, they're going to have some issues. Nothing goes clean ever. I don't think it'll be as bad as version 2, but I think version 3 will have its ups and downs.
So I don't think that version 3 will have quite as many explosive headaches as 2. There was definitely a bit of a steeper learning curve with this one, but I do think that there will be some growing pains. But, that's rocket science, right? We're obviously going to get a few surprise learning opportunities. But I think overall it'll go smoother. Block 2 was like the awkward teenage phase. So, we just had to get that out of the way.
I think there'll be some learning curves. There's definitely going to be, it's the unknowns that are the issue, and they will find things out. But I think they've learned so much up to date with the current vehicles that hopefully that list is going to get smaller and smaller as they go. As we've seen with Falcon 9, the more they iterate, the more reliable and flawless the launch goes go.
I can only hope that the introduction of version 3 will be much smoother than the introduction of version 2. SpaceX really has had a chance to fix everything. On the other hand, everything will be new. A new ship, a new booster, and a new pad. So many things can go wrong.
I'm very hopeful that SpaceX got all the Block 2 issues fully resolved. And I really don't expect to see the same headaches in Block 3. It should be significantly smoother.
I would like to see it go smoother, but I can't see the first couple launches going perfectly at a plan. Hopefully we don't have any mass destruction on the pad, or when it breaks up over unpopulated areas. But I think we'll see a couple of failures.
I honestly think it's going to go well. It might take 1 or 2 launches. They might have maybe a minor failure here or there, but with all the data they've gained from all of the Block 2 launches, all of the Block 1 launches, I really do think Block 3 is a winner.
Do I think that we'll have the same hardships that we kind of had with V2, or do I think it will go a little bit smoother when it comes to V3? I'm fingers crossed that things will go smoother. I think they will. That's what my gut says, and that's what I think, because they've had so much time to learn with V2, and they've learned so much from every single flight, kind of everything that could go wrong. And so I think with V3, we'll see a lot of improvements in those places that we've had some issues so far, re-entry especially.
I'm just wondering whether that's going to be at the beginning of the version 3 flights or later down the line. And I really hope it's towards the beginning, because then, we can get away from all of that and get into really successful flights.
Rumor has it to this day, Alex is still talking about his answer there. But yeah, that was really well done, and thank you to the team for doing all of that. Also, thank you to Carson, who was producing, and during that break, we had a little bit of a switch, and it is now Jay Keegan in control of what you see on the screen at the moment, and what we see appears to be some Cybertrucks rolling out and into the tank farm. Is that kind of what's been going on? Any reason, EJ, why they might be doing that?
It could be a red team like we were talking about, Sawyer. They could be just doing some final checks, securing the area, making sure everything is good. I mean, there's a big concrete wall in the way. It's kind of hard to see what they're doing,
Oh, yeah, that. How dare they put walls up and things?
I know. It's ridiculous.
But this isn't really a crazy worry that, oh my gosh, there's teams out there at the pad, even though there's roadblocks up, right? Because there's still 3 hours, 45 minutes till the opening of the window.
Yeah, we're still sitting a good ways out, guys. I mean, if you look at if you're watching the stream, you look at the clock on the top left, 3 hour 43 minutes. We got some time. We got some time. This is probably not. I mean, saying it could be a red team. It's probably not. They're probably just doing final checkouts, just making sure all the T's are crossed, the I's are dotted, and then they'll get out of Dodge, and hopefully we'll see some action out here today.
No, those are Cybertrucks, not Dodges.
Yeah, and they won't be getting out of them either. That's a good point. They'll be getting in them to leave. Yeah, no. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Semantics. It's fine. Anyway, continuing along, while we talk about V3 there after that little video, Gabriel Ghost, Gabriel GG asking, what are other parts of the V3 ship that are different to V2? So what's the difference between V3 and V2 other than Raptor 3? Max, you want to take that one?
I think the most obvious difference comes in with the super heavy boosters. So, of course, as we already mentioned, both the ship and booster will be utilizing the Raptor 3. But on a super heavy booster, there have been a number of design changes. I think the first and foremost, it is going to be longer. So there is going to be a bit more capacity for methane and LOX in either tank. Second of which, there is a much bigger transfer tube or downcomer, whatever you want to say, that takes the methane down to the Raptor engines. And also, speaking of the engines, unlike what we have seen with the Gen 1, and I guess this is still the Gen 2 Super Heavy booster, there's going to be no kind of engine shielding of any type. So meaning that all of the pumps and all of the plumbing that we have seen with Raptor 3 are going to be completely exposed to the elements, which is going to be one of the most wild visual spectacles I think has ever been seen in rocketry. It's going to be bonkers. But the engine heat shielding and skirt is gone around the base. There's only going to be 3 grid fins instead of 4, and they are of much different shape and size compared to what is on the current generation of Super Heavy Booster. And they are also a bit farther down from the hot staging ring. And speaking of the hot staging ring, unlike the Gen 1 and Gen 2 boosters, which currently use a disposable hot stage ring, the hot stage ring on the version 3 booster is already built into the design. So it is essentially a truss structure looking design from what we have seen similar to the N1 and the Soyuz rockets of old, and of course current with Soyuz. But very weird looking design, but honestly, it kind of slaps. I'm not gonna lie. And instead of the additional shielding we've seen or have come used to with the current hot staging ring, the dome that we see in between the hot stage ring and of course what will be in between it and the ship itself is just the tank structure. That's not just additional shielding for components underneath. So a myriad of changes. Essentially, it is a clean sheet design on version 3 when it comes to the booster. The ship will be roughly the same size, but of course the internal plumbing is going to be a little bit different. I think the faux ceiling that is currently on the Gen 2 ships is going to be changed, and of course, obviously, the being able to utilize the Raptor 3 engines as a whole. The flap design is going to be the same. I believe the header tanks are going to be the same. Maybe those have changed. And I believe the Pez dispenser is also going to be of a much is going to be a very similar design, maybe optimized for its own purposes. But of course, I think overall V3 is meant to be expanded upon, unlike the version 1 and version 2, which were essentially meant as experimental test vehicles just to get data, and any payloads were just a bonus, as we have seen with the Starlink simulators. So a myriad of changes, like way more than we can possibly cover in this live stream, and of course without the level of detail that we have seen. But it is essentially a brand new vehicle from the bottom of the Raptor 3 boost, the Raptor 3 engines on the Super Heavy booster to the very tip of the ship. It is a brand new vehicle, and of course also it will utilize a brand new launch pad in Pad 2 with the brand new design of launch mount, shorter chopsticks, and a revised ship QD as well, or ship quick disconnect, which loads propellant in and out of the ship itself. So brand new from the ground up, essentially.
It's a shame Jay couldn't do the fade out and fade in like we did with Alex's answers.
Yeah, I know. There's a lot to cover there.
Yeah, no, it's hard to put into words all of the changes. There are a lot, so thank you for kind of breaking that down. And as we get ready to see the testing for that, hopefully sooner than later, Bo is asking, EJ, will Massey's be ready for ship/booster testing so that flights can resume as soon as Pad 2 is ready?
Yeah, I think that there's scaling Massey's to be done around the same time they think that Ship 39, the first Block 3 ship, is going to be finished. I'm pretty sure. Right? Like, because why wouldn't you? You know, Massey's, they'll either delay it or they'll speed it up, working on it, kind of tentatively to when the ship is done. Get it, whether that means speed it up or slow it down. Yeah, I'm not sure, but you probably want to get those things done around the same time, right? Like, there's no rush. We got a little bit of time before the second pad is ready to go anyway, right? So scale those two to each other and make sure they're good to go at the same time, so you can work right into pad operations, right? Get the ship ready to go. You need a ship to test. Get the test stand ready to go for the ship. You need to test that, and then get the pad ready to go. That's kind of what I'm thinking the quote unquote internal schedule is right now. But Yeah, I think the test stand will pretty much be ready to go when a Block 3 ship rolls out.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't seem like that's going to be anything that delays getting it to the pad sooner. As we see one of the helicopters flying around that we're used to seeing, doing security checks and sweeps and flying around. So while that is up, currently the beach is now officially closed. So good news there as they continue with preparations towards flight, hopefully about 3.5 hours from now. While we're talking about all of this here, there was a question that I saw from Daniel asking, is there any concern with the top of the V3 booster being the methane tank uh, with no hot staging ring on top? Hot Raptor exhaust against a super cold stainless steel body seems bad. EJ?
Is there any concern with the top of... Sorry, I'm just thinking about the question. I heard what you said. I'm thinking about it by rereading it. So, Daniel, in terms of physics, I'm not 100% sure. Like, we should talk... we could talk through it here and figure it out. But, whenever I see something that doesn't kind of make sense with SpaceX, with any type of space flight, they obviously did it that way for a reason. And whatever that reason is usually involves some kind of trade-off. Now, does the top dome of these things get very frosty? Not really. Not really. What do you have going on around the top of the methane dome on the booster? Well, there's your ullage gas line that's coming from the Raptors because of autogenous pressurization. The Raptors do have a gaseous methane tap-off that they use to shoot some gaseous methane back up the side of the booster in a pneumatic line, and that goes into the tank. And that's what keeps the tank pressurized so they can feed the propellants in at the bottom. Gas in the top, propellants, liquid comes in and goes out from the bottom, gas comes in from the top, right? So does the top of the tank really get all that icy? I would say from a physics standpoint, probably not, but maybe to an extent, like a little bit, but by the time the booster's engines are firing onto it, the propellant is nowhere near it. I wouldn't worry about that. And obviously it can take the thermal transients, right? Like it could take an engine basically shooting off basically in its face, right? That's no problem, right? Because why would they be doing it if it was an issue? Now, with that all being said, SpaceX is known to send it. And they do use an iterative design method. So there's no guarantees that they even know if that's going to work or not, right? But my general rule of thumb is that if I see something that makes no sense, go and try and figure out why, because there's usually a really good reason. My guess is that by the time that thing is empty, you don't need to worry about heating up the top of that thing too much because there's mostly hot gas at the top of the tank. That's just a guess, though. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and I don't think we're going to be fully sure until we actually see it fly.
Exactly. Nothing pays like flight data, man.
That is true. And while we're talking about the hot stage ring, Run David Run asking, how will the new hot stage ring help direct the booster in the correct trajectory? The current hot stage ring has welded plates on it, but the new booster has struts there. So you may remember that they kind of added some things to the hot staging rings here to help direct the flow of gases to kind of use it to help with steering a bit. Max, any idea if we know of anything specifically for the new hot staging ring to help with steering?
I was actually talking about this topic with a friend last night, and honestly, I don't know. I was going to say that they could, I guess, make some of the gaps between the trusses smaller, but that might have the opposite effect of the gases at that point being shot out that gap faster and then turning the booster in the opposite direction that you think it might. But I honestly don't know. And the grid fins, as we've seen on previous flights, they used to turn the grid fins a little bit to try and help the hot gases from the ship engines, try and divert the booster in a certain direction. But obviously, with that new plate closed off, they don't have to do that on the current ring. But on the V3 and V4 booster hot stage rings, I really don't know. I wish I did.
Well, Max, this kind of just popped in my head. I was thinking about it here. I'm sitting here staring at the wall. It, I'm staring off into space. I'm like, wait a minute. Well, we know that Super Heavy on, what was it? Flight 9 did that deterministic flip, right? So there's clearly something other than the hot staging vents that are going to get that booster to start moving in the other direction. You could use the engine gimbal to do it on the 3 center engines on Super Heavy. It's totally possible, as long as you get a nice clean separation, right?
True.
Yeah, Max, and the other thing to remember is that where you're hot staging, there's not a lot of pressure. Aerodynamics are absolutely a thing, but because the atmospheric fall off, like you go higher, there's less pressure. The aerodynamic perturbations are going to be way less than like tilting the 3 Raptor engines on Super Heavy to get the thing to flip deterministically in the right direction. Because, Max and Sawyer, correct me if I'm wrong, before they were doing the deterministic flip, Super Heavy was just kind of rolling in any direction it wanted to. If I'm understanding that correctly, it was just like, oh, it went down that time. Oh, it went up that time, that's pretty metal. But yeah, this base is like, oh, let's make sure it goes in the right direction every time. Doing the same thing every time is probably a good thing.
Yeah, that was a bit of a startling revelation from SpaceX, in that before they decided to do that with the hot staging ring, that the direction the booster would flip was kind of randomized. Like, that was kind of startling to learn. But also, you could just look at ignition sequence from the Raptors on the ship, whether it be vacuum or sea levels, because of course the vacuum optimized Raptors don't gimbal, so maybe you use those initially to push away, and then maybe you light one of these sea level Raptors first, or 2 of them in a certain direction to try and help push the booster a certain way. There's a number of potential solutions to this, so I'm not quite sure, but as we often say, we'll see what happens.
The only way to know is to fly. But we still have some time for that. Let's see here. Let me thank some people, because we've got some red ones here in the queue that I want to make sure that we hit. Racine, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Rocket Dave, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Again, Capcom and above gets access to the NSF Discord. 17, thank you for becoming a Padrat member. Raptor Wrangler with a question here. What would you want the first Leo shipyard to be called? Ooh. Any thoughts?
Ryan Weber would probably find this funny. I was going to say Starbase, but that's kind of, the Starbase 1, that maybe we shouldn't call it that. maybe we should call it Jeff. I don't know. Max, what do you think?
Jeff?
Yeah, it's Jeff.
This is Jeff. Oh, boy. I don't know. I'll have to give that one some thought. I can't think of anything right now.
Space Station McSpace Station face?
I got nothing. I got nothing right now.
Chat saying Star Yard. I like Star Yard. Sawyer, what do you think? I like that. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
I was gonna go with Serenity. It kind of gives that Firefly feel. So.
Okay. All right.
I don't know. For some reason, it made me think of it. So yeah, that would be mine. But it's a good question. Interesting to see what chat thinks would be a good name for it too.
Star Yard. That rolls
I
off
like
the
that
tongue quite nicely.
Yeah,
Nice.
and it keeps with the star motif: Starship,
Exactly.
Starlink, Starbase, Star Yard.
Yeah, because
10
it's
out
not
of 10.
confusing enough as is with all the star everything.
No, it's great. Not.
Starlink,
Yeah.
Star Shield, Starship, Star Yard, Stargate,
Star Max, Star EJ. Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah. Oh, whoa.
Exactly. We all know I'm the real star here. Anyway.
Wow. Wowee.
No holds barred today. What can I say? And hopefully no holds in the count as we keep going with launch.
Now, why'd you got to say it out loud, man?
Yeah.
I didn't say the bad word.
He did not, and also there was nothing really negative insinuated there. But that was like right on the edge, though, I have to say.
It's bad juju, man.
It is bad juju. You're right, EJ. It is bad juju.
Bad juju. But again, amazing support here from viewers. Gary with a $20 super chat saying, no astronaut is ever going to want to get aboard a Starship whose forward flaps are only 98% whole. If SpaceX determines it will need to replace flaps every flight, how much will this disrupt their plans? I mean, I think the main goal is to not keep having flap issues, and that's something that I know that they've been focusing on with all their testing to hopefully fix for version 3. Am I wrong?
No, I think it's like having to replace aircraft engines after every single flight. That's just not feasible. And if they're having to replace ship flaps after every single flight, obviously the design is not optimized. Therefore, likely not able to receive human certification. So I don't think that will be a thing. If they are having the issue of having to constantly swap out flaps, maybe they can find a way to have that commercially certified, but at least not for humans. If it was to fly humans, it needs to be Denton nuts 100% reliable. If not, if they were to have any issues, there has to be many constituents to be, or I should say, scenarios in which that the probability of making it home alive is still great enough. So, but I think swapping out flaps is certainly a negative on that part.
Well, okay, I got a question. Gary, talk to me, Goose. Why are we thinking that SpaceX would be okay with having bad flaps?
Exactly.
I mean, Raptor 2 wasn't reusable enough for them, so they just redesigned it Raptor 3, one of the most complicated fluid management and rocket engines ever devised. Right? With the way that SpaceX iterates on their design, they're not going to accept that flap gets burned through. It's fine. I'm not trying to denigrate the shuttle program, but this is not the shuttle program, dude. They'll fix it. They'll figure out something that works. That's very clearly. I mean, look at that tin can that's on your screen right now. They'll figure out something. They've quite actually had this thing blow up in their face, and they figured out something. They figured out a way to do it. I don't think SpaceX will if physics comes back and they fly a Starship and physics is like, no, I'm gonna burn through this flap. I hate you. SpaceX is gonna be like, no, we're not taking no for an answer. We'll figure out a way to get around that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, physics schmizzics. It's not important.
Yeah, it's all Greek to me.
I mean, they do use some Greek letterings, I guess, with like delta V and that kind. Anyway,
I made a pun and you didn't get it. That's like the one time I'm going to do that.
EJ skill level unlocked? Question mark.
I'm sorry, I was still punned out from the lift stream when I had to do 3 minutes and 45 seconds straight of puns. If you missed that, I don't know if you would want to replay it, but it was there.
No,
Did you really?
I will not.
I wasn't
partake.
aware of this.
Yes, legitimately. There was a goal in chat to have me do puns for 5 straight minutes, and we hit 3/4 of it. So 3/4 of 5 minutes was 3 minutes 45 seconds. And literally, I had a timer running and everything, and just nonstop puns. And yes, Jay Keegan, I did enjoy every second of it. Mark in chat, most painful 3 minutes of my life. I appreciate it. Walter with the €10 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Been following you guys from Hoppy's first flight. I appreciate you calling it Hoppy. This flight will be 1:15 a.m. local, so pre-sleeping, have a good one, and thanks for all the streams. Well, thank you for the support, and thank you for joining us all the way through. It has been a wild ride for those who started with the hops and now moving on to, I guess they're still kind of hops in a way, with now catching boosters again back at the launch site. So, different kind of hop.
A big
Cameron,
hop. A very big hop.
Oh, yeah. Cameron saying, do we think they'll tear the tower down and replace it with the one off Roberts Road once they convert the pad after launch? V3 and V4 will be bigger after all. Max, we've seen them continuing to work on even more tower segments and more towers at Roberts Road in Florida. Do you think they'll replace this one with the new one?
No, I don't. And I think building a Starship tower is a very complicated procedure, and it takes a lot of time. Obviously, it may not take that much time in the grand scheme of things from our perspective to at least build the modules, but to stack them and make sure everything is aligned just right and structurally sound is a whole other topic of conversation. I think the tower itself is going to be fine, but obviously the launch mount is going to have to go. The chopsticks are either going to have to be replaced or modified, and the ship QD may have to come down as well, or at least be modified where it is. Yes, Starship V4 is going to be longer, and of course, obviously V3 will as well. But you also have to consider that those vehicles with this new launch mount are going to be sitting lower down to the ground. So you can do a lot more with this current size of tower. If Starship does expand beyond V4, or maybe even for V4 in future towers, they may have to raise the height a little bit. But I think they are doing just fine with where it is, so long as they're able to mount or lower the height that the booster and ship are currently able to sit at. But the current tower that we are seeing over at Roberts Road is going to, we suspect at least, is going to be the first over at Space Launch Complex 37 for the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station.
I think so too. And again, we have our Space Coast flyovers that we've been doing where you can keep an eye on all of the progress made, including one from a few weeks ago that is on the channel if you want to check that out to see Florida Starship progress. Mr. Gamer IO saying Wyoming Coast cheesecake is the best. If you know, you know.
I agree wholeheartedly.
It's the best. Everyone knows it.
Also asking how many Falcon launches from the West Coast do you think we'll get in 2026 was the question. Ooh.
Many. The answer is many.
EJ?
I don't know. I like the East Coast. I don't talk about that. That's not my department.
That is fair. I mean, East Coast, West Coast, so I'm with you.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, Vandenberg already has a pretty impressive launch cadence. It's like, I think, on average every 4 to 5 days, if that sounds right. So they already have a pretty good cadence, but I'm not sure. I can't really put a number on it right now.
And that's with a singular pad with the older style transporter erector.
Yes.
Well, okay, all right. Jokes aside, we know that SpaceX is going to be working on Slick 6. They did get the lease to Slick 6, and we've seen some, albeit tentative, plans of retooling Space Launch Complex 6 at Vandenberg to a Falcon or Falcon Heavy pad. So I would say that, I'm not going to be able to put an exact number on that, but, with they're building another pad out there for a reason. I mean, we know the reason. It's for defense missions, so you can get Falcon Heavy from the West Coast for whatever the Space Force or the National Reconnaissance Office needs for that, right? So I would say it's pretty reasonable to think that if they're going to retool another pad out there for Falcon, that obviously we're going to see more, right? We're going to see more than what we have right now, and right now it's a lot.
Yeah. A lot. There you go. There's your number. A lot. Let's see here. Alexander, poor Alex. Some say he's still there recording. I wouldn't put it past him.
We James made him.
Yes,
it was worth
James
it.
Made.
It was worth it.
Those were some of the best moments, though. Long live James May.
Yes. Cheese.
Is it bad though? Like if during those episodes of Top Gear when he was actually given some technical explanation that I was listening to it and then they faded out and I'm like, no, man, I wanted to listen to that.
Oh no. Anyway.
Touche.
I'm sure some of the 28 minutes of Alex's answer is there somewhere. Oron Quake, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Crafty Geek with the $5 tip saying, is that Rocket Ranch camera a semi-permanent NSF deployment or is it only on launch days? I know you have long-term cameras at businesses and other launch regions. For example, what's that one we could see Falcon 9 barges return to in Florida? But curious how common that is for NSF's coverage. So the Florida one is Rusty's, which is a restaurant at Port Canaveral. A great place to grab a bite to eat, too, as you watch it happen, so shout out to them. But, Max, the Rocket Ranch camera, they're kind enough to let us keep that out there.
They are, and they are also incredibly gracious to be able to host me today, and this wicked camera setup that I may tease a picture of later on the launch stream. But it is quite a doozy. But they have been very gracious in hosting us in previous launches, and of course today as well. We cannot thank them enough, and we can also not recommend them enough, because honestly, their view here, or the view here from the outpost, is literally a front row seat and as close to the pad and to watch as anyone from the general public can get. Good Lord, I cannot talk today. Jeez Louise. But we are so close here. It seems kind of far away at first, but then you really, if you've seen one before, you know how intense it can be watching this close. Now imagine those poor SpaceX employees watching over near the Star Factory, but this really is a front row seat here, and we cannot thank them enough. But the camera here should be staying here so long as it doesn't have any issues.
Yes, and of course, I believe there's a command in chat as well for it if it hasn't already been spammed. They're awesome out there at the Rocket Ranch. So again, thank you to them for letting us have that camera there. And then Danny McPhee becoming a Pad Rat member, Sergio becoming a Red Team member, John becoming a Pad Rat member, Screen Name saying, nice video, it's great to see the mods featured. Also, thank you, Alex, for your educational speech. We totally heard every word. Let's see here. This was an interesting one. EJ Granger is wondering, what would be the steps to get Starship cleared for re-entry over U.S. soil for possible return to launch site situations?
Well, guys, it's not just about oh, we think the ship's safe enough. We think the ship's safe. The flight data is your primary driver of safety. That's the big one. I mean, Sawyer, cast your mind back to the early days of Falcon 9 landing. Like they were like, don't get anywhere near this thing, near the landing zone. Like they'd shut down the entire Space Coast for one of these landings, right? Nowadays it's just, okay, just don't go over near that launch pad. Obviously, there's soft roadblocks all over the Cape when like a Falcon 9 does an RTLS, right? But the like the disaster area, the area that's cordoned off, your detonation area is much smaller. And that's because Falcon 9 flies a lot. SpaceX is going to need a good amount of data here before we can get some like re-entry over populated areas, which is why, like, as much as we all wanted to see a ship catch sometime soon, probably going to need at least 2 to 3 more flights getting, on orbit and then coming back down and then getting a good landing. Like you got to prove, maybe not like a landing at sea in the future. You got to prove out that this thing can come down in one piece and it's not going to, have any like crazy issues. Right. And once again, SpaceX has been proving that to an extent with Ship 37, Ship 31, and Ship 29. We don't talk about the other ones. They have been proving it to an extent, but those are from suborbital trajectories. You're not coming back from full orbit, right? And the reason why they haven't gone full orbit is because they don't have enough data on Raptor reignition. They need more data on reigniting a Raptor on orbit so they can make sure that they can bring it down. It's a step-by-step process that will get you there. And long story short, you just need more flight data, which I'm for one, I'm pretty okay with. Sawyer, you good with that? You good with more Starship flights?
Yeah, I guess I'm good with that.
Yeah, me too.
Let's see here. Alan is wondering, as we're talking about more Starship flights, do we have an approximation as to when in 2026 we're looking at a potential Starship Flight 12 launch? I know we had the video earlier with some of the team members with their opinions, but for the people that are here, Max, what do you think? When do we see Flight 12?
That has been a very common question being thrown around in the last week or so, but truthfully, it's really tough to gauge and tough to judge. My personal opinion, as I said on the video, is probably at some point in maybe late January, possibly February, most likely like late February, early March. That's my prediction. We still have yet to see beyond the nose cone of Ship 39 any real flight hardware for Booster 18, let alone anything stacked, let alone anything of significance beyond hardware ready for a static fire test or a full cryo test of a full vehicle. There's a lot that we still have yet to see, and not to mention, Pad 2 is not really fully online yet. They may be able to support a booster static fire, but it's obviously missing a ship quick disconnect arm, which you need to service your ship. So there is still a lot of work left to do, not so much on the launch pad side, because that is making really good progress, but on the vehicle side, there's still a lot that we have yet to see. But there's still a lot of time left before the end of the year, and of course they have all of 2026 to do whatever they want to do or can try to do. So it's going to be at least 4 to 5 months, I'd say.
EJ?
I was staring at the wall thinking about this one again. Max, you say like April or March. You know, I'll be the optimistic one, and I'll say January, February. I mean,
I said January, February.
Oh. All right, fine. I'll be the optimistic one and say November, December. No, I'm not doing that. I'm an optimist, but I'm not that much of an optimist, you know.
Flying next week, EJ.
Next week. In 2 weeks, guys. 2 weeks, just 2 weeks away.
It's always 2 weeks away.
Soon. TM.
Yeah. I would... SpaceX, as far as I can tell from, you know, what information was given from Elon, et cetera, it looks like they're trying to get it done by the end of the year, which in rocket speak, even for the blazing fast speed that SpaceX goes at, that's nice code for January, February, Max. I think you're pretty much on point there.
Yeah, as Alicia pointed out in the video earlier, I mean, I think it's safe to say that it will probably be right in the worst possible time, right around the same time as Artemis, and just make all of our lives difficult.
No, Sawyer, we don't want to manifest that. No. Don't do that.
I'll
I'm
manifest
just quoting
that
Alicia.
because I like to party. Let's do it.
Because you like to party.
Yep, let's do it. 2 launches at the same time, man. Let's go.
I also like sleep, so you know. Yeah, who needs that, right?
I don't need that. Wait, yes, I
don't
do.
need that either.
I changed my mind because you said that. I do.
Okay, well, I do too.
Okay, I don't need it anymore. We're good. Sawyer?
I was just going to let you guys go on that one. Here's an interesting question from Ari. This is, I think, an EJ question. How many starships do you think SpaceX can handle in space at once, logistics-wise? Do they have the people to do that? How would you handle having, you know, all of the different starships and the tanker ones and everything tracked and monitored and whatnot?
That is a super good question. Ari, I like that question a lot. How many starships do you think they can handle at once, logistics-wise? Eventually, it's gonna need to be a lot eventually, huh? Right? Like, you're gonna need to have multiple mission control rooms. But then again, the last Starship launch that we saw SpaceX roll out a new mission control center in Star Factory. What's to say that there isn't 3 or 4 of those built into Star Factory on the floors above or below or to the left or to the right? You know, they're clearly building out for high bandwidth missions here with Star Factory, gigabays, you know, multiple pads at multiple space centers for Starship. They're clearly building out for scale, and there's no way they were like, oh yeah, we built out all this stuff, we only have 1 mission control. Oh no. Oh boy. If I had to guess, Star Factory at Boca Chica is, you know, where they called the last cast from. I'm gonna go ahead and say there's probably 2 or 3 flight control rooms that are being set up there, or at least tentatively planned. Right? There's probably more going on than meets the eye than what we can see. That's my guess. Not sure though.
I mean, I guess one kind of comparison to that is how are they keeping track of all of the different Starlink satellites, of which, you know, you have 9,000 of those, and they're able to track them. Is it different that you have a larger vehicle, basically?
Well, the Starlink satellites are... You guys ever see Twister? Dorothy?
Of course.
That's I mean, I'm not saying that Starlinks are some kind of passive communication system, right? But the monitoring, Dorothy's kind of more passive, swarm of stuff to get telemetry on a tornado. It's also from a movie that doesn't exist. I understand that. The Starlink thing, it's not like they need one person to monitor every satellite, Sawyer. They really lean heavy into automation with Starlinks. From what I understand, Starlinks do collision avoidance maneuvers automatically. It's much more of a swarm. So in that regard, you need like minimal amounts of humans in the loop there. It's all designed to be automated from the ground up with humans out of the loop. So, SpaceX has geez, how big is Starlink at this point? Like 6,000 satellites?
I think they've launched over 9,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. I lost count, guys. I was keeping track for a little while, and then I'm just like, oh, there it goes, 20 more. All right. The Starlink is designed to be highly optimized. Made like highly optimized for automation. Maybe Starships will be the same way. I don't see why not, but I don't think we'd ever get away from like a mission control, style, like, all right, you go, we're go, everybody's go. Like, I don't think we'd ever get away from that with Starships. Not necessarily Starlink. Like, sat operations are different than, conducting launches into space, right? Chad, what do you guys think? This is a good topic. I like this. Can we keep this discussion going? This is good.
SpaceX wants to approach airline-like operations, right? Like aircraft. So obviously for that, we have the FAA and ATC, or air traffic control. So what we're going to eventually need is STC, or space traffic control, eh? Huh?
I like it.
I want it. I
need it.
Please, I need it.
Want some more of it?
Not that there's issues with our air traffic control system as is, but minor details.
Pessimist, bro. Pessimist.
Yeah. You're not Ryan.
I was gonna say, do I get a photo in the Ryan calendar then?
Oh God! You saw that. My apologies. Sorry about that.
Also, by the way, Max, for people who I'm sure are seeing it and wondering, the little floating fish in the top left there, the dirigible, for people who don't know, what is that?
Floating fish. Yeah, so that is a big old observation balloon stationed over at the edge of South Padre Island, right near the port. Right at the mouth of the port, I should say. And that is used mostly, I believe, for immigration observations, I believe, or preventative illegal immigration. I don't know. We have seen footage from it only once, and that was when I think it was us who foyered whoever is in charge of that. And we got footage from Starship Flight 5, both with the launch and the catch. So that is what that is. There are cameras on it. We have seen footage from it, and I'm sure there is more footage to come from it at some point.
Yeah, guys.
But that's what that is, for those wondering.
Yeah, it's basically a big listening post. Like there's just a bunch of cameras pointed a bunch of different directions up there. The aerostat, floats the cameras up. Instead of building like a huge tower, right, and having a guy with binoculars on the top, that's a little bit easier to kind of see the lay of the land. In this case, they're watching the border.
Anyway, just wanted to bring that up because it's on the screen. Turtle Sanctuary saying, considering everything from Flight 1 up until today, can you summarize all the changes the NSF team has faced and your predictions for the future? I think that would take way too long.
Yeah.
But appreciate it. Basically, more cameras, more better, and going further, even more cameras, even more better. How about that? Especially because now we've also been having the members, the multi-view, the 4K multi-view, which is up, as well as the behind-the-scenes multi-view, where you get to see all the production side of things for today's launch attempt. That is also, I believe, just about to go live, if not already live, so you can check out the team getting ready for the on-camera portion coming up very shortly. Brock with a $20 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com saying, WRT propellant depots, can anyone think of a more efficient option for staging commodities in orbit than brute forcing it with vehicles such as Starship? Example, napkin mass suggests about 75k tons of prop, SLS excluded, overall being needed per HLS Artemis mission. That's a lot of math, EJ.
Oh, you want me to get? Oh, okay. All right, I got this.
I don't think we have the time to get into all of
All
that.
right, let me get the math out. No, Brack, I like where your mind's at. That's good. You're gonna have trade-offs, right? You're gonna have trade-offs with any type of design. Starship, once again, keep thinking about Starship like an airplane. As far as I understand, that's how it's going to work. So I don't like, once again, this is per like what SpaceX has said. This is what we wanted to do. This is what we want to. Okay, you want it to be like an airplane. Do we see a magical propellant aerostat depot blimp hanging around to refuel fighter jets or refuel airliners floating around somewhere over the Atlantic Ocean? No, we don't see anything like that. So I think that like your con ops here for Starship is basically just keep refueling and keep refueling. It emphasizes high flight cadence and less on the side of like lower launch cadence, send it to a depot, right? With that being said, like let's take like the US military, for instance, anytime your fighter jets are out doing something, you're always going to have a tanker loitering around, right? No matter where you're going, what you're doing, you can use that to basically extend your range of capability here. Now, we're not talking about fighter jets, but once again, airplane-like operations, right? Airplane-like operations. Another thing that comes into mind is, the Falklands War in 1982. England used the Falcons to, do bombing sorties, right? And the Falcon cannot reach the Falkland Islands by itself. It was being refueled and refueled and refueled and refueled along the way. There were always tankers loitering around refueling the Falcon so it could deliver its payload. That's what I think they're going to go with Starship. I don't think we're going to see some type of like crazy big depot space station. I think we're going to see something much more analogous to like a KC-135 or a KC-10 or a KC-46. KC-40. Let's say KC-135, and we'll go from there. If you know, you know. So I don't think we're going to see a station like that. I think the high launch cadence, we're always going to see something loitering up there.
Yeah, I think that's a good observation. Dodger, thank you for the super chat. Thomas Smith becoming a PadRet member. Nibbles coming up to just 8,000 seconds to the launch window. Dale Morton, what do you think of ASTS competitor? I'm not entirely sure. Rebel Dorman saying, saw Falcon 9 launch this summer from Cocoa Beach, Florida. Been hooked ever since. Can't wait for Starship to launch from the Cape. You and me both. LGP Michael, why has nobody thought of Space Coast, Ace Coast? Because East Coast, Best Coast anyway? It doesn't need anything more special than that, right? And then Minecraft Insanity, what collaboration would you want to work with SpaceX? Cameras. Let us place cameras everywhere on all the rockets, on all of the places. Please. More cameras that we can place. I mean, they do a great job of allowing us to have cameras in a lot of different spots anyway. So appreciation for that. And speaking of collaborations, we have some amazing guests that we will be collaborating with once we begin our launch stream, which is just about to start. You don't have to go anywhere. We will redirect you to it automatically, so you don't even have to go anywhere. But that's where we're going to join the team with all the cameras and everything. That's where we're going to have some of our amazing guests, including Eric Berger, Christian Davenport, Ashley Vance, and then during the flight portion, Scott Manley. But thank you, EJ, for joining everything here on the Stakeout.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for having me. It was fun. Why'd you say Scott Manley like that?
Hello. I don't know why.
I don't know, man. Maybe that you're so excited about Scott Manley coming on the stream that you'll be able to do a good imitation someday.
Hey, you saying that wasn't good?
No, it's fine. You're good. You're good. No, seriously, thank you for having me. I appreciate it, guys. I stream over on Twitch. Do that from time to time. If you want to follow me, listen to my crazy space rants, I'm over there. But yeah, Sawyer, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Max, thank you for joining on the Stakeout stream. I know we'll be hearing you again on the launch stream as well, because you are out there at Starbase.
Indeed, y'all. It has been an absolute pleasure covering the Stakeout stream with y'all. But of course, obviously, our launch coverage is about to begin, which is, of course, where the real fun actually begins. So thank you very much to everyone who has followed along to this point, and we will see you again in just a few minutes.
Absolutely. We had Ryan on, we had Gene on, we've had a whole bunch of the team on earlier. I know I'm missing people.
Alex.
Yep. We had Alex, of course, Chris, and yeah, we've had Ryan, Carson, and Jay all helping out with the producing. I think it's time for us to head on over to the launch stream and yes, have Alex fade out and fade back in with his answers over there. I'm Sawyer Rosenstein. I've been your host for this last portion here of the Stakeout stream. Get ready, folks. It's time to launch Flight 11.
And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
RCPA chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Water towers fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Flighting down to FT off. Bring in FT off.
It's orange! 145! Oh my god! Oh my god! Decollage! What is it?
Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
There's nothing to be